Chapter 177. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yu Shu into the big room and closed the door, intending to teach her about etiquette, righteousness, honor and shame. But before he could start, he heard Jing Chen knocking on the door from outside. He threw Yu Shu aside, turned around and opened the door. He said in a bad mood, "We brothers have something to talk about. Brother Jing, you go back to your room and rest first." Then he was about to close the door again. Jing Chen glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was secretly waving at Yu Shu and winking at him. He blocked the door with one hand, cleared his throat and said word by word, "Xiaoji." Halfway through his words, Yu Xiaoxiu's expression suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Jing Chen, who had just called out to him, "Jing, brother Jing, did you just talk to me?" Yu Shu patted his shoulder from behind and said proudly, "Your brother Jing can speak. Are you happy?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded in surprise. This sudden good news had rushed into his mind, and for a moment, he forgot that the two of them were hugging in the room. "Then why are you still standing there?" Yu Shu pushed his shoulder. "Go and see if the water on the stove is boiling. There is chrysanthemum tea I bought the day before yesterday in the cupboard. Make a pot for your brother Jing to moisten his throat." Oh, okay." Yu Xiaoxiu was fooled away, and Yu Shu was relieved to escape a lecture. She turned her head and met Jing Chen's puzzled eyes. She uncomfortably combed her loose hair behind her ear and beckoned him to sit down in the room. She stood in front of him and asked, "How do you feel now? Does your throat hurt? Does it hurt anywhere?" Jing Chen shook his head and suddenly remembered that he could speak now. He opened his mouth and said in a somewhat obscure way, "It's not hard." "Really?" Yu Shu did not believe him, mainly because he had too many criminal records. She lit the oil lamp and brought it closer to him. "Open your mouth and let me see." Jing Chen obediently opened his mouth. With the help of the light, Yu Shu could see that his throat was red behind the coating of his tongue. She frowned and muttered to herself, "I have to invite a doctor over tomorrow." Putting down the oil lamp, Yu Shu went out to get a basin of water, wrung a handkerchief, and handed it to Jing Chen to wipe his sweat. She sat down opposite him. She wanted to ask him what nightmare he just had, but she was afraid that his throat would be hurt if he spoke too much since he had just regained the ability to speak, so she suppressed her curiosity. Jing Chen covered his face with the handkerchief and recalled the fragments of the dream. He took a deep breath, took off the handkerchief and turned to look at Yu Shu and said slowly, I dreamt, Yu Chen and Chen Yu Shu, I Yu Chen and you and said you, too, Chen, do you know who caused you to be like that? She could still remember Jing Chen's half-dead appearance when he was picked up on the boat. He was a martial artist, and to be able to injure him like that, the culprit was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Jing Chen shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, "Only I dreamt there was a group of people chasing me." Oh, Yu Shu sat back down in disappointment and looked at his forehead and ears, which were wet with sweat, and said gently, "Don't think too much. After boiling some water, go wash and change your clothes, take your medicine and rest early." Jing Chen nodded and stood up with the help of the table. Yu Shu followed behind him and watched him return to his room. She looked up at the moon in the sky and stood alone in the courtyard for a while. Because of the gloominess brought about by Xia Jiangying's death, it was diluted by the joy of Jing Chen recovering his voice. She took a deep breath, and even took a few breaths, and her mood became much more relaxed. Pa. There was a knock on the courtyard door, but there was no call. Yu Shu thought that Xia Mingming had returned, and went to open the door. Sure enough, she saw Xia Mingming standing outside alone. "Why did you come back so late? You are alone, and you didn't let Fei Wei see you off?" The sky was dark, and she couldn't see Xia Mingming's expression clearly. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she waited for a while, but she didn't hear a reply, and also didn't see her enter the door. She thought that something was wrong and wanted to pull her in, but just as she stretched out her hand, Xia Mingming walked forward and hugged her. "Ah Shu." The impact made Yu Shu take a step back, and the wet and warm feeling on her neck let her know that Xia Mingming was crying. After a slight hesitation, she patted her back and asked in a low voice, "Why are you crying again? I heard from Xiaoxiu that you went to the Supreme Court, right?" "Yes, I killed fourth sister." Xia Mingming's words were shocking, and Yu Shu's expression changed. She pulled her in with one hand, closed the courtyard door with the other, and pulled her back to the room. When they passed by the kitchen door, Yu Xiaoxiu, who rushed out to see what was going on, waved his hand and asked him to wait outside. After closing the door, Yu Shu pressed Xia Mingming to sit on her bed, put the lamp on the bedside, turned around, and said with a serious expression, "What did you mean by what you said just now? What did you mean by you killed your fourth sister?" Xia Mingming lowered her head, took a deep breath, and hugged her shoulders, shivering, and said with red eyes, "Today, when I went to the Supreme Court to inquire about the progress of the case, I overheard Magistrate Chu talking to his subordinates. He said that the murderer could enter and leave the Imperial Historian's library without leaving a trace, so he must be familiar with the inner court. The murder was premeditated, and he sneaked into the inner room from the back window at night. The person he wanted to kill might not be my fourth sister, but the young miss of the Ji family who lived in the second room in the East Pavilion." Xia Mingming cried until she was gasping for breath. If I didn't go to find fourth sister wouldn't have changed rooms with Miss Ji. So it was all because of me that fourth sister encountered such a disaster. I killed fourth sister, it was me." Yu Shu was alarmed. Just now, she thought that Xia Mingming really did something, but it turned out that she had figured out the key point of Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan changing rooms. However, looking at her regretful and hateful expression, it was better to let her continue to be confused. After thinking for a while, Yu Shu sat down beside her, patted her knee, and advised, "Mingming, don't let your imagination run wild. Did you forget that you had a nightmare that night? You clearly dreamed that your fourth sister had an accident on a rainy day. In the end, it didn't rain that night, right?" Xia Mingming nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, it didn't rain that night. I dreamed of a rainy night. It can't be wrong." "So, think about it, if you didn't go to find her, then even if she didn't have an accident on a rainy night, she would have had an accident on a rainy night. What does this have to do with whether you went to find her or not? Moreover, it was your fourth sister who decided to change rooms with Miss Ji. The murderer is the one who killed your fourth sister. If you want to blame someone, blame the murderer for being so cruel. How can you say that you killed her?" Yu Shu knew that it was a little far-fetched for her to enlighten Xia Mingming like this, because even she felt that Xia Jiangying's accident was caused by her and Ji Xingxuan changing rooms. However, the dead had passed away. No matter how regretful and guilty the living were, the dead would not come back to life. After listening to Yu Shu's words, Xia Mingming gradually stopped choking. She slowly turned her head, her eyes wavering with uncertainty, as if she was longing for a chance to convince herself. She nervously and carefully asked, "Is it this cake?" Yu Shu secretly sighed and held her hand. "Haven't you always been curious about the capable person who taught me the art of E? Let me tell you, the master who taught me the art of E once gave me advice. He said, fortune and misfortune can be avoided, but life and death cannot be avoided. If there is one less disaster today, there will be retribution in the future. It is true that divination can predict what will happen after one's death, but it is difficult to defy fate. How many people in this world can fight against fate? Look at those virtuous paragons from ancient times. In the end, they couldn't escape the word death. If your fourth sister is facing a calamity, then she couldn't avoid it. If this is a death tribulation, how could it be so easy to escape? That day, when Zhao Hui's life was hanging by a thread, she stubbornly saved her. After that, Taoist Qing Zheng was furious with her. Although she did not know what method he used to help her avoid retribution, she was not arrogant enough to think that she was more capable than her master and could ignore the fate of others. This was also why when she knew that Xia Jiangying was about to encounter a disaster, she initially held an attitude of not doing anything and did not do her best to help her. She was afraid that Xia Jiangying's disaster was not a disaster, but a disaster of death. If she changed it, this time, there was no Taoist Qing Zheng to help her avoid it. The most terrifying thing was not knowing what you would face, but not knowing what you would face. She admitted that she was afraid, but she was not ashamed of it. This was because there were many things she could do in this world, and there were also many things she could not do. The principle she used to distinguish between what she could and could not do was called the price. Some things were worth it and some things were not. It was like when she went against her conscience to earn that black money to pay for her brother Yu Lei's high medical fees. In the eyes of outsiders, it was shameless, but to her, it was worth it. After Xia Mingming heard Yu Shu's words, although she could not completely understand it, the thought of wanting to die as an apology was dispelled. She looked at Yu Shu's exceptionally bright eyes under the light, and the shadow in her heart was dispelled a little. She couldn't help but lean into her arms again. She hugged her with both hands and wiped her tears on her clothes. She said in a nasal voice, "Thank you. Ashu, it's so good to meet you." Yu Shu patted her head in a doting manner. She liked the feeling of being trusted, and it made her think of her brother Yu Lei. That child who always had her worry about everything, no matter how old he was, no matter if he was responsible or not. This was the second time she thought of Yu Lei today. Previously, she was busy making a living, so she almost did not have time to think about her family who was 500 years away from her. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. She did not know how they were now, and whether they had already walked away from the sadness of her passing. She hoped that they were all well. Dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door brought Yu Shu back from her thoughts. She could hear Yu Xiaoxiu's voice outside the door. "Brother Jing's medicine is ready. Are you done talking? Let's make dinner quickly." "Got it. I'm coming," Yu Shu responded. She patted Xia Mingming and signaled her to let go of her. "Wipe your tears and sit alone. I'll go cook. I'll tell you something good later." "Okay." Xia Mingming nodded. She stood up and went to the wash basin. She scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. After waking up, she raised her head and looked at the shaking face in the mirror. She closed her eyes and silently said, "Fourth sister, I swear that I will never let those who hurt you go." As soon as Yu Shu opened the door, she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's stomach growl. She couldn't help but laugh. "Oh!" Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his stomach and scratched his face in embarrassment. "Let's go. I'll go cook for you now. Come help me." Yu Shu pressed his shoulder and intimately pushed him to the kitchen. She looked up at the moon in the night sky. Chapter 178. Because of the trouble in the Perrin training hall, Shuirui didn't have time to visit the Xianghe barter hall until the next day. It was rare for the young ladies of Taisher Library to come here. The barters and assistants in the barter hall all remembered them. It was not difficult for Shuirui to find out that Xia Jiangying did come here to look for books a few days before the accident. On the surface, this matter seemed to be unrelated to Xia Jiangying's death, yet Shuirui smelled something fishy. When he returned at noon on the same day, he made another trip to the Imperial Historian's Library, and this time, he'd specially gone there to look for Ji Xingxuan. Shuirui sat in the flower hall and waited. He asked the maidservant to summon Ji Xingxuan. Not long after, Ji Xingxuan appeared. "Lord Shui." Shuirui looked at Ji Xingxuan, who stopped at the door and bowed to him. His eyes paused on her veiled face. He put down the teacup and stood up. "I'm here to visit Miss Ji. I'm sorry to disturb your lunch." Ji Xingxuan shook her head. She picked a tea chair that was diagonally opposite Shuirui and sat down. Only after she finished folding her skirt did she raise her head and ask Shuirui, "Lord Shui, you're looking for me because of Sister Ying's case, right? If you have anything to ask, I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Shuirui smiled brightly. "I'm not here for official business. I'm just here to visit Mississippi, huh?" Surprise was written all over Ji Xingxuan's eyes. 3 months ago, she and Shuirui almost got engaged, but the groom went back on his word. No matter what, they were not in a mutually visiting relationship. After Miss Xia Jiangying's accident, your original room was not convenient. You're still in the barter hall. Have you changed your room? Shuirui's concern was just the right amount, and it didn't make others feel that it was rude. Ji Xingxuan suppressed her suspicions and answered, "I'll rest in the dojo during the day, and I'll return to the mansion at night. I don't stay overnight in the dojo for now." Shuirui said, "That's good too. After all, it's safer to return to the residence after such an incident. But if I remember correctly, the grand examination will be held soon. You're going to take the astrology exam, right?" Won't it affect you if you don't go to the astrological platform at night? He mentioned the subject he specialized in. The expression in Ji Xingxuan's eyes clearly changed. She smiled at him and said confidently, "Chant more scriptures. There's no need to cram at the last minute." Shui Rui was a talkative person, and he was experienced and knowledgeable. Intentionally or unintentionally, he picked out topics that Ji Xingxuan was interested in. The two of them chatted like this until the servant came in to change the tea. Only then did they realize that an hour had passed. Only then did Shui Rui stop the topic. He stood up and bade her farewell. "It's getting late, I still have to return to the Supreme Court. Sorry to disturb you today. I hope you won't think that I'm a chatterbox." Ji Xingxuan also stood up. As she walked him to the door, she said, "What do you mean by chatterbox? After today's meeting, I feel that the rumors are not credible." Shui Rui stopped at the door and turned to ask, "Oh, what rumors?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes flashed. She lowered her head and said with embarrassment, "Everyone says that young master is a playboy. He likes to drink and have fun outside. He doesn't think about business." Shui Rui laughed heartily. He did not comment on these rumors. He cupped his hands towards Ji Xingxuan and strode away. Ji Xingxuan leaned against the door and watched him leave. She whispered to herself, "This person's appearance doesn't match his personality. He's also an outstanding talent. I just don't know if he's good or bad for me." As soon as Shui Rui left the female hostel, he restrained his expression. If he was suspicious before, now he was 80% sure that there was something wrong with this Ji Xingxuan. He had previously asked the students of the Imperial Historian's library about her. He believed that the rumors had already reached her ears. However, when this woman met him today, not only did she not mention anything, she also handled the conversation with ease and did not have the slightest bit of guilt. It was this kind of calmness that lacked the fear that a good friend with whom she had been with day and night would have died. She revealed a different kind of guilt. Perhaps before Xia Jiangying's death, she had already discovered that someone wanted to harm her. He just did not know whether she and Xia Jiangying exchanged rooms on purpose or if it was an accident. At this point in the investigation of this headless case, there was finally a breakthrough, and Shui Rui believed that if he followed along this clue that was Ji Xingxuan and followed the vine to the melon, then he would surely be able to gain something. Leaving the main gate of the Imperial Historian's library, Shui Rui planned to go to Autumn Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city to see if he could find Xia Mingming through Yushu. However, he was stopped at the door. "Eldest young master, Lei Oi asked this lowly one to find you." Shui Rui glanced at the sky that was still early in the morning, and he had a hesitant expression as he asked the servant that led the horse over. "What happened in the clan?" His grandfather was a strict person and was even more meticulous in his work. At this time, the old man should be in the minister's study. Nothing happened at home. Lei Oi only asked eldest young master to return to the Fu as soon as possible. Shui Rui had to put aside the matter of looking for Yushu. He got on the carriage and asked the coachman to turn around and go home. The Shui residence was located on Ningle Street in the north of the city, only half a mile away from the Jade Ditch in the Imperial City. The two streets in front and behind the Shui residence were occupied by the mansions of the nobles, which was enough to show their power. When Shui Rui returned home, he heard the servant say that Minister Shui was in the study, so he went to find him. "Grandfather." Shui Rui stopped outside the study and knocked on the door. After 2 knocks, a steady and deep voice came from inside, "Come in." Shui Rui closed the door behind him and passed through the curtain into the inner hall. At first glance, he saw an old man whose back was facing him as he stood under the yellow pearwood bookshelf and rummaged through the books. The old man was still wearing his court attire, and the conspicuous purple color was the symbol of a high-ranking official in the imperial court. Even though he was almost 60 years old, his back was already arched, and his sideburns were grizzled. A mere set of clothes was enough to make others feel reverence. "Grandfather, are you looking for your grandson? Are you investigating the case of Taisher Shu Garden?" Shui Rui answered, "Yes, grandson and Chu Yufang are handling the case." "How is the investigation going?" "According to what I know, there's something fishy about this case." "Grandfather, Do you still remember the Ji clan that discussed marriage with me? That Xia Jiang clan's young miss who passed away might have died unjustly in place of the Ji clan's fourth young Mississippi. I just don't know what kind of enemy the Ji clan has. Shuai didn't conceal anything in front of the old man. The room was quiet. The old man put the book in his hand back on the bookshelf and said lightly, "That's it. You don't have to deal with this case anymore. I have already informed Zhou He, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he will assign you something else." Shuai was stunned and raised his head. "Grandfather, this? Go out and visit your mother in the ancestral hall. I heard from the servant that she fell ill yesterday. She will probably want to see you." Shuai's expression was dazed for a moment, and he swallowed the doubts that were at the tip of his tongue. He looked at the old man's back and left. On the 19th of the 10th month, 10 days had passed since Xia Jiangying was killed. As Xia Mingming waited anxiously, the case finally came to a conclusion. That morning, Yu Shu was preparing to go out with her stall as usual. At the entrance of the alley, she met 2 officials sent by the prefectural government. She followed them home and opened the door to call Xia Mingming out. "Are you Miss Xia Jiang?" the official asked impartially. "Yes, it's me." Xia Mingming was still dressed in men's clothing. When he saw the officials, he perked up. "Miss Xia Jiang, please come with us to the Supreme Court for a hearing. The murderer of your sister has been arrested." Faced with this sudden good news, Xia Mingming grabbed the other party excitedly and asked, "You've caught it? Who is it?" The 2 officials looked at each other, and the one grabbed by Xia Mingming said, "It's a murderer who committed crimes in the south of the city not long ago. This person has killed 4 people in half a year and is insane. He was arrested in the north of the city the night before." Xia Mingming gritted his teeth. "Why did this villain want to harm my 4th sister?" The official shook his head and said, "We don't know the details. Miss Xia Jiang, please come to the court for a hearing." Xia Mingming clenched his fists and turned to Yu Shu. "Ah Shu, will you come with me?" Yu Shu nodded. She also wanted to see what was going on. Xia Mingming was so anxious that he didn't even change his clothes and left with the officials. Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu to look after the house and went to the Supreme Court with her. When they arrived at the court, the case had just begun. Yu Shu stood at the door of the court and didn't go in. She originally thought that she would see Shuai here, but she didn't expect that the judge in the court was a middle-aged man surnamed Chu. She didn't see Shuai. Because it was a public case, there was no need to file a complaint. As soon as the trial began, the criminal was brought to the court. Yu Shu thought that she would see some ferocious bandit, but she didn't expect that it was a man who was beaten to a pulp and had only 1 breath left. The trial of this case was much smoother than when she climbed the court by beating drums. Lord Chu, who was sitting in the court, took the confession of the criminal who was interrogated in the torture room yesterday and a shoe left by the criminal under the east wall of the library. He questioned him in the court. The criminal was half-conscious and just answered in a muffled voice. He admitted that he sneaked into the Taisher library on the night of October 9th and killed Xia Jiangying. As for why he wanted to kill Xia Jiangying, the official explanation was that it was a coincidence. This person was a murderous person. Because he used to do odd jobs in the Taisher library, he knew the layout of the inner courtyard. That night, he sneaked into the women's library to commit murder and happened to jump out of Xia Jiangying's back window. When he was discovered by her, he killed her. At that time, Yu Shu became suspicious and always felt that something was wrong. Why did it seem to be a confession made by torture? However, the evidence was conclusive, and there was no way to doubt it. Lord Chu sentenced the criminal to death on the spot. At noon tomorrow, he would be beheaded in public on Hexiao Street. With a slap of the gavel, this murder case, which had caused a lot of noise and caused a fight between the north and the south, was over. Xia Mingming was accompanied by a maid. From beginning to end, she stood at the side of the court and listened to the trial with a stiff expression. Yu Shu stood outside the court and watched the criminal being dragged away by the officers. Her expression was a bit unpredictable. She turned her head and looked at the crowd at the entrance of the yamen. She was not surprised to see several students in the uniforms of the Taisher library. Among them, there was Ji Xingxuan, whose face was covered with a green veil but was very eye-catching. Strange. Yu Shu murmured to herself. Strange about what? Yu Shu suddenly heard a response from behind her. She turned around and saw Shui Rui, who was standing behind her without her noticing. Perhaps she was used to him popping his head out from time to time. She did not lose her composure in shock like she did the previous few times. Instead, she asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Wasn't he the judge of this case?" Chapter 179. With bewilderment in her heart, Yu Shu followed Shui Rui into a deserted tavern on the neighboring street, and she found an empty corner on the first floor that had very few customers before she sat down and ordered a pot of wine. Yu Shu thought that Shui Rui had something to say to her, but when the wine was served, he drank one cup after another. Yu Shu stared at him for a long time, but he didn't say anything. After 2 pots of wine, he continued to drink without any expression. He didn't seem to care about her at all. She finally realized that this person called her here to drink with him. Yu Shu was happy. It was rare to see this person being troubled. She rolled her eyes and took a pair of chopsticks from the bamboo basket. She knocked on the chopsticks in front of Shui Rui, trying to get his attention. "You're in a bad mood? Do you want me to guess why?" Today, Shui Rui didn't show up in court. She was puzzled at that time. He was the one investigating the case, so he shouldn't be sitting here drinking in casual clothes. Shui Rui's expression didn't change as he continued to pour wine. "What about you? What were you so strange about outside the yamen?" Yu Shu twirled the chopsticks in her hand and said with a double meaning, "Isn't my strange matter the reason why you're in a bad mood?" The wine cup stopped by his mouth. Shui Rui looked at her deeply and said, "No matter what, Xia Jiangying's case has been closed. It has nothing to do with you. Don't be too curious about it." Xia Jiangying's case was closed in a hurry. Sure enough, there must be something hidden. Yu Shu thought. "Do I look like the kind of person who would look for trouble?" Yu Shu answered with a question. She took an upside-down wine cup from the table and took the wine jug by Shui Rui's hand to pour it. She was just about to raise it up and take a sip to quench her thirst when a hand grabbed it away. "I'm trying to drown my sorrows in alcohol." "What are you trying to do?" Shui Rui raised his eyebrows as he held a small, round porcelain cup in his hand. "You're the only one who has worries, but I can't? Give it to me." Yu Shu scoffed. She would do whatever she wanted to do, and she did not need others to make decisions for her. She pressed one hand on the table and stood up. Then, she extended her arm to snatch the wine glass from Shui Rui's hand. Shui Rui retracted his hand and dodged the attack. He raised his head and poured the wine into his mouth. Yu Shu pounced on empty air. "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound." However, Shui Rui was one step ahead of her. With a sweep of his arm on the table, the wine pot fell into his hand. He put down the wine glass and raised the wine pot. He tilted his head back and poured half of the wine into his mouth. At the same time, he deliberately looked sideways at Yu Shu with a smile. As the wine flowed down his throat, his heart suddenly felt carefree. Yu Shu's eyes narrowed when she saw Shui Rui's teasing gaze, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wisp of a naughty smile. She suddenly leaned forward and held onto Shui Rui's wrist before fiercely pouring the remaining half jug of wine into his mouth. Shui Rui was caught off guard and choked. Quite a lot of wine spilled out. He hurriedly pressed her hand down to stop her. He coughed and laughed. "Ahem. All right. Stop messing around. I have something serious to talk to you about." Yu Shu rolled her eyes. Who was messing with him? He was clearly the one who started it. "You still have something serious to talk about? I thought you called me over to show off how good your alcohol tolerance is." "Of course I have something serious to talk about." Shui Rui grabbed Yu Shu's skinny wrist. He pinched it lightly without leaving a trace. Wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he cleared his throat and said, "Didn't I say that I have a business to introduce to you? Do you still want to do it?" Yu Shu's eyes lit up. "Of course I want to do it. What business is it? Tell me first." Shui Rui said, "It's something you're good at." Yu Shu did not boast at all. "I'm good at many things. Which one are you talking about?" Shui Rui's eyes flickered. Unhurriedly, he spat out 2 words. "Gambling." The smile on Yu Shu's face froze. Vigilance rose in her heart. Sitting back on the stool, she pretended to be ignorant to Shui Rui. How come I don't know that I'm good at gambling? Is it because you caught me gambling at Spring Fragrance Brothel? Chao Zixin's understanding of her mathematical ability was limited to the level of an accountant. Even the Ji family was confused about her sweeping the Baoran Casino in Yang City. How could he know that she was good at this? Shui Rui played with the empty wine cup on the table. Since you remember being caught by me, don't you know that I was the one who investigated that matter? I know exactly what happened during that period. You probably don't know who came up with the 2 problems that you solved that were worth 100 taels of silver. So it was here that she gave herself away. Yu Shu still felt depressed when she recalled what happened that day. That time, she stood up for Xia Mingming and wanted to earn money from him. In the end, she was tricked by him instead. She watched as the 200 taels of silver flew away. She had been excited for nothing. Didn't you say that the problems were set by the banker? It should be someone hired by the Evergreen Gang. If the Evergreen Gang could hire such a helper, they wouldn't just be able to occupy Autumn Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city. Shui Rui said. Those problems were leaked from Taisher Library. The person who came up with them was Sir Han Wenguang from the mathematics department. They were supposed to be students' homework. Yu Shu rubbed her chin. It's a teacher from Taisher Library. No wonder those problems were so difficult and took me so long. Shui Rui asked with a strange expression, You've actually never heard of old Sir Han from Taisher Library? But is he famous? In the 10 years of the Grand Yen examination, 3 generations of the great mathematicians were all his direct disciples. Do you think he's famous? Shui Rui asked calmly. Yu Shu's mouth fell open in shock. Monopolizing the first place in the Grand Yen examination for 10 years in a row, this old man was really amazing. Fortunately, she did not pretend to solve all 4 problems that day. Otherwise, it would have been too suspicious. Even the students under his tutelage would often have a headache for a few days before they would be able to come up with an answer for the questions he set. You were able to solve 2 questions within an hour, so is it wrong for me to say that you're skilled in this Tao? Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu with a gaze of bewilderment, and he said doubtfully, Truthfully speaking, I'm truly curious sometimes. Where did you learn your ability from? The Ji clan's study of changes is a strange sect, so why are you so outstanding in the study of mathematics? If it's just self-study, then you're too talented. Yu Shu sneered, Just think of it as me being exceptionally talented. She couldn't tell him that she came from 500 years in the future and that her mathematical skills were centuries ahead of the ancients. Fortunately, Shui Rui did not take it seriously and did not continue to probe. Instead, he returned to the previous topic. What do you think of my suggestion? Do you want to accept my business? Yu Shu sat up straight. What do you mean by that? Is it your business again? Shui Rui explained, There are many rich and idle people in the north of the city. Naturally, there are many ways to have fun. Every month, there will be 1 or 2 people who will set up a place to gamble. It's funny to say that most of these people don't know anything about Yi Shui. It's just that they have customers in their residences. I've only been back in the capital for 2 months and I've already received 4 or 5 invitations. I can't avoid them and let them talk behind my back. There's a bet at the end of this month. Are you willing to go with me to see the world and broaden your horizons? Not to mention other things, there are at least 7 or 8 DE masters here. I'll introduce 1 or 2 of them to you so that you can visit them in the future. These words made Yu Shu quite excited. The level of Yi Shui in the south and the north of the city was completely different. It was indeed a good thing for her to have the opportunity to mix into the circle of Yi Shui in the north. She couldn't always set up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Sooner or later, she had to climb up. She understood Shui Rui's good intention. Although he said it as if he was asking her for help, how could the Shui family not be able to find a customer to act as a facade? She had to make up the number. What made her hesitate was whether she should accept his kindness, or should she accept it in person. The more she owed, the harder it was to return it. When the favor accumulated to a certain extent, it was also a kind of burden. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu couldn't make up her mind at this moment. He more or less guessed what she was worried about. he tapped his neatly trimmed fingers on the table and asked a completely irrelevant question, "How is Xiaoxiu now?" Yu Shu didn't understand why he asked this question, but she still answered, "He's staying at home. He's alive and kicking." I remember that when he was in Yang City, he learned Yi in the study room of the Kong, Ji, and Lu family, right? Yu Shu nodded. "If I'm not wrong, you usually teach him some things and let him continue to learn." "I do teach him some arithmetic," Shui Rui said. "Have you ever thought about finding another place for him to enter the school?" Yu Shu was stunned. She really didn't think about this. After the new year, Xiaoxiu will be 12 years old. A boy at this age should be in contact with others. You can teach him, but isn't it better to let him experience the outside world? Yu Shu's expression changed, and she quickly took this matter seriously. She had to admit that after coming to the capital, she had neglected Yu Xiaoxiu because of the many trivial matters. But this didn't mean that she didn't care about his growth. It was just that the child was too worry-free, and unconsciously, she didn't worry about him anymore. Shui Rui observed Yu Shu's expression, and when he felt that the time was right, he said, "There are a few schools in the north of the city that specialize in accepting children of his age. They have a good reputation, and the teachers are all famous Yi who used to be on the Dian examination. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to enter the school. Why don't you consider changing the environment for Xiaoxiu? After all, you only have one younger brother, and he is probably the only branch left of the Yu family." There was almost no need to consider this matter. Yu Shu was a modern person who had received 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of higher education. Of course, she knew the importance of school for a growing child. "It seems that I will owe you another favor." Yu Shu pinched her forehead and said, indirectly accepting his suggestion. Shui Rui laughed. "It's not a favor. I'm just helping to say a few words. As for the tuition fees, you will have to pay them yourself." "Tuition fees?" Shui Rui nodded. Yu Shu carefully asked, "How much can it cost?" Shui Rui's smile became more and more amiable, "A miscellaneous amount. After 1 month, 50 taels of silver will not be able to escape." Cough, cough, 50 taels a month. Oh my, he might as well take her life. At this time, if Yu Shu still didn't understand why Shui Rui suddenly mentioned Yu Xiaoxiu, then she really was several years older than him for nothing. This guy was obviously younger than her, but how could he be several times more cunning than her? "I'll do the business you said before. But let's make it clear first, I don't have the capital to gamble, so you have to pay for me first. Also, if I win, I want to split the money, at least 30 to 70. I'll take 30 and you take 70. At this point, she might as well be thick-skinned to the end. Yu Shu fearlessly raised her request. Chapter 180. Yu Shu and Shui Rui made an appointment to go to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to find her. The two parted in front of the tavern. She and Shui Rui had been out for half a day and did not know how Xia Mingming was doing. When she returned to the yamen, the commoners outside the door had already dispersed. A guard from the Xia Jiang family was waiting for her at the door. "Teacher Yu, our young miss went to the memorial hall. She asked this lowly one to stay and tell you that if you come back, you should go home first." Because the Xia Jiang family far away in Jiangnan did not come and Xia Jiangying died in a foreign place, it was not convenient to bury her. Her body had been placed in the memorial hall. Although the weather had turned cold, it was not a good idea to continue like this. Yu Shu knew that Xia Mingming had ordered a coffin a few days ago. Now that the case was over, Xia Mingming must have gone to the memorial hall to collect the body. Speaking of which, Xia Mingming was a delicate girl. It was difficult for her to handle these matters personally. Yu Shu thought for a moment and said to the guard, "I will go to the memorial hall to take a look. You can return to the inn first." Yu Shu walked to the memorial hall in the suburbs north of the city. When she arrived, Xia Jiangying was already in the coffin. She could hear the servant girls crying from outside the fence. When Yu Shu entered the memorial hall, she saw a brownish-red coffin under the porch not far away. Xia Mingming was holding the coffin and crying. A yellow-robed woman was handing her a handkerchief to comfort her. It was Ji Xingxuan, who had appeared outside the yamen before. Yu Shu stood in front of the door and did not walk up. Instead, she took 2 steps back and leaned against the door, listening to the faint voices in the courtyard. Ji Xingxuan patted Xia Mingming's shoulder and softly comforted, "Don't be sad. Do you know how happy she was when you 2 sisters were reconciled? Even when she was watching the stars, she would mention you. I believe that older sister Ying's spirit in heaven would not want to see you sad for her." Xingxuan Jiejie, Xia Mingming turned and leaned on Ji Xingxuan's shoulder. She hugged her and sobbed, "Why was it my 4th sister who encountered this kind of disaster? In order to restore the reputation of the Xiajiang clan, she worked harder than anyone else. She didn't do anything bad. Why was she the one who died?" Ji Xingxuan sighed silently. Life and death are fated. Who can say for sure? Outside the coffin home, Yu Shu rested her elbow on her hand. Stroking his chin, he turned around and left, his eyes filled with suspicion. Was life and death decreed by fate? Under the persuasion of the servant girls and Ji Xingxuan, Xia Mingming managed to suppress his sadness and ordered the porters to carry the coffin to the cold cave behind the memorial hall. When the matter was settled, Ji Xingxuan took her leave and boarded the sedan. Xia Mingming stood alone in the courtyard of the memorial hall, looking at her back and the robes of the Taisher library. She raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the white silk handkerchief that had fallen by her feet. She lifted her foot and stepped on it. The tip of his foot slowly moved. Not far away, Ji Xingxuan sat in the sedan. She raised 2 fingers to press on her right eye, which was twitching slightly. She put her hand down and looked at her sleeve. She touched the round protrusion on her left wrist and calmed down again. "Jingchen, you will encounter a great disaster when you leave the mountain this time. Your life is at risk, and I can't help you resolve it. You must be careful and remember not to trust others easily. Remember this. Jingchen, you must keep the adversity-blocking stone second uncle gave you. You must not give it to someone who is not kind-hearted. There are many capable people in this world, but there are some who recognize this thing. If it is used for other purposes, it might bring about bad karma. You must take it back as soon as possible." Jingchen, oh. Jingchen suddenly sat up from the bed. The back of his shirt was soaked with sweat, revealing the lines of his spine. He raised his hand to hold his aching forehead and let out a low moan. His breathing gradually calmed down. He turned his head and looked out of the window. It was night time. He had almost lost count of the number of times he had woken up from his dream. Since he could speak, he had been having dreams repeatedly. In his dreams, he could always hear people saying some inexplicable words to him. The content was different, but he could not understand what they were saying. Putting on his coat, Jingchen got off the bed and went to the table to pour himself a cup of cold tea. His chest was moving restlessly, as if there was something he wanted to vent out. He got up and opened the door. Standing in the quiet courtyard, he breathed in the cool air brought by the night breeze. With the help of the faint moonlight, he searched the courtyard. He picked up a branch by the wall and swung it left and right. He found a trace of feeling and took a step forward. Without thinking, his body began to move. Picking up the sword, chopping straight, turning, cutting diagonally, leaping, lifting up, stabbing, sweeping. In the dead of night, there was a sudden gust of wind in the small courtyard. Crack! Jing Chen's eyes lit up. The branch in his hand broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Only the short end was left in his hand. Jing Chen took a deep breath. When he exhaled, he felt that his whole body was extremely comfortable. There was a slight heat in his dantian. Not only did he not feel a trace of fatigue, but he also felt relaxed. He could not tell what was happening to him now, but one thing was certain. He thought that he had remembered what martial arts was. Jing Chen looked in the direction of Yu Shu's room and decided to tell her the good news tomorrow morning. If Xiao Yu knew that his martial arts had recovered, she would be happy. Throwing away the branch in his hand, Jing Chen fetched a basin of water to wash the sweat on his body. When he returned to his room, he did not feel sleepy at all. He lit the lamp and sat at the desk in front of the window. He planned to write down the words he heard in his dream. Maybe he would remember something when he read it again in the morning. What? You practiced swordsmanship last night? At the breakfast table, Yu Shu was still holding the soup spoon in one hand. She spat out the porridge in her mouth and threw it on the face of the person sitting opposite her. Xia Mingming rubbed his forehead in disgust and moved his bowl towards Yu Xiaoxiu. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu strangely. Why was it different from what he thought? Shouldn't she be happy? He remembered that when they were still on the ship, she had said many times that it was a pity that he had forgotten martial arts. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's confused expression and was very angry. Do you remember the last time you practiced swordsmanship? You vomited blood and fainted. I invited a doctor home. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Rest. What you need now is rest. Who asked you to wake up in the middle of the night to practice swordsmanship? If you can't sleep, you close your eyes and count sheep? If you don't like sheep, you count tigers. You can count dogs and cats. But you're not allowed to use martial arts. With new and old injuries, Jing Chen's health was not good. It was not easy for him to speak. She was worried that he would lose his voice again. But he did not have the slightest awareness. It was really infuriating. Jing Chen finally understood why she was angry. He felt that he did not make himself clear, so he patiently explained to her, I'm fine this time. That time, he acted rashly. He had been lying in bed for a few days, but this time was different. His body did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was more energetic than before. You're fine now, but you might be fine in a while. You don't take care of your own body, and you still ignore other people's concern. Xia Mingming coldly interjected, adding fuel to the fire. I'm not eating anymore. Yu Shu pushed the bowl on the table. She pulled a long face and went into the room to change her clothes. Without saying anything, she pushed the cart out the door. Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly grabbed a steamed bun and chased after her. Kim Bao jumped down from his knee and jumped onto Xia Mingming's lap. Jing Chen saw that Yu Shu was angry. Because he was not good with words, he was a little impatient. He stood up and wanted to follow her out. Xia Mingming broke the steamed bun and said, Didn't Ashu tell you not to go out? Wait for her to come back. Jing Chen's feet stopped by the door. He looked at the swaying door and remembered Yu Shu's daily instructions. In the end, he did not follow her out. He stood in front of the door for a while. Then he returned to his room. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoxiu caught up with Yu Shu. He gave her the steamed bun and took the cart from her hands. Sister, don't be angry. Brother Jing didn't do it on purpose. Don't listen to Xia Mingming. She's been acting weird lately. You know that. They lived under the same roof and were the only two men in the family. Putting aside the occasional unruly behavior between Jing Chen and his sister, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen had a good relationship. Especially after Jing Chen was able to speak, Yu Xiaoxiu stayed at home with him during the day. He had a companion to read and solve problems, and there was someone to discuss things he didn't understand. Compared to Xia Mingming, who was always against him, he was naturally on Jing Chen's side. Yu Shu took a big bite of the steamed bun and swallowed it. She snorted and said, Of course I know he didn't do it on purpose. I don't need you to tell me. Yu Xiaoxiu secretly curled his lips and said, Then why did you get angry with him just now? Will he learn his lesson if I don't get angry? Yu Shu said angrily. Yu Xiaoxiu revealed an expression that said, So that's how it is. He immediately looked at Yu Shu with disdain. Big brother Jing is so innocent, yet you still have the nerve to bully him. What are you looking at? Yu Shu stuffed the steamed bun into her mouth and mumbled. She walked around the corner and suddenly said, Well, Xiaoxiu, I want to ask you. Do you want to go to school again? That day, when Shui Rui mentioned that Yu Xiaoxiu should go to school, she followed him to see the schools. She felt that it was good, but she didn't find a chance to talk to Yu Xiaoxiu about it. After all, it was about him. This kid was quite assertive. It was better to ask his opinion first. Go to school. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu suspiciously. Why are you asking this? I can just learn E from you at home. Don't I have to pay school fees? You don't have to worry about money. I just want to ask you if you want to go to a proper school to learn E. Yu Shu put her hand on his shoulder. She was afraid that he would be resistant to school after being looked down at by people in Sanja's study house in Yang City. She coaxed, The teachers in the school in Anling City are specialized in teaching. They are much better than a dabbler like me. You can learn anything you want. After you go to school, you can meet new friends. It's much better than staying at home all day. Also, the school teaches riding and archery. Don't you want to learn? I don't want to, Yu Xiaoxiu said without blinking. He didn't look tempted at all. Instead, he looked disdainful. I'm going to open a e-school in the future and become a e-teacher. What's the point of learning riding and archery? I'm not going to join the army and become a general. All I do is fight and kill all day long. I don't like to make friends either. It's not like I can make a living knowing more people. It's good to stay at home. Yu Shu put her hand on her forehead. She just realized that this kid's thinking was so serious. He was prejudiced and antisocial. If he continued like this, would he become an otaku? Sister, do you want to send me to school? Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu suspiciously. I don't want to. Yu Shu patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head and smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth. I've already found a place for you. Next month, you will go to school. Go to school. Chapter 181. In the evening, Yu Shu returned home. Jing Chen answered the door. He helped Yu Shu move the cart in and followed behind her. Yu Shu could see that he had something to say, but she pretended not to see it. Before he spoke, she stopped Yu Xiaoxiu, who was moving firewood back and forth between the courtyard wall and the kitchen. Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu was still upset about Yu Shu forcing her to go to school in the morning. When he heard Yu Shu calling him, he answered reluctantly, I'm back. Yu Shu understood his mood. She took out a paper bag from the hidden compartment of the cart and waved it at him. Don't bother. Go wash your hands. I bought you a pair of new shoes. Try it on. If it's too tight, I'll change it on the street tomorrow. The siblings were also amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at the smile on Yu Shu's face. Oh. He quickly went to wash his hands. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen wanted to take this opportunity to explain what happened in the morning. However, he was interrupted by another pair of shoes that Yu Shu placed in front of him. Here's. The weather had turned cold. Wearing cloth shoes had already frozen their feet. Yu Shu bought a pair of thick boots for Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen. It was an old shoe shop recommended by the old shopkeeper of Sunji. The stitches were tight and the shoes were layered with cotton. It was enough for winter wear. Jing Chen took the greenish-gray boots from Yu Shu's hands and stroked the smooth surface of the boots. A smile appeared on his face that had been solemn for the entire day. Well, let's try it on first. Watching Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen happily change their shoes, Yu Shu felt proud. What was this called? She gave them a date after hitting them. Xia Mingming leaned against the door with her arms crossed. Where's mine? Yu Shu glanced at her. If you want to wear it, buy it yourself. Don't you have money? Xia Mingming had long been accustomed to Yu Shu's temperamental temper. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, he did not argue with her. She did have some money with her, but it was all left behind by Xia Jiangning. She had spent most of it before. Because he still needed to provide for a few servants, he did not dare to use them recklessly before the Xia Jiang clan arrived. She lived with Yu Shu because she knew that money was important. She would not be as indifferent as before. The new shoes fit her feet very well. Yu Shu bought all the clothes in the family, so it would be strange if she bought the wrong one. Yu Xiaoxiu excitedly paced back and forth in the room in his new shoes. He had long forgotten about his quarrel with Yu Shu in the morning. Looking at Yu Shu's expression, Jing Chen knew that she was no longer angry, so he did not bring up the topic of martial arts again. He didn't want her to be unhappy. Anyway, he practiced swordsmanship at night, so she wouldn't know if she slept soundly. It would not be too late to tell her after a while when his body was better. During dinner, Yu Shu once again brought up the matter of Yu Xiaoxiu going to school. Yu Xiaoxiu only hesitated for a moment, then obediently nodded and obeyed Yu Shu's intention. She then said to Jing Chen, If I go to school during the day, won't brother Jing be alone at home? What about lunch? The school that Yu Shu had her eyes on, which provided lunch and a place for students to rest, was located in the north of the city. It was far from home, so it was inconvenient to come back at noon. Jing Chen shook his head. His expression was normal. Just as he was about to answer, Xia Mingming knocked on the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and said to Yu Xiaoxiu in a bad mood, "What do you mean by alone? Don't you still have me?" Yu Xiaoxiu said disdainfully, "You only know how to eat. When have I seen you cook? Having you is equivalent to not having you. You are not even as good as Brother Jing. At least he can cook noodles." "Xia Mingming," Jing Chen said, "don't worry, I can take care of myself." Then he looked at Yushu. This sentence was clearly meant for her. Yushu put a mouthful of food into Xia Mingming's bowl to comfort her hurt little heart. She said to Jing Chen, "When Xiaoxiu goes to school, I will be back at noon." From Huixing Street to Qiugeifeng, it was not close, but not far either. It was less than an hour's journey. Yushu did not go home before because the business was bad. Now everything was better and there were a few regular customers. It would not be a problem for her to go home at noon. Since the head of the family, Yushu, said so, the matter was settled. After dinner, everyone was busy with their own things. When the night was dark, they washed up and went to bed. The sister and brother whispered through the screen, "Xiaoxiu, are you angry that your sister insisted that you go to school?" "No, why would I be angry with you?" That's true. Well, you can go for a few days first. If you are really not used to it, we can come back, okay? Sister, go to bed early. You must be tired after a day. Okay, I'm going to bed. It was so good to have a caring brother. Yushu rubbed on the pillow and hugged the quilt to close her eyes. Tomorrow, she had an appointment with Shuirui to gamble in the north of the city. She wanted to sleep well tonight and make a lot of money to save for Xiaoxiu's tuition. 10 taels, 20 taels, 30 taels. Yushu counted silently and soon fell asleep. Before Yushu went out, she deliberately used the 6 lines of divination to make a complete hexagram. What made her happy was that she had finally seen good fortune in the past few days. Judging from the hexagram, her trip would be smooth. "I'm leaving. I may be late at night. Don't wait for me." First, Yushu used the excuse of going to the north of the city to copy books and left without pushing the cart. She had a good rest last night and was full of energy. She ran out of the alley as if she was flying. Just as she was looking for a carriage to the north of the city, she saw a carriage coming from the street and stopping in front of her. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and she saw Shuirui with one hand on the windowsill. He smiled at her and said, "Little brother, where are you going? Do you want to hitch a ride?" Yushu suppressed the smile on her face and cupped her hands at him. Following his words, she pretended to ask, "I'm going to Qinyuan Street in the north of the city. Is it on the way?" Shuirui crooked his finger at her. "Get in the carriage." "Thank you, young master." Yushu lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage. She sat opposite him. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Didn't we agree to meet on Qinyuan Street? Why did you come to pick me up?" Yushu asked. "I woke up early so I drove here. I'll take you to change your appearance." Shuirui picked up the purple clay teapot on the octagonal incense table and poured a cup of tea for her. Yushu took it and asked in confusion, "Appearance?" Shuirui nodded and glanced at the clothes she was wearing. "You can't wear this." Yushu lowered her head to look at the brown robe on her body, then she looked at the brocade clothes and jade belt on Shuirui's body. She raised her head and took a sip of tea. "This is my best set of clothes. I've just found a tailor to make it for me a few days ago. Why do I have to wear gold and silver to go to that kind of occasion with you? That's not necessary." However, Shuirui looked apologetic. "I'll have to trouble you to change into women's clothes." Shuirui said helplessly, "This is indeed the stinky rule set up by the host of the banquet this time. Besides those shifters who receive the invitation to attend the banquet and are allowed to attend on their own, all the other outsiders have to bring female shifters with them when they enter the banquet." "Is that so?" Yushu squinted at Shuirui. "You didn't tell me this when we were talking." Shuirui sighed. "I haven't been in the capital for 2 years. I only found out that the owner of this gambling house has set up this rule when I met a friend yesterday. Because I've already replied to the invitation, it's not good for me to reject it now. Ashu, just treat it as helping me out." He spoke kindly. Yushu couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. She was the one who owed him a favor and wanted to earn money. Wouldn't it be troublesome if she was picky and looked down on him? Okay, let's change. Shui Rui didn't expect her to agree so readily. He was slightly surprised. Yushu looked at his expression and smiled. What's wrong? I'm willing to change. Are you not willing? Shui Rui shook his head. I thought you don't like to dress as a woman. I'm prepared to spend a lot of time to persuade you. Yushu looked calm. I don't like it. The main thing is that it's more convenient and safer to dress as a man when I'm outside. But today, I'm going with you. You're the young master of the Shui family. It won't matter if I'm a man or a woman when it's my turn, right? It was rare for Shui Rui to hear Yushu tell him frankly instead of guarding against him like before. His mood was a little strange. He felt that the relationship between them was getting closer. He couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and said, Of course. With me here, you can rest assured. Yushu lowered her head to sip her tea again, a smile hidden in her eyes. It seemed that this guy with the surname Shui was not as difficult to deal with as she had imagined. Now that he was her sugar daddy, a few words could make him happy, so why not? This tea is good. It's sweet. Yushu took the teapot and filled it with water. Shui Rui said, If you like it, I'll give you a caddy later. Originally, he didn't drink much scented tea. He liked it slightly bitter. Today's tea was specially prepared for Yushu by the servants yesterday. This jasmine tea was the favorite taste of the noble ladies in the north of the city. Only 2 big tea houses sold it. Tea leaves were not allowed to be sold. The day before yesterday, second Aunt Shui got 2 caddies of it and treated it like a treasure. Because Shui Rui loved tea, she reluctantly gave half of it to him. It should be known that he gave it all to someone else as if the tea leaves were really weighed by caddies. It was unknown whether he would cry or laugh. It's better not. It's a waste for me to drink such good tea. Yushu didn't need to think to know that this tea was good. She waved her hand and spoke the truth. In the eyes of a poor white man like me, it's all to quench my thirst. There's no difference. If this was said by someone else, it would inevitably be unbearably vulgar. If it was said by an elegant scholar, it would inevitably be difficult to avoid frowning. However, it was said by Yushu and heard by Shui Rui. It had a different meaning. Shui Rui had always admired Yushu's personality of saying whatever was on her mind. Hearing her words, he unconsciously smiled. You're right. For people who don't understand tea, even the best tea is used to quench their thirst. The two of them had a congenial conversation. Unknowingly, they arrived at the boundary between the north and south of the city, Qianyuan Street. The carriage turned into a side street and stopped at the entrance of an alley. Yushu followed Shui Rui out of the carriage. They entered the alley and came to the front of a clothing shop. There were no customers in the shop. There was only a shopkeeper who was dozing off and a tailor who was measuring cloth. Shui Rui stepped forward and patted the counter. The shopkeeper suddenly woke up. He took a sip of water and looked at the customer. He rolled his eyes and put on a smile. Gongzi, do you want to buy shoes or clothes? Yushu was still looking left and right at the silk hanging on the wall. Shui Rui reached out and pointed at her. Find a set of clothes for my younger sister. Yushu turned her head and raised an eyebrow at him. Which one is your younger sister? Chapter 182. After they measured Yushu's figure, the tailor picked out 2 sets of dresses from the back of the wardrobe. She then led Yushu to the back of the wardrobe to comb her hair and change into a new one. Shui Rui was waiting at the front. The shopkeeper went to serve him hot tea and said in a low voice, Master, have some tea. Shui Rui took the cup and blew on the tea. He asked, Is there any news from Peiran Hall today? The shopkeeper replied, I heard that the traders from the north and south are quieter than before. I think it is because Xia Zhang's family is small. The truth of my sister's murder case has been investigated. The troublemakers can't find a reason and have settled down. Shui Rui nodded and did not say anything. The shopkeeper did not stand in front of him either. He returned to the back of the counter and flipped through the account book. From time to time, he turned his head and secretly yawned. About an hour later, Yushu came out from the back with the tailor. Shui Rui heard the noise and turned his head. His fingers paused and he took a sip of tea. The first thing he saw was a refreshing green lake. Her black hair was tied into thousands of knots. Layers of makeup wrapped around her waist. Fresh lotus flowers bloomed at the waist of her dress, accentuating the girl's beauty. Her face was like the reflection of a lake and her cheeks were pink. She swept her eyebrows and brushed the willow branches. In the blink of an eye, she looked like a lotus. Hidden behind the fragrance of the lotus, the dew of the green roamed through the summer. The corners of Shui Rui's mouth curled into a smile, and he lightly muttered. This shade of green that could be either thick or light really suited her to the extreme. Yushu did not hear him talking to himself. She was still fiddling with her new dress. She frowned and asked the tailor, "Isn't this dress too long? It's going to drag on the floor." The tailor shook her head and said, "Miss, this dress is not long at all. Haven't you seen the latest fashion in the capital? It's going to drag on the floor. If you don't believe me, you can ask this young master." Yushu turned her head towards Shui Rui. The latter had already restrained his gaze a little before she turned around to look at him. He nodded very politely, "It's not long, it's very suitable." She stood up and walked to the counter. "This shop also sells hairpins, rings, and jewelry. I picked out a few pieces while I was waiting for you. You can change into them." Yushu has put on women's clothes. Of course, she can't comb her hair into a man's bun. Just now, when she was changing her clothes inside, the tailor helped her tidy her hair. She combed it into a lady style, but she didn't wear any hairpins. Shui Rui took the tray from the shopkeeper's hand and handed it to the tailor to Yushu. She lowered her head and saw that the tray was covered with red silk. There were a dozen or so items neatly arranged. From hairpins and pearls to earrings and bracelets, not a single item was missing. Just by looking at the quality and workmanship, one could tell that the price was not cheap. "How much does this cost?" Yushu suddenly raised her head and asked the shopkeeper. "Ah." The shopkeeper turned his head and looked at Shui Rui. He didn't see the latter's expression. He hesitantly smiled and said, "Young master and young lady are the first customers today. I'll make it a round figure of 50 taels." Yushu smiled. She often came to the exchange shop and knew the price of gold and jade. She glanced at the calm Shui Rui and didn't expose him. She brushed her hand across the tray and picked up a dragonfly necklace carved from jade. She put it on her hair and took the mirror that the tailor handed to her. She looked at herself and said to Shui Rui, "I'll take this one. If I wear it too much, I'll have a headache and it will affect my thinking." Shui Rui knew not to overdo it and didn't force her on the details. He took out some banknotes and placed them on the table. The tailor went to the back to retrieve the clothes that Yushu had changed out of and wrapped them into a bundle for her. Yushu carried it and followed Shui Rui out of the shop one after the other. When they got on the horse carriage, Yushu tried to lift her legs twice because she was wearing a skirt that hindered her feet. Shui Rui snickered behind her and reached out his hand to support her at the right time, but she ignored him. She directly lifted her skirt above her knees and climbed onto the horse carriage. Secretly sighing a pity, Shui Rui withdrew his hand and followed her onto the carriage. "To Dingbua Hall." The carriage driver replied and rolled down the curtain, concealing the figures of the two. Dingbua Hall, which was located on Qingping East Street, was a courtyard under the name of Prince Xiang. It was named after the natural lake in the hall. It was often the place where Prince Xiang held his banquets and drank wine. But today, the guest was Prince Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. It wasn't a banquet, but a trading game. The younger brother of the current emperor, Prince Xiang, did not pay much attention to the court affairs. He spent most of his time traveling and did not show up in the capital. As the eldest son of the first wife, Lu Jiong, who was appointed early, mingled in the capital. Like his father, he was famous for enjoying himself. On the way, Shui Rui roughly explained the situation to Yushu. This was the first time that Yushu heard about the court affairs. Although she knew that the people that Shui Rui would be in contact with were the big shots in the capital, but the moment they met, it was the nobles. She couldn't help but feel a bit fresh and nervous. As a commoner, the highest level that she had seen in her previous life was a municipal leader. Now that she was suddenly told that she would be seeing the highest-level figures of the Daran dynasty, it would be strange if she could stay calm. Yushu drank another mouthful of tea and calmed her mind. She said, "There are no other rules. You should tell me as soon as possible so that I won't embarrass you later. Don't blame me for being rude." Shui Rui said in a relaxed tone, "It doesn't matter. There are many people who don't care about trifles. When we reach the place, you just need to follow by my side and don't wander around." Yushu nodded her head. As they were talking, the carriage arrived in front of the Dingbo building. The coachman rolled up the curtain. Shui Rui got off the carriage first. This time, he learned from his mistake and reached out to help her. Yushu jumped down by herself. She shook the hem of her skirt and looked up. There was a gate with a lion head plaque. The two sides of the gate were wide open. On the steps in front of the gate, there were 4 delicate and pretty manservants with green scarves on their heads. There was also a middle-aged steward. Seeing that there were carriages and horses waiting in front of the gate, he came forward to lead the way. The steward looked at Shui Rui and bowed, "Master Rui." He also bowed to Yushu at the side. Yushu didn't know the etiquette, so she simply nodded her head and didn't return the greeting. As Shui Rui led Yushu inside, he asked the steward who followed him, "Am I early? Why don't I see many people? Don't tell me that your heir hasn't woken up yet." Yushu and Shui Rui left early and were delayed on the road. It was still early in the morning and the sun had just risen. The steward pursed his lips and smiled. "The heir got up early and is waiting for guests in the Huai Xian Hall. Second Master Zhu and Master Rui are already here." Yushu listened to the tone in which Shui Rui spoke to the steward. She knew that he had a good relationship with the heir of Prince Xiang whom she hadn't met before. She then relaxed and had the leisure to look at the scenery of the garden along the way. Because the only mansion she had seen before was the Ji family in Yang. Comparing it to this place, she suddenly felt that she had been short-sighted before. If the Ji family could be said to be imposing, then this Dingbo mansion could be said to be unique everywhere, whether it's the feng shui or the scenery. The road surface was made of limestone slabs cut into squares. The sides of the road were planted neatly with unknown flowers and plants, giving off a fragrant scent. The green trees were high and low, arranged in picturesque disorder without a single dead branch or withered leaf. Under the eaves, there were colorful murals of auspicious carvings. Copper bells and fortune pouches hung from the corners. The lanterns hanging in the corridor were all white lanterns made of cursive script. Hanging from the walls were 7-colored silk tassels. It was unknown how quiet and beautiful it would be if they were lit at night. Shui Rui saw that Yushu was looking left and right with curiosity in her eyes. He slowed down by 2 steps and retreated to her side. He tilted his head and whispered, "There are more interesting places in the capital than here. I'll bring you to see them one by one another day." Yushu regained her senses from the enchanting courtyard. Hearing Shui Rui's suggestion, she did not reject or welcome it. She only replied nonchalantly, "If there's a chance." Since Shui Rui was aware of her temperament, he did not pursue the fact that her words were somewhat perfunctory. The two of them followed the steward through the corridor and exited through an arched door. Not more than 50 steps later, they saw a hall with a door of 8 blessings for good fortune. On the 2 pillars in front of the door hung a pair of chiseled couplets. The first couplet read, "Do not hide anything in your heart." The second couplet was, "Do not stop even half a step in front of the door." Not seeing the horizontal inscription, Yushu walked closer and looked at it. When she reached the door, she could not help but laugh secretly. Isn't this couplet hiding the 2 words Huai Xian? If the owner deliberately hung it, then this Prince of Xiang must be a smart person. The hall behind the door was very spacious. It was more than enough to seat 20 to 30 people. The floor was covered with velvet blankets and incense tables. There were already more than 10 people chatting inside. When they saw Shui Rui and Yushu coming in, one of them who was staring at the door clapped his hands and laughed, "He's here, he's here. Who is the one who said that Brother Rui will be absent again? Punish yourself by drinking 3 cups of wine." Yushu looked inside. The first thing she saw was a 17 or 18-year-old young man sitting behind an incense wooden table at the top. He was wearing a pearl and jade crown. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He must be Prince Yang's heir, Lu Jiong. Beside him sat a budding young lady. She was beautiful and had a gentle expression. On both sides of the table, separated by a short distance, there were another 7 to 8 people. They were all young masters dressed in brocade clothes. Sitting at the same table was a beautiful young lady. There was only one exception, and that was the young man who was punishing others by drinking 3 cups of wine. Yu Shu was a step behind. Shui Rui walked in unhurriedly. His eyebrows and eyes carried a little bit of frivolity. He joked with the few people, "Who is betting with me again? Come, let me punish him by drinking 3 cups of wine first." Lu Jiong pointed to the young man sitting alone and said cheerfully, "Isn't it Zhao Miao? Just because he stayed in the Taisha Shu Garden for 2 years more than us, he gave himself the title of Know-It-All. He is arrogant all day long." "Brother Rui, you came at the right time. Quickly teach him a lesson on our behalf." This Feng Zhaomiao was not anyone else. His grandfather was the same as Shui Rui's grandfather. He was a veteran of 3 dynasties. However, the Shui family was literate while the Feng family was martial. Zhaomiao was the youngest son of the Feng family. Unlike his grandfather and father, he did not have a son to inherit his father's business. Zhaomiao was reported by Lu Jiong, but he still had a righteous look on his face. "Brother Rui, after you returned to the capital, you went to the Supreme Court and did not play with us. I said that if you don't come this time, I will find a few third-class guards to tie you up." Shui Rui said, "Well, it seems that I have to visit the old master at the general's residence tomorrow and tell him about his good grandson who got drunk and smashed someone's shop. In the end, he wanted me to bring him out of the yamen. Let the old master tie you up and lock you up for 10 days to half a month first." Feng Zhaomiao immediately lost his confidence and begged for mercy with a sad face. "Don't, I was just joking with you." Shui Rui said pleasantly, "I was also joking with you." A wave of roaring laughter resounded in the hall. Lu Jiong teased Feng Zhaomiao, and Feng Zhaomiao's face became slightly hot from his words. She anxiously changed the topic, and her gaze flickered when she noticed Yu Shu who was behind Shui Rui. She raised her voice to suppress everyone and asked Shui Rui curiously, "Brother Rui, you haven't introduced the guest you brought today. Who is this young lady?" Chapter 183. This is Miss Lianfang. Yu Shu turned to look at Shui Rui and raised her eyebrows slightly. When did she change her name? Why didn't she know? Shui Rui responded to her with a look to calm down. He pointed to the people in the hall and introduced them one by one on her behalf. "This is Prince Yang's heir. This is the youngest son of General Feng. This is the second son of Grand Secretary Qi of Hanlin Academy. And this is the only son of Earl of Loyalty and Bravery." Yu Shu followed Shui Rui to get to know everyone. Even though she herself was a nobody, out of respect for Shui Rui, the group of spoiled brats present here agreed amiably and didn't make things difficult for her. However, Feng Zhaomiao seemed to be very interested in Yu Shu, and he kept on chatting with her. "Miss Lianfang is also a student of the Imperial Historian's Library? Why haven't I seen you before? Did you enter through a special examination?" Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui did not intend to help her explain, so she answered honestly, "I am not a student of Taisha Library." The seating arrangement in this banquet was very spacious. Shui Rui led Yu Shu to sit behind a table that was close to them. Even though it was a neighboring table, they weren't on the same banquet. When she looked at the young masters and young mistresses in the hall, their actions were all natural and dignified, and they were well-mannered. "Since you are not a student of Taisha Library, you must be a disciple of a master. May I ask who your master is?" In Feng Zhaomiao's view, the female guest brought by Shui Rui must have some background. Yu Shu said, "I do have a Shifu, but he's a very simple person and doesn't have a name." Feng Zhaomiao was a little surprised. She turned her head and bumped Shui Rui's arm. She asked anxiously in a low voice, "Brother Rui, where did you find this person to make up the number? Why didn't you invite the sisters from Taisha Library? Didn't I send someone to inform them yesterday? The Crown Prince and the others are waiting to catch you today and take advantage of you." Shui Rui looked over his shoulder at Yu Shu and said with a smile, "It's hard to say who will be the butcher." Yu Shu's ears are very sharp. She heard young Master Feng and Shui Rui's mutterings. She did not feel unhappy about being looked down upon. Having lived to her age, she would not be easily angered by a few words. Zhaoqing, what are you two whispering about? Tell us so that we can all hear it. Lu Jiong patted the table, and Feng Zhaoqing immediately sat up straight. What else can I say? I haven't seen Brother Rui for many days. Speaking of which, Crown Prince, who else did you invite today? It's already so late and they still haven't come yet. They're making us sit here and wait. They're really putting on airs. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a loud laugh coming through the door. I'm just a little late, and I already heard Zhao Miao complaining. If I come any later, will I be rejected? The room was quiet. Yu Shu turned her head and saw several figures entering the door one after another. The young man at the front looked about 20 years old. He was wearing a smoky purple robe with a gold and jade hook on his head and a green longevity bead around his neck. His chest was bunched up and his eyebrows were raised, making him look like a jade tree. Just as Yu Shu was curious about this person's identity, her gaze shifted and fell on the graceful woman behind him with a green veil covering her face. She was slightly stunned for a moment before she subconsciously turned her head around and winked at Shui Rui, who was sitting at the next table. Why was Ji Xingxuan here? However, Shui Rui did not receive her question at the moment. He looked at the few people who came to the door. The smile on his face just now disappeared in an instant. At this time, everyone in the hall had come back to their senses. They all stood up and greeted, "Greetings to the seventh prince." Yu Shu was shocked when she heard this. She quickly stood up and greeted the others. The seventh prince? Why did the crown prince come? Lu Hao waved his hand and said casually, "Why are you so reserved? I'm here to play with you today. Are you treating me like an outsider? Sit down." He then turned his head and looked at Shui Rui. He smiled and said in an exceptionally kind voice, "Cheng Bai, I finally caught you." Cheng Bai? He's calling me so affectionately. Yu Shu silently thought. She turned her head and glanced at the expressionless Shui Rui. Is this his name or nickname? Yes, big brother. I haven't seen you since you returned to the capital. His Highness has invited you several times. If I didn't know that you were busy with official business, I would have thought that you were hiding from us. Hearing this voice, Yu Shu noticed that there were other people standing on the right side of the seventh prince. The one who spoke was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. He was of medium height, had white skin, slender eyes, and an overly affectionate smile on his face. She didn't know why, but it made Yu Shu a little uncomfortable. He called Shui Rui big brother? Is he also a young master of the Shui family? Yu Shu was right. This young man was another young master of the Shui family. His name was Shui Guangxiu. He was the third son of Shangshu Shui. He was also the only son of the third branch. He was only younger than Shui Rui. These people that arrived abruptly caused the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere from before to imperceptibly become slightly tense, and the person with the most brilliant expression on his face was Feng Zhaomiao, who sat by Shui Rui's side. He looked at this and that, and he was at a loss for what to do, causing his face to flush slightly red. Yu Shu wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan would recognize her because she was dressed as a woman, so she stood with her back facing Ji Xingxuan. On the contrary, she was facing Shui Rui, so she could clearly see the expression on his face. But when she saw his unusually silent appearance, she suddenly became suspicious. Why did he look a little strange? These people who were late suddenly made the scene awkward. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Shui Rui to speak. Yu Shu did not know what entanglement these people had. When she was thinking about how to get through today, she heard Shui Rui say, "Your Highness, I forgot that I have something to deal with in the yamen. I won't stay for long today." At this moment, even Yu Shu was able to discern that Shui Rui didn't get along with the seventh prince and the other young master Shui. Could it be that he didn't know that these people would come today? After Shui Rui finished speaking, he did not stay any longer. He waved his hand to Yu Shu and was about to leave with her. The Crown Prince Lu Jiong was anxious and shouted behind him, "Brother Rui, don't leave in such a hurry." When someone shouted from behind, there was naturally someone in front of him to stop him. Shui Rui looked at Lu Hao's arm in front of him and stopped walking. He tilted his head to look at him with a bit of mockery in his eyes. When he was looked at like this, Lu Hao felt helpless. Cheng Bai, do you really want to die with me? That day was... There is no need to mention the matter of that day. Shui Rui frowned as he interrupted Chen Shi, and then he turned around to say coldly to Lu Jiong who'd caught up to him. Heir's arrangements today have truly taken great pains, yet I've never had the magnanimity to help others achieve their goals. I've made you waste your efforts. When Lu Jiong heard this, he knew that it was bad. Shui Rui had fallen out with him. In his heart, he suddenly regretted agreeing to Lu Hao and meddling in other people's business. What did the grudges between them have to do with him? When Yu Shu saw Shui Rui putting on a sour face in front of the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince, she secretly broke into a cold sweat for him. She was even more puzzled. This surnamed Shui has always been smooth in handling matters. Why is his temper so bad now? It is as if he has changed into a different person. Lu Jiong no longer persuaded, but it did not mean that Lu Hao was willing to let them go. He blocked in front of Shui Rui with his hand and did not move. However, the smile on his face was gone. He frowned and showed a bit of arrogance. Since you have come, how can you just leave like this? Yu Shu secretly clicked her tongue. Since the soft approach did not work, he wanted to use the hard approach? Shui Rui turned around and faced Lu Hao. Your Highness, what do you want? Lu Hao's eyes flickered. Today we are here to gamble. Why don't we make a bet? If you win, you will do one thing for me. If I win, I will do one thing for you. How about it? When these words came out, everyone in the hall had a change of expression. They all knew that Lu Hao was not joking. He was seriously proposing a bet with Shui Rui. What? You don't dare? When Lu Hao saw that Shui Rui didn't reply, he goaded him. You've been away from the capital for 2 years, yet your courage has shrunk quite a bit. The Shui city Bai from all those years ago has actually become a cowardly turtle that only knows how to hide? What do you want to bet? Shui Rui interrupted his ridicule. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. But in this kind of situation, it was not good for her to say anything to persuade him. Lu Hao smiled triumphantly. He did not give him half a chance to regret. He turned his head to Lu Jiong and said, Do you have any rat poison from the palace? Go find a packet. Lu Jiong was suspicious. What do you need rat poison for? Lu Hao was not polite to this cousin. I'm telling you to go, so go. Why are you talking so much? Lu Jiong could only send someone to find it. After a while, the rat poison was found. Everyone watched as Lu Hao took a few teacups and poured wine into them. He sprinkled the white rat poison powder into one of the cups and covered the teacup. He threw the empty packet to one side and looked around the room. He pointed at Feng Zhaomiao and said, Zhaomiao, you come. Switch these cups. The rest of you turn your backs. No one is allowed to look. Hearing this, everyone had already guessed what he was going to do. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Lu Hao coldly warned, Today is my, Shui Rui's, private matter. If anyone dares to interrupt or say one more word, don't blame me for being merciless. Several people swallowed their words. Feng Zhaomiao was forced to step forward and switch the cups that looked exactly the same. Then, Lu Hao called out people one by one and stepped forward. He switched the cups 4 times. It was already difficult to tell which cup was poisoned and which was not. After doing this, Lu Hao returned to Shui Rui's side. He pointed at the 6 cups and said to him, Do you see that? There are 6 cups there. Only 1 cup is poisoned. This is the rat poison in the palace. You should know that although it won't kill you, if you mistakenly take it, you will be poisoned and will injure your body. It is inevitable that there will be side effects. Now you and I will each choose 3 cups. Whoever drinks the poisoned cup will lose. Whoever drinks the non-poisoned cup will win. Lu Jiong was today's host. Seeing that the 2 of them were going to fight to the death in his territory, he couldn't help but say, Aren't you trying to trick me? If something happens here, how am I going to explain it to my superiors? Lu Hao said, How am I trying to trick you? I didn't say that you must drink the poisoned wine. You just have to admit defeat. The last half of his sentence was said while looking at Shui Rui. It was as if he was hinting that he would be the one to admit defeat in the end. Yu Shu frowned in her heart when she saw the matter had developed to such an extent, and she felt that Shui Rui was in a predicament. If it was her, she wouldn't even give it a thought before refusing. After all, luck was the most unreliable thing, and who knew whose hands that cup of poisoned wine would fall into? Do you choose first, or do I choose first? Yu Shu was startled. She turned her head to look at Shui Rui. She couldn't believe that this smart guy would actually agree to this stupid bet. Chapter 184. Xian, do you dare to help me choose 3 glasses? Everyone's eyes fell on the girl covered with a green veil. Only then did they notice this famous figure in Taisha Library. She said softly, "Why not? Your Highness, please wait a moment." Lu Hao laughed and looked at the girl who walked forward and circled around the table with wine. His eyes were full of love and he did not hide it at all. Feng Zhaomiao muttered indignantly, "It's so unfair." Lu Hao said, "How is it unfair?" Feng Zhaomiao could not control her mouth. Miss Ji is a famous fortune-teller in Taisha Library. Of course it's much easier for her to choose these glasses of wine. Brother Rui came today to deal with us, but he just brought a random person who has no ability. Isn't this unfair? Yu Shu touched her nose. She was implicated even though she was lying down. Oh! Lu Hao turned his head. Since he entered the door, this was the first time he looked at Yu Shu. His gaze swept past her and returned to Shui Rui. "Cheng Bai, what do you say?" "Since it's a gamble, there's nothing to say." Shui Rui turned around and whispered in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "I'm sorry for getting you involved." Yu Shu shook her head. She was more concerned about how Shui Rui was going to get out of this situation. Shui Rui heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that her expression wasn't displeased, and his expression became much more relaxed. He glanced at the 6 cups of wine on the table, and his gaze flickered imperceptibly as he asked Yu Shu, "Do you dare to help me pick 3 cups?" "I don't dare." Yu Shu answered truthfully. She'd come here today to do her arithmetic, and she didn't intend to bet on luck. If she was unlucky and chose that cup of poisoned wine, causing Shui Rui to die from drinking it, then wouldn't she have to take responsibility? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to what they were saying. When they heard Yu Shu's words, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, they should lose but not lose, right? Compared to the shame on the faces of the others, Shui Rui laughed, and his expression became more relaxed. "If you don't dare, then so be it. I'll choose myself." When Yu Shu saw that he actually wanted her to go forward to get the wine, she hesitated for a moment and couldn't make up her mind. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "Wait, let me help you choose." She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. There was a prince here. Was he someone she could mess around with? She thought that Shui Rui would decline, but unexpectedly, he turned to look at her and nodded. "All right. Help me choose." "Bastard, can't you just decline it a little more?" Yu Shu secretly glared at Shui Rui. This time, she was the one who couldn't back down. She had no choice but to walk forward, pretending to cover half of her face with one hand to prevent being recognized. Just like Ji Xingxuan, she stood by the table with 6 glasses of wine. She could only stare. What should she do? How should she choose? At this time, Ji Xingxuan had already picked up the first glass of wine. She walked back to Lu Hao, under the gaze of the crowd. Lu Hao opened the lid of the teacup and drank it without looking at it. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled at Shui Rui. "It's not poisonous." Ji Xingxuan walked back and walked 2 rounds around the table. She picked a glass of wine faster than before and brought it back to Lu Hao. "It's not poisonous." Lu Hao gestured to Shui Rui that there was an empty glass, and his eyes were filled with victory. "1 more non-poisonous and I'll win." Remove the 3 non-poisonous glasses. Of the remaining 3 cups, 1 of them must be poisoned. Looking at Ji Xingxuan walking back to the table, the impatient Feng Zhaomiao couldn't help but urge Yu Shu, who was still standing in front of the table. "Miss Lianfeng, hurry up and choose. If you don't, there'll be no more." Shui Rui reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He stopped him from shouting and said to Yu Shu's back, "There's no hurry. Take your time to choose. Bring it to me when you're done. Lu Hao turned to look at him. Seeing his calm expression, he felt a little strange, but he couldn't grasp the main point. Shui Rui crossed his arms before him as he turned to glance at Lu Hao, and the corners of his eyes were suffused with a slight smile that carried unknown meaning. In this gamble, whether he won or lost was also a win. It was just that he would have to pay a price if he lost. "Hey, what is she doing?" Feng Zhaomiao exclaimed in surprise, causing Shui Rui to shift his gaze back to the table. He saw Yu Shu, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time, fumbling around on her body. She dug out a few copper coins from somewhere, lifted her skirt, squatted down, and started throwing them on the ground. Ji Xingxuan also noticed Yu Shu's action. Her eyes were full of suspicion. She knew there was a kind of divination that used copper coins to calculate. However, that method had been lost for a long time. How could a young girl use it? Now that Ji Xingxuan was distracted, she had no choice but to repeat what she had seen from the 4 glasses of wine. She closed her eyes and rested for a while before walking around the table again. After about 4 or 5 rounds, she stopped and took a fancy to a glass of wine. She reached out her hand and heard a whisper in her ear. In the blink of an eye, someone beat her to it and snatched the glass of wine. That was not all. The owner of the hands picked 2 glasses in a row, as if he was fighting with her. Before she could react, he took away 3 teacups. At this time, there was only 1 glass left on the table. Extreme East, Extreme West, official eye. Yu Shu murmured. After confirming that she did not take the wrong glass, she turned around and walked to Shui Rui with 3 cups of tea in her hand. Everyone in the leisure hall was dumbstruck. Who would have imagined that she dawdled for so long and actually chose 3 cups in one go, and they could practically foresee that one of these 3 cups would be finished. Those who had a good relationship with Shui Rui all broke out in cold sweat, and they already had hostile expressions as they looked at Yu Shu, who took it to be child's play. Shui Rui helped Yu Shu receive the cup, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry towards her actions that were too rash. Even though he was prepared to drink the rat poison since long ago, he still didn't want to drink it if he could avoid it. "Quick, taste it and see if it is poisonous," Yu Shu urged. She did not know that her words were very strange. Ji Xingxuan did not take the last glass of wine on the table. She returned to Lu Hao's side. Since he had picked 3 cups, she did not need to pick another one. She only knew that the wine in Yu Shu's hand was not poisonous, but she was not sure if the other 2 cups were poisonous. Therefore, she paid attention to it with the others. Yu Shu was holding a cup in her hand and forgot to cover up her face. Ji Xingxuan happened to see her face. Earlier, Ji Xingxuan didn't pay much attention to this young lady who was traveling with Shui Rui. Now that she saw Yu Shu, she frowned and thought for a moment before recognizing Yu Shu's face. It was the young man who had once disguised himself as Xia Jiangmin's side. It was her? Seeing the person who escorted Xia Jiangmin to the capital appeared next to Shui Rui, Ji Xingxuan could not help but have some doubts about Yu Shu's identity. However, she did not expose it on the spot. Instead, she waited to see what would happen. Shui Rui took the cup and drank it without hesitation. He smacked his lips and did not say anything. He picked up the 2nd cup and drank it in one breath. He picked up the 3rd cup. At this time, a group of people in the hall was already nervous. They were afraid that he would hold his stomach, roll on the ground, and faint after drinking the wine. Even Yu Shu, who was picking the wine, looked at Shui Rui nervously. She was just trying to make a Hail Mary. She had no choice but to use the 6 lines to ask the question in front of her. She did not know if it worked. If Shui Rui really got sick after drinking it, she would not be able to pay for it even if she sold herself. Shui Rui raised his head and drank the 3rd cup of wine under everyone's gaze. Yu Shu looked at his straightforward manner, and her mood suddenly became a little strange. Did he trust her too much or himself too much? After swallowing the last mouthful of wine, Shui Rui wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and looked at Yu Shu. His eyes gradually focused and showed a strange look. It seemed that he saw the uneasiness in her expression. He said in a hoarse voice, which had been washed by wine, "I'm fine. You chose very well." Yu Shu breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Lu Hao, who had been staring at Shui, tightened his face. He strode forward, picked up the remaining teacup, and lifted the lid. He put it under his nose and sniffed. There was a faint smell in the wine. This made his face suddenly become unsightly. Ji Xingxuan frowned slightly. Looking at Yu Shu, who was happy, she could not help but wonder whether she was lucky or she really knew how to use that strange technique. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what was going on and wiped their cold sweat. Shui Guangxiu, who came with Lu Hao, secretly clenched his fists. Feng Zhaomiao stuttered and grabbed Shui Rui's arm. "Rui, brother Rui, are you okay?" Shui Rui shook his head and looked at the back of the seventh prince in front of him. He asked, "Your Highness, there is still 1 cup of wine left. Do you want to admit defeat now, or do you want to test it yourself?" Lu Hao turned his face back to the people behind him. When he turned around again, his face had returned to normal. "Cheng Bai, what do you want?" This sentence was a disguised admission of defeat and accepted the bet at the beginning. Shui Rui said, "I just want to be quiet and don't pester me anymore." This sentence was said to save face for Lu Hao, but those who knew the situation at the scene could not hear the severance in Shui Rui's words. 2 years ago, everyone in Anling City knew that the eldest young master of the Shui family and the seventh prince were on the same side. Now it was gone just like that. Outsiders could not even figure out the reason, which made people sigh and sigh. Okay. Lu Hao smiled and loosened his fingers. The cup with rat poison fell to the ground and splashed 3 feet of wine. Everyone was nervous, afraid that he would attack at this time. However, Lu Hao did not lose his composure. He just looked at Shui Rui deeply and left. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yu Shu again and left without saying a word. "Your Highness!" Shui Guangxiu shouted and turned his head to say to Shui Rui, "This time you have completely offended the seventh prince. Are you happy now?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed. "My business. When did it become your turn to interfere?" Shui Guangxiu was humiliated but did not dare to talk back. He lightly snorted and went to chase after Lu Hao. Once this group of uninvited guests left, the atmosphere in Huai Xian Hall became noticeably better. Because Prince Xiang's heir Lu Jiong had privately arranged for Shui Rui to meet with Lu Hao, he felt ashamed. He looked at Shui Rui as if he wanted to say something but stopped. There was a trace of flattery on his face. At this time, Shui Rui was in a good mood and could not be bothered to argue with him. He sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it this time." Yu Shu was still thinking about the look Ji Xingxuan gave her before he left and knew that she had been recognized. She was pondering how Ji Xingxuan would think of her identity when she heard a warm and soft voice full of curiosity asking, "Lianfang lady, the divination technique you used just now, was it the long-lost 6 lines breaking law?" The one who asked the question was the young woman who had been sitting next to Lu Jiong. She seemed to be a female student of Taisher Library. Everyone then remembered the inconspicuous person next to Shui Rui. To be honest, in the bet just now, not only did the seventh prince lose, that Ji Xingxuan also lost. She was not as good as this unknown Lianfang lady in front of them. Thinking of this, it made people overflowing with interest. Yes, what method did you use just now?" Feng Zhaomiao came up excitedly and said carelessly, "Just by throwing a copper coin, you know the cause and effect. Isn't it a trick in Jianghu?" In the face of everyone's inquiry, Yu Shu smiled but did not say anything. She did not hide or respond to the 6 lines breaking law. In fact, she could not tell whether the 3 cups of wine just now were due to luck or the effect of the 6 lines breaking law. After all, she had never used it on such things. Shui Rui glared at Feng Zhaomiao and said to Yu Shu, "Don't bother with this naughty boy. If you get entangled with him, you will have a headache." Then he sneered at Lu Jiong. "Today, I came to introduce her to a few Grand E-Masters. Because of your interference, I came here for nothing." After listening to his words, Lu Jiong first smiled at Yu Shu and then said, "It's not a big deal. Which Grand E-Master do you want to meet? I will write a recommendation letter for you. Just go to their door and find them." Yu Shu was happy and did not hesitate. She gave a few names on the spot. They were the famous masters in Anling City that she heard in Autumn Osmanthus Lane recently. Lu Jiong did not say it out of politeness. He turned around and asked his servant to find the letters and wrote them to Yu Shu one by one, so that she could visit them at any time. In this way it was noon. The crowd had long lost the mood to gamble. They did not eat lunch and left Dinghua House. After saying goodbye in front of the door, they went to their own carriages and sedan chairs. In the carriage, Shuai looked at Yu Shu happily holding the recommendation letters, but he did not ask about the grudge between him and Lu Hao. Although it was what he wanted, he felt a little disappointed because of her indifference. After putting away the recommendation letters, Yu Shu thought of another thing. She put on a straight face and said to Shuai, "This is bad. I didn't get any money from gambling. How can I pay for Xiaoxiu's tuition fees?" Shuai took out a few banknotes from his pocket and gave 2 to her. Yu Shu looked at the denomination of 200 taels. She was very surprised. "Lend me?" Shuai gave the banknotes to her and said in a light tone, "No, it's a reward. A reward for not letting him drink the cup of rat poison. Today's trip was not in vain. Everything that should be solved was solved. Lu Jiong did not send them off. He took the female student from Taisher Shuyuan to the back garden. After dismissing the servants, he took her hand and put her on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said in a lazy voice, "Meow meow, don't you think Xiao Wang is doing a strenuous and unrewarding job?" Xian Miao Yun touched his cheek and said softly, "Shitzi has good intentions. I don't know what grudge young Master Shui has with the 7th prince that is so hard to resolve." Lu Jiong kissed her fingers. "I don't know about their matters. I heard it was because of a woman. Who knows if it's true or not?" Xian Miao Yun did not ask in detail and turned to care about something else. "The 7th prince brought Ji Xingxuan here today. Is it true that the Ji family has a chance to climb up to the emperor's side?" In the past it was hard to say, but now it's not certain. "And? What do you mean?" "There's no harm in telling you, just don't tell outsiders." Lu Jiong lowered his voice. "I heard Fuang say before that the emperor intends to give the 7th prince the 4 daughters of the Xia Jiang family as his concubines. The decree has already been drafted, but Xia Jianging was killed not long ago, so this matter was left unsettled. Looking at cousin's appearance today, he seems to be more interested in this Ji Xingxuan. If you have the heart, you should get closer to her." Xian Miao Yun nodded and sat back. "I'm curious about that Lotus Room girl. Where did young Master Shui find such a person? I've never heard of her before." Lu Jiong said, "What's there to be curious about? From what I can see, she picked the wine cup out of luck. What can she know by throwing a few copper coins?" Chapter 185. Leaving Dinghua Hall, Yu Shu insisted on changing back into men's clothing at the clothing store where she previously bought clothes. Shuai watched her take off her green dress and return to her plain appearance of a young man. He felt it was a pity, but he didn't go overboard and make her wear women's clothing again. After all, they had met today and there was still time. "What should we do with this dress?" Yu Shu asked Shuai as she held the dress she had changed out of. "Of course you keep it. Do you want me to take it back?" Yu Shu thought about it and agreed. It wasn't good to return the clothes she had worn, even though she didn't wear this dress on many occasions. After they changed their clothes, Shuai acted as the host, and the 2 of them found a restaurant in the south of the city to have a meal. They ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and they took the opportunity to chat about some matters during the meal. "Why did you call me Miss Lianfang today? Where did that name come from?" Yu Shu asked as she poked at the fish bones with her chopsticks. Shuai moved the plate of braised fish in front of her and said, "That group of people are very shrewd. Since you are traveling with me today, they will definitely inquire about your background. If you tell them your real name, it's hard to guarantee that they won't investigate thoroughly." "Oh," Yu Shu accepted his explanation and ate a few mouthfuls of rice. She suddenly looked up and said, "Miss Ji family should have recognized me. I am with Xia Jiangmin. I have seen her twice before. Now that she sees me with you, will there be trouble?" Shuai said indifferently, "If she sees, then she sees. What trouble is there?" Yu Shu rolled her eyes. "There's no trouble for you, I am talking about me. After all, I almost replaced her to become your concubine. She should have some impression of me. If she thinks about it, It's hard to say that she can't recognize me as the girl who was kicked out by the Ji family. Because they were brought out of prison by Shui Rui, the two of them talked about the past in Yang clearly. Now that the matter of taking in a concubine was mentioned, the two of them didn't feel awkward. In fact, one of them pretended to be confused. One was pretending to be confused. Yushu thought that Shui Rui didn't know that she had offended the Ji family by helping Zhao Hui with the lawsuit. However, Shui Rui had seen it outside the yamen that day, so he heard her say this. Knowing what she was worried about, he put down his chopsticks and said to her, "You don't have to worry about that." The Ji family was one of the top families in Yang, but it was nothing in Enling City. If one of them gives you a hard time, just come and find me, I'll get rid of them for you. What Yushu wanted was this promise from Shui Rui. Hearing him say this, she was relieved. If the Ji family really came to find trouble with her in the future, at least she had a shield. As for whether or not she owed Shui Rui a favor, she was no longer as calculative as before. As the saying goes, one does not need to worry about too much debt. Anyway, she wouldn't run away. There would always be a chance to pay him back in the future. Oh yes, when you picked the wine glasses, was it divination? What's the meaning of it? Shui Rui didn't think that Yushu picked the 3 glasses of wine today by luck. Firstly, the Yushu he knew wouldn't do such an unreliable thing. Secondly, he heard someone mention this 6 lines, divination. Yushu didn't answer Shui Rui perfunctorily like she did to others. She thought for a moment and said, "It is indeed a divination. However, I've never used it on divination before, so I must have been lucky to be able to pick it." Shui Rui said with interest, "What's so great about divination? How accurate is it?" Yushu said after some consideration, "I can ask about the present and recent events. If I know nothing, I won't be accurate. The more detailed I ask, the more accurate my divination will be. For example, I can see the positions of the 6 glasses of wine today. I can tell that they are made of porcelain, their color, and the time. If I want to ask about the danger, I have to meet the requirement of asking about the matter. My accuracy should be around 7 or 8. Fortunately, Shui Rui had a wide range of knowledge and dabbled in it. After listening to her explanation, he understood but was also confused. If you have such ability, why do you still set up a stall on the street to do divination? Why don't you refer to Dian? Isn't there a better way out? Being able to hit 7 or 8 was a high standard. The Dian masters in the capital were only at this level. Yushu said in frustration, "It's not that simple. You don't know. Although I have learned some skills from some fortuitous encounters, my talent is very poor. This divination is powerful, but due to my innate talent, it can only be used on me. If I use it on others, it won't be accurate. Today, when I asked about the danger, I was also asking myself." "It's a pity," Shui Rui said regretfully. "Otherwise, with this divination, you can stand out in Yishu." The Dian examination was divided into many subjects. One of them was Yishu, which tested different types of divination methods such as dream interpretation, word reading, incense counting, etc. Yushu did not want to dwell on the topic of 6-line spellbreaking, so she changed the topic. "What I learned is a mess. These days of setting up a stall on the street, I have benefited a lot. I can put what I learned into practice and organize information. My foundation in divination is much stronger than before." Shui Rui said with a smile, "I couldn't tell that you are a down-to-earth person." Yushu snorted. She thought that it was good to reach the sky in one step, but if she did not first stabilize her footing, the chances of falling would be too high. She was always too lazy to think about things that she had no confidence in. After the two of them finished their lunch, Shui Rui sent Yushu back to Huixing Street. Before she got off the carriage, he called out to her, "I have already informed the academician of Baichuan Academy. Tomorrow, you can directly bring Xiaoxiu over to mention my name. I still have official business to attend to tomorrow and cannot accompany you." Yushu was worried that she would have to explain to that child when Xiaoxiu met Chao Zixin. She was happy and relaxed. "All right, go ahead." Shui Rui said, "When I am done, I will go to Qiu Guifang to find you." Because they ran into each other from time to time these days, Yushu was used to him coming to her from time to time. she responded and turned to leave along the street. Shui Rui leaned against the window and watched her disappear without looking back. He shook his head and smiled. Because of the little expectation in his heart, he actually felt a little depressed. This girl really did not have the slightest interest in him. Yu Shu got 200 taels of silver from Shui Rui as a reward, which relieved the tension in her hands. On the way home, she thought about how to distribute the money. She did not expect to hear such news when she returned home. Xia Zhang's family came and Xia Mingming was taken away. Yu Shu stood at the door of Xia Mingming's room and looked at the unfolded quilt in the room. She turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "When did they leave?" "Just after lunch," Yu Xiaoxiu said with a slightly unhappy expression. "Several people suddenly came to our house. One of them claimed to be a housekeeper and threw some money to us." After saying a few words, he hurriedly took Xia Mingming away. He didn't even ask her to tidy up his clothes. Yu Shu was suspicious. "Money?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and pulled her into the inner room. Sure enough, there was a plate of silver ingots on the dining table. On top of it, there was a yellow, furry, suspicious object. When it saw people approaching, it rolled and stood up, baring its teeth and threatening to not let people come closer. Yu Shu expressionlessly grabbed Kim Bao's tail and threw the yellow-skinned mouse that was trying to jump up and bite her finger to Yu Xiaoxiu. She counted the silver and found that there were about 200 taels. She then shook out a few banknotes on the bedding. Each banknote was 100 taels. There were 5 banknotes in total. In the past, when Yu Xiaoxiu saw so much money, he would definitely be so excited that his face would turn red. However, at this moment, he was abnormally sullen. He didn't even try to coax Kim Bao, who was screaming and rolling on his knees. It was obvious that the Xia Zhang's family's rich and overbearing behavior had angered him. Yu Shu, who was a money-minded person, felt happy when she saw this windfall. She put the banknotes back and sat at the table. She poured a mouthful of tea and drank it. She turned her head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "Did Xia Mingming leave any message?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "She did. She told me to tell you that her father has entered the capital. She has to rush back to see him. She can't stay and wait for you to come back." Yu Shu nodded. She could understand Xia Mingming's eagerness. Xia Jiangying had been murdered and hadn't been buried yet. It wasn't easy for someone to take charge of the family. He must be anxious to go back and discuss it. After pressing this item, Yu Shu looked around and didn't see Jing Chen's figure. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Where's your big brother Jing?" "Oh, someone came to pick Mingming up just now." Big brother Jing went back to his room to avoid them. He should be taking an afternoon nap now. "Do you want me to wake him up?" Yu Shu was a bit puzzled. Recently, Jing Chen seemed to be particularly fond of taking afternoon naps. He often went back to his room to rest after lunch. He would sleep until dusk. Those who didn't know would think that he went to do something at night and slept during the day. "Well, you go and tell him that we are going out to buy some paper, pens, clothes, and the like. Ask him if he wants to go." Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu to call Jing Chen. She also asked him to take away the noisy Kim Bao. She took the heavy plate of silver and returned to the room. She folded the banknotes and the ones given by Shui Rui and put them under the locked cabinet. She took out 2 ingots of silver and wrapped them in cloth. She was going to use them to buy things later. In addition to the pen and paper, the 3 of them also need to buy a cotton-padded coat. Yu Xiaoxiu was going to study in the capital, so his clothes couldn't be shabby. She taught this child to be more confident. Otherwise, he would be like the time when he was in the Sanja study room, where he couldn't lift his head and was bullied and ridiculed. It went against her original intention. After putting away the money, Yu Shu put the dress she wore today into the cabinet. She tidied up her belongings and went out. She saw Jing Chen standing in the living room. His hair was slightly messy and his forehead was slightly red. He looked like he just woke up. "Are you going out?" Jing Chen asked. Yu Shu nodded her head. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Although it was risky to take Jing Chen out, it was unreasonable to always let him stay at home. She had to be careful to watch him. She planned to go out, but who would have thought that Jing Chen shook his head? "I'm not going." "You're not going? Are you not feeling well?" "No." Jing Chen didn't know how to lie, But he couldn't tell Yu Shu that he wanted to practice swordsmanship at home while they were out. He thought about it and reluctantly found a reason. I don't want to go out. Yu Shu had a strange expression on her face. Why did Jing Chen have the same problem as Yu Xiaoxiu? He didn't want to go out and liked to stay at home to draw. This was a sign of a nerd. Not good. Such a chivalrous person was almost turned into a nerd by her. Wasn't it bad for her? Then you stay at home today. After I send Xiaoxiu to school tomorrow, I'll take you to the Taoist temple in the city the day after tomorrow to see if you can remember anything. Chapter 186. If they were too big, they would not be able to display their skills. It would be best for them to temporarily stay in a reputable but not too well-known shop. Yu Shu knew of two such shops. One was the Heavenly Star shop located on West Qugafang Street and the other was the Zhou family shop located on East Street. If she had to choose between the two, Yu Shu would lean towards the latter. For no other reason than the fact that the owner of the Zhou family shop was familiar with shopkeeper's son of Sunji Tavern, it would be more convenient to introduce them to each other. Yu Shu decided to bring Jing Chen to the Taoist temple tomorrow and ask shopkeeper's son to introduce them. It was Yu Xiaoxiu's first day at school and he felt pretty good. Yu Shu picked him up from Baichuan Academy before dusk. On the way back, she listened to him gesticulating and talking about all the things that happened in the academy today. For example, what the headmaster said, how some of his classmates were younger than him, and how their lunch was delicious, etc. Yu Shu could see that he was trying hard to adapt to the new environment and was very gratified. When she passed by the pork shop, she bought a caddy of pork and another caddy of fish. She planned to cook a good meal for him when she returned home at night. When the two of them returned home, Jing Chen was cleaning the courtyard. There were old trees growing in the front and back of the alley. Autumn had begun to shed their leaves. Whenever there was a slight breeze, it would blow towards their courtyard. If they didn't clean it up, it would accumulate all over the place. Jing Chen was holding a broom that was about the same height as a person. His hair was tied up behind his back and his forehead was slightly wet with sweat. He practiced the sword for the whole afternoon. Yu Shu did not know and thought that he was tired from work. She took the broom from his hand and said, "You only need to sweep the courtyard once a day. Go wash your face, I will cook now." Jing Chen gave the broom to Yu Shu and went to wash his face. When he came out, Yu Xiaoxiu stopped him in the courtyard. Holding the new textbooks he received today, he embarrassedly begged, "Big brother Jing, can you help me write my name on the pages? I am afraid I will dirty the books." Okay. Jing Chen brought him back to his room. Yu Xiaoxiu stood by the table and grinded the ink. Jing Chen flipped through the book, glanced at a few pages, and asked him, "Is the school interesting?" Yu Xiaoxiu heard the concern in his words and answered carefully, "There were quite a lot of people. The headmaster has a good temper and the students are very polite to me. Oh, but there are some parts of the book that I don't understand." Jing Chen asked, "Where?" Yu Xiaoxiu put down the ink stick and wiped his hands. He flipped to the part that he heard in class today and pointed it out to Jing Chen. "Look, it says here, the book of changes is a book. It cannot be far away. The path of changes is constantly changing. It cannot be an important part of the book, only changes are suitable." But what does only changes are suitable mean? The teacher didn't explain it clearly, so I don't understand it. I even asked my brother, but she doesn't know either. She asked me to go to the school tomorrow and ask the teacher. Yu Shu did not learn the book of changes from an orthodox teacher. She often did not understand these written things. She knew nothing about the ancient language. When Yu Xiaoxiu asked her these questions, she was also confused and blamed the teacher in the school. Yu Xiaoxiu said this to Jing Chen, not expecting Jing Chen to answer his questions. He just mentioned it in passing. Unexpectedly, Jing Chen stared at the line of words and blurted out, "The way of heaven operates, only changes are suitable. The world is ever-changing and one should adapt to it." What did you say? Yu Xiaoxiu was confused. Jing Chen was in a trance for a moment. He came back to his senses and pointed to the 4 words "only changes are suitable" at the top of the book. He said, "This should be saying that everything is always changing." One should not follow the rules and regulations. One should adapt to the situation. Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment and clapped his hands. So that's what it means. Then he read the 2 sentences a few times. The more he read, the more he understood. He then asked curiously, "Brother Jing, how do you know this meaning?" Jing Chen thought for a moment and told him, "Recently, I remember some grammar from time to time. I don't know where it came from. In my dreams, I often dream that someone is talking to me. I don't know what the words are, but when I wake up, I remember most of it." When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, his mouth opened wide in surprise. He put the book on the table and rushed to the courtyard to shout for Yu Shu, "Sister, brother, brother. Come quickly, big brother Jing seems to have remembered something." When Yu Shu heard this shout from the kitchen, she threw the kitchen knife on the chopping board and wiped the oil on her apron. Then she rushed into Jing Chen's room. What did he say? What did he remember? Jing Chen saw that the 2 of them looked anxious, so he took out the paper from the drawer and passed it to Yu Shu. "I wrote it all on this." It was dusk. Yu Shu took the paper and retreated to the door. With the help of the light, she took a closer look. She saw that the words on the paper were very clear. Some were 1 sentence, some were 1 or 2 words. She didn't understand what they were. She flipped to the next paper and saw the 3 words that were repeatedly written on the first line: adversity blocking stone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Thank you Ruyu Yenran, Xiaoxia, Xiege 26, Infinity, Shiyu 10085118974, Acme, Vimua, Bright River 1, Himmouth, H. Cricket, Lily Winter, Xiao Xiao Qian, Song Yi, Don't Surf the Internet, Orange Who Likes Reading, Steamed 21. Yu Shu took Yu Xiaoxiu out to the familiar autumn osmanthus square. They went to a few shops and found a place to buy ready-made clothes for Yu Xiaoxiu. She picked a set of clothes for him to wear to school tomorrow. Then she went to the silk shop to find a tailor to make other clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to spend money. Seeing that Yu Shu was picking expensive materials, he pulled her to a corner and whispered to her to choose cheap ones. Yu Shu poked his forehead. "You're more stingy than me. Who asked you to save money?" Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice, "I didn't earn the money. It was given by someone else." It was easy for Yu Shu to understand Yu Xiaoxiu's thoughts. She knew that he cared about the money that Xia Mingming's family left behind and didn't want to spend it. She didn't think much of it. Although she saved Xia Mingming and took care of her in the future, it didn't mean that she didn't deserve it. From Xia Jiangjia's point of view, the safety of their Mrs. Life was much more important than a few hundred taels of silver. Since they gave it to her, she wasn't so noble as to not use it or give it back. But to Yu Xiaoxiu, she had to change her approach. She couldn't be too direct or too realistic. She had to leave some room for purity and nobility. What are you thinking? It's not like we're taking it for free. She's been living at home all these days, and she has to spend money on food and drinks. Do you think she won't feel embarrassed? Don't just think about yourself, think about others. If we don't take the money, how can we feel? Is that so? Li Ran, if you don't believe me, you can ask her next time you see her. Yu Shu had a stomach full of fallacies, but to coax Yu Xiaoxiu was like drinking cold water. Yu Xiaoxiu was fooled by her words and didn't keep a straight face anymore. He obediently let Yu Shu pick out the needle and thread for him. Yu Shu had made up her mind not to let Yu Xiaoxiu be looked down upon in school. She took care of everything when she bought things. She picked out the best purses, handkerchiefs, scarves, and hairbands. She spent all the money she brought before she led the dizzy Yu Xiaoxiu back home with a full load. One day at the end of October, Yu Shu woke up early and led Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy in the north of the city. She brought some gifts and paid a visit to Academician Song, who was over 50 years old. She mentioned Shui Rui's name and quickly helped Yu Xiaoxiu complete the admission procedures and pay 2 months' tuition fees. Academician Song very responsibly tested Yu Xiaoxiu on a few questions about learning. After estimating his level, he arranged for him to be enrolled in the 3rd class. He also asked his page boy to go to the library to get a few textbooks for him. Then he led Yu Xiaoxiu to the back courtyard, where the teachers rested, and personally gave him a few words of advice. Yu Xiaoxiu was very shy in front of strangers and didn't say much. But his well-behaved manner was liked by the elders. When the teachers saw that it was the academician who personally led them and that he was dressed well and had a fair face, they decided to take care of him in the future. There were 5 lecture halls in Baichuan Academy with a spacious garden and a small shooting range that could accommodate 30 to 50 people. Although the scale was only average in the north of the city, it was many times better than the Sanja study house in Jinyang. After all, Yu Xiaoxiu was still a child and was very curious about the new environment. After being led around the academy by academician Song, his previous remaining resistance also disappeared. "Mr. Yu, does your younger brother plan to listen to the lecture today or come tomorrow?" Academician Song asked. Yu Shu said, "Since he's here, let him go to class. I'll come pick him up in the afternoon." "All right." Academician Song then led them to the 3rd class lecture hall. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked behind and softly told him, "Lunch is in the back hall. If you don't know the place, just ask someone. You've paid for the meal. Wait for me at the door after class in the afternoon. Today is the first day, I'll come pick you up and let you know the way. Next time you'll be able to walk by yourself." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and looked left and right, looking at the banners that could be seen at regular intervals along the corridor. After escorting Yu Xiaoxiu to the entrance of the lecture hall, academician Song led the others inside. Yu Shu stood outside and peeked in through the half-open window. She saw that there was enough space for 20 people to sit inside. The windows were bright and the tables were clean. There were more than a dozen children in their teenage years. Each of them had a desk and a short chair. Their faces were filled with childish innocence. When they saw the new students, they all looked at them curiously. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was arranged to sit in an empty seat in the 2nd row, Yu Shu turned her head and left with academician Song after the teacher signaled for him to take out his textbook and listen to the lecture with the other children. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to school, Yu Shu walked out of Baichuan Academy and aimlessly on the street for a while. After the beginning of winter, the weather turned cold. The leaves on the streets were all withered. The only green that could be seen were some evergreen pines and cypresses that grew out of the eaves of some houses. It was a rare sight to see green everywhere like the Dinghua Hall he visited yesterday. It was as if it was spring all year round. The sun was hidden in the clouds, and the weather was a bit gloomy. It looked like rain was about to fall, but Yu Shu knew that the rain would be delayed until the evening of the day after tomorrow. It was rare to have such free time to wander around. Yu Shu calmed herself down and sorted out the recent situation, making plans for the future. Xia Mingming left and Xiaoxiu entered the school smoothly. Her fortune-telling stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane was doing well and had a little reputation on the street. She didn't have to worry about money for the time being. Next, she considered finding a barter shop to be a barter customer. On one hand, she could get in touch with higher-level customers, and on the other hand, she could accumulate some experience for opening her own shop in the future. Chapter 187. Late at night, Yu Shu was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. She couldn't fall asleep, so she got up and gently turned on the oil lamp. She took a few pieces of paper with "Sleep Talk" written on it from Jing Chen before dinner in the evening and sat in front of the window thinking. It was a good sign that Jing Chen could dream about the past. Although he still couldn't remember anything, there were some clues to find. The bad thing was that some of the things he dreamed were not good news for Yu Shu. Speaking of which, it had to be traced back to half a year ago when she and Jing Chen had met in Yang. He had given her a stone called Yellow Frost, which she had accidentally lost. Before this, she had only felt that it was a pity, but now it seemed that the small yellow stone was actually not an ordinary item. If it had fallen into the hands of someone else, it would have instead become a bad thing. That yellow frost stone was also known as the adversity blocking stone. It was the treasure of Jing Chen's sect. It was mainly used to block disasters for people close to him, so that they wouldn't be harmed by the Kata star. As for what other uses it had, Yu Shu didn't know. She didn't tell Jing Chen that the stone was used to block him. She only mentioned that he gave it to her, but she lost it. At this time, it was too late to complain that Jing Chen casually gave such an important thing to her. She was the one who lost the adversity-blocking stone, so she had to take the main responsibility. But it had been so long, to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was just a small stone, who knew where it was lost? She took out the booklet that was pressed on the corner of the table and flipped through it. It was densely packed, and it was all about the big and small disasters that she had predicted for the people around her these days. Counting the days, the time of Jing Chen's Ketu Star's attack should be coming soon. In the next few days, there would be trouble one after another. She carefully guarded against it, but she didn't know what kind of disaster was hidden in front of her. Sigh, if only there was a way to predict where the adversity-blocking stone is now. Yushu sighed anxiously. She suddenly had this crazy idea and couldn't stop herself from thinking about it. She didn't feel sleepy at all. Thereupon he counted the copper coins, took a pen and paper, and tossed out the numbers of the adversity-blocking stone that were related to her. He wrote them down one by one, buried them on the table, and began to write. He was trying to find a clue. Unknowingly, night had fallen outside the window. The sky was half dark and half bright. It was the time when people were sleepy and did not wake up. Jing Chen, who lived in the west room, woke up and planned to practice his swordsmanship for an hour before dawn. However, he saw a light under the big room's window, and a figure was reflected on the thin paper of the window. He was very surprised. Why aren't you asleep at this time of the day? Yushu was racking her brains over a bunch of numbers. She even pulled out a few tufts of her hair, so she didn't hear the gentle knock on the window above her head. It wasn't until Jing Chen's question entered the room through the window that she suddenly came to her senses. She looked up and saw that it was almost dawn. Little fish. Yushu stood up and opened the window. After sitting for half the night, her waist couldn't stand it anymore and creaked. She quietly moaned and opened the window. She saw Jing Chen, who was wearing a white shirt, standing outside the window. He looked at her with a slightly worried expression. Why aren't you sleeping at this time? Yushu rubbed her waist and said, I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Jing Chen lowered his head. His line of sight looked past the window and fell on the messy table. He wondered, what are you doing? Yushu yawned. I want to see if there is a way to calculate where the adversity-blocking stone is. Listening to her explanation, Jing Chen was puzzled and asked, didn't you say that it was lost a long time ago? It's been so long, how can we find it? It's not easy to find it, but it can be calculated. As soon as this was mentioned, Yushu became energetic. She didn't even ask why Jing Chen got up at this time. She was afraid that she would wake up Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sleeping in the room, so she quickly gathered up the drafts that were scattered everywhere on the table. She grabbed the coat on the back of the chair and whispered to Jing Chen, wait for me, I'll talk to you outside. Jing Chen looked at the window in front of him, closed from the inside. After a while, he heard the sound of the door of the big room. He turned his head and saw Yushu coming out with clothes on her back. She closed the door and waved at him. Jing Chen understood and walked forward. Yushu pushed open the room where Xia Mingming slept, lit the lamp, and sat down with Jing Chen at the four-corner tea table. She put the lamp in her hand and held the stack of papers. She pointed to the top and explained to Jing Chen, look, these are the days before and after you gave me the yellow frost stone. These are the days when I lost it. This stone is not a person, so it can't be found. Of course, it is troublesome to find it, but it won't run away by itself without legs. Let's not talk about where it was thrown away from me. You know I use copper coins to ask about myself, right? I asked many times last night. First, I asked where it was. Out of 10, 8 of them are guideposts. This means that I can ask about it from my body. I also divined whether it can find it or not. The probability is 50-50, which is interesting. If I can't find it, it's close to 40-60, but when Yushu talked about her expertise in probability and estimation, her 2 eyes glowed green with excitement. She didn't care if Jing Chen understood what she was talking about. She told him everything she thought of that night. Actually, she wanted to organize her thoughts and answer her own questions. She didn't even give Jing Chen a chance to interrupt. Fortunately, Jing Chen wasn't a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. If he understood her words, then he understood. If he didn't, then he would skip over it. So, this adversity-blocking stone was lost by me. It's not that I can't find it, it's just like that. Do you understand what I mean? When Yu Shu was finally satisfied, she gave Jing Chen a chance to speak. Actually, Jing Chen didn't really care whether the adversity-blocking stone could be found or not. After all, he couldn't remember anything. He could only rely on the words in his dream. He couldn't understand its importance. But seeing Yu Shu's excited expression, he didn't say anything. Instead, he cooperated and asked, "You mean, you already have a way?" This question hit the nail on the head. Yu Shu scratched her ear. She felt that she was too excited just now. She said embarrassedly, I haven't thought of a concrete method yet. But don't worry, I have a general direction. Give me a few more days to carefully ponder over it." At the end of the day, these were only hypotheses that she built up out of thin air. Without verification, it couldn't be accurate. And take your time to think about it. Jing Chen paused and looked at her eyes under the light. He guessed that she must have stayed up all night. He frowned inwardly but could not say any harsh words to reprimand her. He could only soften his tone and say, "There's no need to rush. Aren't you tired during the day?" "It's okay. My body is fine. I'll tell you." Before she finished her sentence, she yawned and squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Jing Chen didn't know what to say. He pulled her arm and skillfully pulled her up from the chair. He didn't hurt her. He pressed her shoulders and gently pushed her out. "Go back to your room and sleep." I still haven't confiscated the notes I wrote. I'll help you collect them. Go to sleep. Remember to ask Xiaoxiu to wake me up tomorrow morning. I plan to take you to the Taoist temple in the south of the city today. Don't be late." For the first time, Jing Chen gave a perfunctory response to Yu Shu. He pushed her back to the door and watched her enter the room. He stood outside the door for a while. When he heard the sound of her pouring water and drinking tea, and then taking off her shoes and going to bed, he turned around and went back to Xia Mingming's room to tidy up the scattered papers. When Yu Shu woke up, it was already late in the morning. She tucked her hair and climbed out of bed. Yu Xiaoxiu had already gone to school early. She felt a little depressed that no one had woken her up and that she had slept for nothing. She washed her face in the room, and as soon as she went out, she saw Jing Chen sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard. She couldn't help but tease, "You found a proper job to do." In this small courtyard, Jing Chen swept at least 3 times a day. She even suspected that when he was a Taoist in Mount Longhu, he swept the floor in front of the mountain gate. Jing Chen had already heard Yu Shu's footsteps. He stopped practicing the sword steps with the broom in the courtyard in advance. It looked like he was sweeping the floor. He didn't hear the teasing in her words. He looked at her recovered complexion and said, "Did you sleep well?" Yu Shu crossed her fingers over her head, stretched herself, and stepped over the threshold. As soon as she walked into the courtyard, a few drops of something fell on her head. She raised her hand to wipe it and looked at it. Her eyelids twitched. A crow flew over the roof. Yu Shu cursed in a low voice, "Smelly bird." She shook off the bird droppings on her hand and was about to go to the kitchen to get some water to wash up. Who would have thought that when she just took 2 steps, there was another sound on her head. Blue veins suddenly popped out on her forehead. Crow, bird droppings, such a good day, but such a bad omen. Jing Chen stood there and didn't have time to move. He saw the crow, who was squatting on the eaves and watching him sweep the floor, suddenly flew up, circled the courtyard twice, and defecated on Yu Shu's head. Yu Shu, who was refreshed just a moment ago, was on fire the next moment. She came forward and grabbed the broom in his hand. She fiercely chased the crow flying in the air and shouted unclearly, "I let you pee and defecate wherever you want. I let you pee and defecate wherever you want." Kim Bao, who was lying under the window and basking in the sun, was innocently implicated. He was lucky that he didn't get swept away by the broom. He jumped off the windowsill and sneaked to Jing Chen's feet. He hugged his tail and hid behind his feet. He peeked his head out to see that the troublesome black bird couldn't fly after being hit by Yu Shu. Its feathers were all messed up and it was cawing. "That's enough, Xiaoyu." Jing Chen came back to his senses and went forward to stop her. If she hit it a few more times, the crow would have to walk in the future. Yu Shu felt much better after venting her anger. She conveniently stuffed the broom into Jing Chen's arms and said, "Sweep the floor again. I'll go and dry my hair. We'll go out later." "It's already so late, do you still want to go out?" Jing Chen looked at the sun that was rising in the sky. Yu Shu said, "We'll go. Xiao Xiao won't be back at noon. The two of us will eat outside. We'll rent a car to go back and forth. We'll be back before dark." They had to go there sooner or later. They wouldn't be so scared by a bird that they didn't even dare to go out. Chapter 188. Rising Cloud Temple was located in the southern suburbs of Anling City. It was close to the city, so it received a lot of incense. Every day, many pilgrims came to pray to the immortals. Compared to the big exchange houses in the capital city, the temple was divided into a front yard and a backyard. The front yard was spacious. Upon entering, a huge incense burner was placed in the middle of the road. Green smoke could be seen curling up from the burner. A path led straight to the Hall of Three Pristines. Worshippers could be seen shaking hands and worshipping devotees everywhere. Some Taoists were dressed in green and white robes, neatly combed hair and sleeves. They walked freely in the temple. They looked noble and did not take the initiative to talk to others. Therefore, although there were many people in the temple, it was rare for it to be quiet. Yu Shu still managed to find out the location of this Taoist temple from Shuirui. She brought Jing Chen here and circled around the courtyard for a while before entering the main hall. As soon as she entered, her nose was suffocated by the smell of incense and candles, and she almost sneezed. She rubbed her nose and looked at Jing Chen beside her. She saw that he was looking up at the Tao ancestor's sacred statue high up in the air with a dazed look on his handsome face. Yu Shu followed him to look at the huge painted stone statues. After looking for a while, she did not see anything special, so she turned her attention elsewhere. From east to west, there were more than a dozen futons. Most of the pilgrims were female. Some were gray-haired old women, and some were young girls. They closed their eyes and prayed with a pious expression. It was not clear whether they were praying for their children or for their parents' safety. Yu Shu was not an atheist. Seeing this scene, she felt touched and thought of donating some incense money later to go up and worship. "Xiaoyu." After a long while, Jing Chen looked away from the statues and turned to call Yu Shu. He lowered his voice and said with confusion, "I seem to have been here before." Yu Shu chuckled and waved her hand, ordering him to go to a corner of the main hall where there were fewer people. She said to him, "All Taoist temples look like this. It should be the place where you used to live on Mount Longhu, so it feels familiar. I'm sure you haven't been here before." She still remembered that her acquaintance in Yang City, Jing Chen, had told her that this was the first time he had left the mountain. Shangxi was so far away from the capital, and it was not as if he could just leave the house. How could he have come here before? Jing Chen nodded. Xiaoyu knew more about him than she did. Since Xiaoyu said that he had not been here, he must not have been here. "Do you remember anything else?" Yu Shu asked with a face full of expectation. She wanted Jing Chen to recall something after touching the scene. Jing Chen shook his head. Nothing else. Yu Shu was disappointed, but she didn't want to come here for nothing. She pointed to the direction where the hall led to the backyard and said, "Why don't we go there again?" The two of them walked around the front and back of the Taoist temple, leaving footprints everywhere except the places that people were not allowed to enter. Unfortunately, Jing Chen still couldn't remember anything. Only then did Yu Shu give up and brought him back to the main hall. She asked Jing Chen to wait while she went to buy a handful of incense and lit it up. They lined up in front of the statue of the sacred ancestor and prayed for peace. It was rare for Yu Shu to kneel, so she prayed for everyone she could think of: Yu Xiaoxiu, Jing Chen, Zhao Hui, Dr. He, Pei Jing, Aunt Chui, Aunt Lu, and even Shui Rui and Xia Mingming. She burned 10 joss sticks. While Yu Shu was silently praying for everyone, Jing Chen stood alone in front of the Hall of Treasures, waiting. Because of his outstanding appearance, Many people who passed by the door would look back again and again. If there were only one or two, Jing Chen would notice if there were more. Seeing that Yu Shu, who was not far away, did not show any signs of getting up, Jing Chen thought that it would be a while longer, so he decided to wait outside. With his head half lowered, he walked out of the Hall of Treasures, and coincidentally, the person who had entered the Hall of Treasures was walking right in front of him. Both of them wanted to move aside. He moved to the left and the other person moved to the left. He moved to the right and the other person moved to the right. Since they couldn't move, they stopped at the same time and raised their heads to look at each other. Both of them were stunned. Right in front of Jing Chen stood a girl with half her face covered with a veil. Only her eyes could be seen and her facial features were unclear. However, he didn't know why, but he had a different feeling about her. If he really had to say what it was the same feeling he had when he saw the 3 statues of the founding masters. It was a vague sense of familiarity. Jing Chen said he was stunned, but it was only for a moment. He took 2 steps back and let the girl go first. The girl didn't hurry to leave. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she realized that she had lost her composure. She lowered her head and bowed to him to thank him for letting her pass. Then she walked past him and entered the Hall of 3 Pristines. Jing Chen turned his head and looked at the girl's back again. There was a hint of confusion between his brows. However, he remembered that Yu Shu said that he had never been to the capital before and he shouldn't have recognized her. He thought that it was just an illusion. He turned and walked out. On the other side, Ji Xingxuan also turned her head and looked at the door. She raised her hand and touched her chest. She didn't know what that palpitation was. The 2 of them walked past each other and Yu Shu didn't notice. She burned half a stick of incense before she finished praying. When she turned her head and saw that Jing Chen had disappeared, she was shocked and ran out to look for him. When she saw that he was outside, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Is everything all right?" Jing Chen asked. Let's go back." Not long after they left, a figure stood out from behind the door. Looking at their departing figures, she frowned slightly. Her lips moved slightly under her veil. Why is it her again? After a trip to the Taoist temple, they didn't find anything. Jing Chen and Yu Shu both felt disappointed. However, they didn't show it in front of each other. When they got home, they did what they had to do. However, each of them had other plans in mind. The next morning, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together. They didn't push their stalls. They planned to go to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to look for Shopkeeper Sunday. They wanted to see if they could establish a connection with Na Zhou's shop. They wanted to set up their stalls on the street and move into the building. On the way, the siblings separated. Yu Shu first went to Sun's wine shop. She didn't think that there would already be someone waiting there. The morning was bright and clear. Shui sat at a table next to the cashier's counter. He placed 2 dishes on the table and chatted with Shopkeeper Sunday. Looking at the door, when he saw Yu Shu enter, he gestured to her. His face carried a smile that was like a spring breeze, as if some joyous occasion had occurred. Drinking so early in the morning? Yu Shu walked over and sat opposite him. Seeing her arrive, Shopkeeper's son stood up with a smile and left the table. He went behind the counter to do his accounts. Shui lifted the lid of the wine pot for her to see. "How is this wine?" "This is tea that Shopkeeper's son specially steeped in a wine pot to raise one's spirits." Yu Shu moved closer to smell it. Sure enough, it was tea. Curiously flipping over a clean cup, she poured a cup and tasted it. She felt that the tea was bitter with a hint of sweetness from the wine. It wasn't bad to drink. The pot was already cold, but the tea was still warm. It seemed that he had been waiting for her for a while. "You don't have any official business today?" "It's my day off, so I came to find you. Yesterday, I went to Baichuan Academy and heard from Scholar Song that you had already sent Xiaoxiu over. How is it? Is he used to it?" Previously, Shui had said that he would personally bring them to see Scholar Song. But those 2 days, he was busy, so Yu Shu went by herself. Now that she heard that he had come over again, saying that it was on the way, it was obvious that he had gone to take care of Xiaoxiu. Seeing that he was so concerned about Xiaoxiu, no matter what his motive was, Yu Shu couldn't help but thank him. And he quite likes it there. I really must thank you for finding such a good place to go. Otherwise, I would be worried that he would have some sort of illness staying at home all day. Hearing her sincere thanks, Shui waved his hand. There is no need to be so courteous with me. Hearing this, the words that Yushu had been suppressing in her stomach for the past few days finally came out. I don't have anything to thank you for. If there is anything that I can help with, just say it. She owed Shui a favor. This was not just one or two. Regarding this, she was already calm. In any case, she was here to slowly repay him. Shui had been waiting for her to say this. Putting down the teacup, he said, "What a coincidence. There is a matter that I need your help with." Yushu did not want him to reply so quickly. Her expression became anxious as she asked, "What is it?" "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Shui raised the wine pot and pointed upstairs. He said to shopkeeper's son, "Are there any guests in the Sunflower Fragrance Hall on the second floor? Then let's go upstairs and have a seat. In a moment, have the waiter bring some tea over." Shui led Yushu up the stairs and entered into a private room called the Sunflower Fragrance Hall. There were 2 wine tables within the room, and both of them were rectangular seats. The floor was covered with old velvet blankets, and it was the style of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Closing the door, the 2 sat facing each other. Shui then stated his purpose for coming today. "I want to open a large restaurant in the northern part of the city. I have already found the floor, waiters and chefs. All I am lacking is a manager. Are you willing to help me?" Yushu did not expect that the help he wanted was this kind of matter. "Manager? Isn't the shopkeeper the one in charge? You want me to be an accountant, right?" She had already said that she could not help him with anything else. However, when it came to accounting, he knew of her background. Thinking back to the time when the Taihing Chamber of Commerce had asked her to be an apprentice accountant, it was him who had spoken to Pei Jing on her behalf. "It's not the same. I've found someone else for the manager and the accountant. I've asked you to help me keep an eye on the monthly accounts so that there won't be any mistakes. Secondly, I have official duties that I can't get away from. I need someone to take care of the people in the restaurant on my behalf. For some reasons, it's not convenient for me to find someone at home, and I can't trust an outsider. After thinking about it, I can only trouble you. How about it? If you are willing to come, apart from your monthly allowance, I will give you another 10% of the restaurant's profits. No matter how much you earn, it is up to you. You don't need to show your face often. If nothing happens, you can go about your business." Opening a big restaurant in the northern part of the city was a big business. 10% of the profits was a lot. Thinking about it, it was easy to know that it would be a lot. Not only would she manage people, but she would also not have to look at others' faces. Shui tossed out a few baits, and Yushu was already able to smell the fish. This matter sounded like a good job, yet she knew very well that once she agreed to it, she would be tied to the same boat as Shui, and it would be difficult for her to get off in the future. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. My restaurant is still under repair, and it will take a month or so before it can open for business. Think about it before you give me an answer. I know that you are interested in but helping me won't affect you from learning. The more people you meet, the wider the world, and the more rare things you hear from time to time, the better it will be for your future. It's better than setting up a stall on the street. Chapter 189. Because of Shui invitation, Yushu had to postpone her search for a job at the E-House for a few days. She made an appointment to give him an answer a few days later. The 2 of them parted in front of Sun Ji Tavern. One left on horseback while the other took a detour to the E-House on Autumn Osmantha Street. She wanted to find a quiet place to think about whether or not she should hitch a ride on Shui boat. It was still early in the morning and there weren't many people in the Zhou family's E-House. There were 2 people copying books in the back room. Yushu randomly picked a book from the shelf and found a corner to sit down. After entering the capital, when she met Shui again, she had the idea of keeping a respectful distance from him. Who would have thought that not only did she not stay away from him, but she would also gradually become closer to him. It was not impossible for her to be his assistant and help him with his business. But there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. She was afraid that once she joined him, she would be involved in unnecessary trouble, and it would be difficult for her to get out of it. That day at the Dinghua house, she had seen with her own eyes that the people Shui Rui associated with were all descendants of generals and princes. Any one of those people was not someone to be trifled with. Shui Rui even had a grudge with an imperial prince. Although she kept her mouth shut and didn't ask him too much, it didn't mean that she didn't think too much about it. Why would Shui Rui want to open a restaurant for no good reason? The Shui clan had been vassals to 3 dynasties, and they were a clan that lived a luxurious life. As the eldest son of the direct line of descent, would they really lack such a share of profits? He must have some other purpose. The restaurant he wanted to open couldn't be as simple as selling a few tables of food and wine. Shui Rui must be hiding something from her. She didn't blame him for this. After all, the two of them didn't have a sincere relationship. If he told her everything, it would be suspicious. This caused her to be in a dilemma. If she accepted this job, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave in the future. If she refused his invitation, she didn't want to give up this opportunity to climb up the ladder. It was hard for her to decide whether to accept or refuse. Alas! Yu Shu rubbed her forehead in distress. This guy surnamed Shui really left her with a difficult problem. As Yu Shu frowned, a customer passed by and saw her. He thought she was complaining about the article in the book and asked kindly, "Little brother, why are you sighing like this? Is there something you don't understand?" Yu Shu quickly sorted out her emotions. Holding the book in her hand, she stood up and said to the customer, "I want to buy some books related to Taoism. I wonder if there are books related to Taoism books in Taoism." She still had a serious matter to attend to when she went out today. That was to search for Taoist books and buy them for Jingchen to read. This was also the inspiration she had received after going to Ascending Cloud Temple yesterday. She wanted to let Jingchen come into contact with more familiar things. Presumably, it would stimulate his memory. "Yes, over there. Follow me." Since Taoism was popular in the dynasty, people who studied must read Taoism books and learn Taoism classics. Therefore, there was no lack of books related to Taoism in shop. Yu Shu rummaged through shop and bought 2 stacks of books. She would be lying if she said she didn't care about the money. Fortunately, she could read these books when she was free. By the time she finished packing and returned home, it was already past lunchtime. Jingchen saw that she had returned late with so many books, so he curiously helped her take them. He was about to put them down in the big house when Yu Shu stopped him. "Bring them to your room, they're all for you to read." "For me?" Jingchen looked down and saw the words, "Lao Jun Qige," printed on the leather page at the top. He understood what was going on. "Well, these are all Taoism books. You should have learned them when you were in Mountain Gate. Take them home and see if you have any impression." Yu Shu told Jingchen and went back to her room to wash her face and wipe her sweat. Carrying a pile of books from the north of the city to the south of the city made her hands sore. After pouring the water from the basin into the vegetable field, Yu Shu wiped her neck with a handkerchief as she walked to Jingchen's room. She peeked in and saw that he had placed the pile of books neatly on the desk. He was sitting in front of the window, reading a book seriously. She didn't disturb him and turned to the kitchen to get a bucket and a shoulder pole, preparing to fetch water from the well at the street entrance. Yu Shuzhong put the shoulder pole behind the door and took it. When she looked down, she saw that the water tank behind the door was full of sparkling water. Suspicion appeared on her face. She remembered that when she was cooking in the morning, the water tank in the kitchen was almost empty. How could it be full now? Did little Xiao take advantage of her changing clothes to fetch water in the morning? It shouldn't be. In such a short time, with Xiao's strength, he can only carry 2.5 buckets of water at a time. It will take at least 3 trips to fill the water jar. Usually, they carry half a jar of water and leave it there until it is used up. So, if it isn't Xiao, it must be Jingchen. He went out by himself? Yu Shu suddenly frowned. She leaned the pole against the wall and turned to look for Jingchen. She stood in his room and asked, "Did you go out in the morning?" Jingchen was concentrating on reading when he heard Yu Shu's question. He looked up at her and paused for a moment before nodding his head. Yes, I went out. Didn't I tell you not to go out alone? Yushu couldn't help but raise her voice. She didn't know that her face was ugly at the moment and her tone couldn't hide her reproach. Seeing that she was angry, Jing-chun stood up from the chair and put down the book in his hand. Faced with her sudden anger, he was a little helpless. He wanted to explain, but found that there was nothing he could say. Because she did tell him not to go out, that's right. But he just wanted to do something for them. His lips moved and he finally said, I'm sorry. Hearing this apology, Yushu realized that she had overreacted. She looked at Jing-chen, who was apologizing to her in annoyance. She felt embarrassed and scolded herself for being stupid. It wasn't his fault, so why was she angry at him? Yushu wanted to say something to smooth things over, but Jing-chen said first, I won't do it next time. Don't be angry. I didn't say that you can't go out. Yushu couldn't tell Jing-chen the truth about his fate of K to star, so she could only say stiffly, you have to know that you have been in danger and don't know where your enemy is. If you are seen in the capital and someone recognizes you and finds out that you are still alive, won't you be in trouble? After listening to Yushu's stuttering explanation, Jing-chen nodded. Yes, I know. Facing Jing-chen, who didn't doubt her words at all, Yushu couldn't help but feel guilty. She avoided his trusting gaze and coughed lightly. Then it's fine. You continue reading. I'll go cook. After that, she laughed twice and left his room. She did not forget to close the door. As soon as she left, she reached out her hand to slap herself on the face and walked to the kitchen with a gloomy face. Jing-chen looked at the closed door and sat back at the table. He picked up the book he was reading just now, but there was still a bit of doubt in his heart. He was not in the mood to read. Why did he feel that Xiaoyu was hiding something from him? Yu Xiaoxiu only came back in the evening. When he faced Yushu, he was a bit evasive when eating. It was dark, so she did not notice it at first. At night, when he was doing his homework, she lit up the lamp for him. Under the light, she found out that there was an inch-long cut on his left cheek. There was a blood scab on it. Yushu's expression changed. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have time to hide it, and she turned his head. How did you do this? Nothing. I accidentally fell, Yu Xiaoxiu answered vaguely. Where did you fall? I don't remember. When Yushu heard it, she knew it was a lie. She said with a straight face, tell me the truth. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that he could not fool her, so he lowered his head and whispered, during archery class, a classmate's arrow missed and grazed me. He said it casually, but Yushu was frightened. The arrow missed and brushed past her face. What would happen if it was a little more off? Thinking of the divination she had done a few days ago, Yushu's face darkened. She did predict that Yu Xiaoxiu would see a little blood. At that time, she thought that he would at most be cut by a kitchen knife. Because of this, she did not let him help her cook for the past 2 days. Who would have thought that it would be such a blood method? Sister, I'm really fine. That person has apologized to me. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu's expression and deliberately interrupted, you don't know, I haven't done anything yet, but the guy who shot the arrow missed was so scared that he cried. He almost peed his pants, ha. Seeing that he could still laugh, Yushu couldn't help but slap him on the forehead and reprimanded in a low voice. You don't like horse riding and archery, then you might as well stop learning these 2 classes. How can I do that? This is what the academy teaches. How can I just stop learning it? Why not? Yushu frowned. Tomorrow I will find Academician's Song and tell him that your body is weak. You don't need to learn these 2 classes. Yu Xiaoxiu's face wrinkled, and he grabbed Yushu's hand and shook it, saying, don't, it's so embarrassing. I will stay away from you next time, sister? Yu Xiaoxiu's tone was pleading when he called her sister. Yushu couldn't stand being called like this, and her heart softened at that moment. She also understood that whether Yu Xiaoxiu was in danger or not had nothing to do with whether he went to class or not. I'll let it go this time, but remember, next time you see danger, stay away from me. Do you hear me? Go to your brother Jing's room and get the ointment. Forget it. Yu Shu reprimanded Yu Xiaoxiu and asked him to continue with his homework. She went to Jing Chen's room to find the ointment she bought last time, which was said to be able to smooth scars. She applied it on Yu Xiaoxiu's face to avoid leaving scars on his good face. Yu Xiaoxiu was probably tired from playing in the school during the day, so he started snoring after finishing his homework. On the other side, Yu Shu couldn't fall asleep. She got up in the middle of the night, lit the lamp, and sat at the table, continuing to study how to find the yellow frost stone using the metaphysical theory of Yi Shui. She didn't know why these 2 days, but since she knew the importance of the yellow frost stone, she couldn't feel at ease. She always felt that she had to find the small stone. She estimated that it was almost time for Jing Chen's K2 star to act up. She had to brace herself to deal with it, lest she unknowingly fell into a trap. She didn't want to attract any fatal disaster and shake up her peaceful days. Chapter 190. Although she had to consider Shui Rui's suggestion, Yu Shu did not stay at home. The next day, she pushed her cart to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to set up her stall. She had not appeared on the streets for several days, and there were not many customers early in the morning. She could use this time to continue studying the method of finding things. Not long after, a pot of tea was delivered to Sun's Tavern. Yu Shu looked at the pot and felt strange. Wasn't this the refreshing tea that Shui Rui drank yesterday? Seeing that she was confused, the waiter explained with a smile, "Yuxing, you're so lucky. We sell this tea for 20 taels of silver a pot. We don't even brew tea for ordinary people. The young master who was with you yesterday was very generous. He told us that as long as you came to set up a stall, he would bring you a pot to quench your thirst." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and felt it was funny. This Shui guy said he would give her time to consider, but he didn't forget to ask. Was he trying to win people's hearts by doing this? "Thank you, waiter. I'll leave the tea here." Yu Shu knew it was a sugar-coated bullet, but she didn't refuse. She could just not come tomorrow. The waiter returned to the tavern with the empty plate. He leaned against the counter and whispered to the manager who was doing the accounts, "Manager, isn't Yuxing a candidate for the Dian examination? It's almost the 12th month, so why is he so calm? He's not preparing for the exam at home, but setting up a stall." Shopkeeper's son did not even raise his head as he replied, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you care what others think? Go and clean the tables by the window." Yu Shu drank a cup of tea to refresh herself and continued to do the calculations. In the middle of it, there were customers, so she stopped to deal with them. It was almost noon when she packed her things and planned to go home for lunch. At noon, there were many people on the street. From the south, a group of merchants passed by with carriages and goods. The street immediately became congested, and Yu Shu was afraid that she would drop something in the crowd, so she moved her cart into the tavern behind. The waiter was free, and when he saw the manager go to the back to get wine, he came up to talk to her. "Yuxing, have you heard? The Xiaojiang family from the south has come to the capital." How could Yu Shu not know that in the entire Autumn Osmanthus Lane, there was probably no one who knew the news before her? She pretended to be surprised like the waiter. "Oh? Really? How can it be fake? News travels fast in our Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Xiaojiang's family is holding a grand funeral for the young lady who was murdered. The coffin was sent from the north of the city to the south of the city. It looks like it's going to be carried to Jiangnan." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She did not know about this. No wonder there was no news from Xia Mingming after she was found that day. She was helping with the funeral. Could she have already returned to the south? "Sai, if you ask me, that young lady is too pitiful. She's the daughter of a noble family, but she had to leave her home and die outside." Slacking off again. "Hurry up and get to work. Go to the back and carry the wine." Shopkeeper's son came out from the back and saw the waiter chatting with Yu Shu. He called out to him unhappily. The waiter pouted at Yu Shu and went back to work. Shopkeeper's son helplessly said to Yu Shu, "This waiter has been getting more and more lazy lately. He likes to talk nonsense. For the rest of your life, don't listen to his gossip." Yu Shu smiled and did not respond. "Shopkeeper, you go back to work. I'll go home now." "So early today?" "It looks like it's going to rain." "Shopkeeper, see if there's anything to dry in the backyard. Bring them into the house early." Yu Shu reminded him and pushed the cart away. Turning around, the caravan just happened to pass by the front door. She casually glanced over and saw the two words, Tihan, on the yellow side of the cart. Pausing for a moment, her heart suddenly jumped. Turning her eyes again, she saw a large bearded man sitting on a horse amongst the crowd. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If it wasn't Qiu Biao, then who else could it be? It could be said that it was a coincidence. While she was still in a daze, the person on the horse also turned his head to look. Just like that, the two people's eyes met. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched and she quickly turned around. Using one hand, she brushed away the papers on the cart. Pretending to pick them up, she crouched down on the ground, not daring to look back. She did not know if Qiu Biao had seen her or if he had recognized her. Anxiously waiting for a moment, the scene she was worried about did not appear. Yu Shu tilted her head to look at the side of the road. In the distance, she could still see Qiu Biao's back. Without delay, she picked up the papers on the ground and stuffed them into the cart. Silently bidding farewell to shopkeeper's son, she pushed the cart in the opposite direction of the caravan. Only when she had walked out of Autumn Osmanthus Lane did she slow down. Stopping at the side of the road where there were fewer people, she panted with an uncertain expression. That day at the mouth of the river, the scene of the water bandits massacring the merchant ship and the scene of them being forced to jump into the night river flooded her mind. Her heart trembled with fear. Why did this group of people come to the capital? What are you spacing out for? Get off the horse and come in. In front of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce's branch in the capital, the cart stopped to unload the goods. Bai Qing came down from the cart and shouted at the distracted Qiu Biao. The surrounding people heard her, but pretended not to hear. In private, they couldn't help but discuss the rumors that Boss Bai and Captain Qiu didn't get along. Hiss, it shouldn't be. Qiu Biao flipped his chin and handed the reins to his subordinates. He followed Bai Qing in. Hearing his muttering, Bai Qing turned around and asked, "What shouldn't be?" "Old Bai, I think I saw someone just now." Qiu Biao scratched his beard and looked around. He pulled Bai Qing to a corner and whispered in his ear. Bai Qing's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Where did you see him?" "On the street we just passed by." Bai Qing immediately arranged for his subordinates to unload the goods and pulled Qiu Biao out of the door. "Let's go back and take a look." Qiu Biao was reluctant. "It's not worth it. Aren't they all dead? My eyes must be playing tricks on me." Bai Qing glared at him and said in a low voice, "What do you know? When they died, I didn't see their corpses. I suspected that they escaped after crossing the river. If what we have done is exposed by them, not only will you and I suffer, but my big brother is also helping Peijing to fight for the opportunity to come to the capital to manage things. Once it is exposed, all of us will perish. If there are still any survivors, we can't let any of them go." Qiu Biao's expression also became nervous. He didn't think about saving a few more steps. After instructing the brothers in charge of guarding the team, he left the branch with Bai Qing one after another. They met up at the street and found Qiu Ge, who had passed by earlier. When Yu Shu returned home, Jing Chen opened the door and saw that her complexion was very bad. He quickly helped her carry the cart in and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Yu Shu shook her head. She was hesitating whether she should tell him that she saw Qiu Biao and his group on the street. Jing Chen closed the door. He turned around and saw that she was still standing at the door in a daze. He felt that there was something wrong with her and asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing. I accidentally lost a piece of silver." Yu Shu thought that it was better not to tell him. If Qiu Biao didn't recognize her, this matter would be over. There was no need for another person to be responsible for it. Although Jing Chen felt that it was inappropriate, he didn't ask further. He looked at her slightly pale face and said, "Did you not rest well last night? Go to the room and lie down. I'll boil some hot water. I'll make you a pot of hot tea later." Yu Shu nodded. She went back to the room with a restless mind. She put on her shoes and lay down on the bed. Her heart was in a mess. Bai Qing and Qiu Biao were both vicious people, especially the former. He was a beast in human skin. That night, everyone on the ship was familiar with each other, but they could bear to kill them. If they found out that she was still alive, to prevent their evil deeds from being exposed, they would definitely think of a way to destroy her. She had inquired about the influence of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce in the capital. Although it wasn't a first-class chamber of commerce, it was still famous. Bai Qing was a very sinister and cunning person. With the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce as his backing, it would be difficult for her to tear his face off. The only thing she could do now was to hide for the time being. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but comfort herself. It was just a glance. Even if Qiu Biao saw her, he might not recognize her. The matter might not be as serious as she thought. But just in case, she couldn't go to Autumn Osmanthus Lane for the time being. As for Yu Shu, she hid at home and didn't go out for several days. When Shui Rui had some free time, he went to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to find her. In the end, he didn't find her. Shopkeeper's son wasn't there, so he asked the shop assistant. He heard that he hadn't seen her in the past few days. He thought that she had deliberately refused him and was purposely avoiding him. He secretly suspected that he had bought too much in one go. Since he was here, he couldn't avoid a drink. He ordered some wine and was about to go upstairs when he was stopped by shopkeeper's son who walked in from outside the door. Master Shui. Shopkeeper's son waved his hand for the waiter to do his work. He led Shui Rui to another table and sat down. After thinking for a moment, he said, Yu Sheng seems to have caused some trouble. Shui Rui was suspicious. Why do you say that? Shopkeeper's son said, in the past 2 days, there have been people coming to ask about him. They even asked where Yu Sheng lived. Shui Rui frowned. Poor they. Shopkeeper's son shook his head. I'm not sure. They don't seem to be people from the capital. They speak with a slight southern accent. Master Shui, I can see that your relationship with Yu Sheng isn't ordinary. It would be best if you go find him and find out what's going on. Shui Rui thought for a moment. Thank you, shopkeeper, for telling me. I will have to trouble you with this matter. If this group of people comes again, help me find out where they came from. At that time, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Shopkeeper's son waved his hand. Master Shui is too polite. Last time, I still have to thank you for helping me with my nephew's matter. This time, it was only a slight effort. How could I dare ask for a reward? As the two were talking, shopkeeper's son suddenly turned his head. Looking at the two people who had just entered, his expression changed. The two had already seen him and walked straight over. Shopkeeper. It's you guys again. Shopkeeper's son gave Shui Rui a look. Turning around, his face showed his displeasure. Didn't I say that person only set up a stall outside my family's wine shop? How would I know where he lives? Hearing this, Shui Rui knew that these people were looking for Yu Shu. Lifting his head, he looked at the two men in front of him. They both looked to be in their early 20s. Their clothes were decent and their arms were bulging. It was obvious that they knew martial arts. This discovery caused Shui Rui's heart to be on guard. This was not a simple matter of looking for trouble. They definitely did not come with good intentions. Shopkeeper, I will tell you the truth. That you brat is a swindler. He was originally from the same area as us. He extorted a large sum of money from our family's master and fled to the capital. We are here to arrest him. Do not try to cover for him. It would be best if you quickly tell us his whereabouts. Hearing the two men's bluff, Shui Rui laughed inwardly. That girl was truly an expert at swindling people. Thinking back, he had once been fooled by her. Shopkeeper's son's expression changed. He said, I really do not know where he lives. Why don't you leave a place for me to go? When he arrives, I will send someone to inform you. Hearing this, the two men discussed for a moment. Then they left a place for him to go. If he comes, then send someone to the 100 Complete Inn in the back to find the one surnamed Su. Remember, do not alarm him. Otherwise, he might escape. Okay, I will remember. Shui Rui, who was standing to the side, heard everything clearly. His fingers lightly tapped on his knees. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. In a moment, he would send someone to the 100 Complete Inn to ask around. He wanted to find out just what kind of person wanted to arrest Yu Shu. Chapter 191. In a clothing store in the north of the city, Behind the counter, behind a green curtain, there is a small reception room. Shui Rui is sitting on a chair under the window, listening to the shopkeeper's report. Master, there is an outsider with the surname Su staying at the Baikwan Inn in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. He just checked in the day before yesterday with a few companions. Strangely, they are not staying in the same place. I sent someone to follow him for a day, and yesterday afternoon, I saw him entering a chamber of commerce in the south of the city. Which chamber of commerce? It is the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Shui Rui is puzzled. He knows about this Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. That day in Yang, when he was disguised as Chao Zixin, there was a manager with the surname Pei who was interested in Yu Shu's fortune-telling ability. Under his persuasion, Yu Shu entered the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce as an apprentice. Now they are looking for trouble with her. Even when she is in the capital, they still do not let her go. How big of a grudge is there? Seeing Shui Rui's expression, the shopkeeper thought that he does not know about the Tihin's reputation. He said, Master, you have been away from the capital for 2 years. You probably do not know about this. This Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce is a business that has just moved to Enling City in recent years. Their business is booming and they have a good reputation. They also have some background. Shui Rui asked, Is that so? Who is the person in charge here? Do I know him? Master, this is the owner of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. You may not know him, but you should have heard of him. Oh, who is he? Do you still remember that in the previous Diyan examination, there was a fortune teller who wore mourning clothes when the results were released? Shui Rui thought for a while and remembered this news when he was young. He hesitantly said a name that is difficult to pronounce, Gu Gai. The innkeeper was a little surprised that he could still remember him after such a long time. It's that Gu Swansea, do you still remember him? Shui Rui not only remembered that when Gu Gai was dressed in mourning clothes, he was also present. When he passed by, he saw with his own eyes the man in his 40s crying loudly in front of the Celestial Commissioner's door, without any joy of winning the championship. Later on, he heard from others that his parents had passed away a long time ago, but it was unknown who he was mourning for and who he was crying for on that joyous day. Is this Gu diviner currently residing in the capital? Shui Rui asked. I don't know about that. Allow me to send someone to ask around. Shui Rui nodded his head and stood up. When he reached the door, he turned back and added, Along the way, I want to find out if anything special has happened in the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce in the past 6 months. Yes, I will check it out as soon as possible. Shui Rui left the clothing shop, but did not return home. Instead, he took a sedan chair to Heng Wu Building. He wanted to find someone who knows about the background of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Although he said to do it as soon as possible, when Shui Rui received the news, another 3 days passed. During this time, he sent someone to keep an eye on Sunji Tavern, but he did not go to Huixing Street to warn Yu Shu. Firstly, he did not know which household she lived in. Secondly, the capital was his territory. He was not afraid that something would happen to Yu Shu under his watch. However, after reading the news he just received, he still decided to look for her. Every month in a large chamber of commerce, big and small things happened. But there was one incident that caught Shui Rui's attention. A few months ago, a caravan traveling from Yang City to Anling was robbed by water bandits. Dozens of people died tragically and their corpses were thrown into the river. Only a few people escaped. This robbery case was very serious. It alarmed the government along the river. But the water bandits' whereabouts were erratic and they hid in the river valleys. The government was unable to catch the criminals. It was said that because of this, the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce issued a reward of 8,000 taels of silver. They claimed that if anyone could catch the group of criminals, the reward would be doubled. This caused many people in Jianghu to become restless. This incident, whether it was the time or the location, coincided with the day Yu Shu entered the capital. He could not help but suspect that this incident had something to do with her. If this was really the case, then it was not a small matter that could be easily solved. Although the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce was only in the middle of the capital, there was indeed someone behind it. Yu Shu did not show her face at Autumn Osmanthus Square. Shui Rui did not know which street she lived in, so he was not in a hurry. In the middle of the afternoon, he finished his work for the day and went to Baichuan Academy. If he knew where the little monk was, he would not be afraid of not knowing where the temple was. Shui Rui arrived at just the right time. Not long after, he saw that the students had finished their classes. A group of half-grown children came out of the library, talking and laughing. Several groups of people passed by, and his sharp eyes saw a boy among them. It had been almost half a year since Shui Rui last saw Yu Xiaoxiu. Fortunately, this child's appearance had not changed, so he recognized him at a glance. But Yu Xiaoxiu was listening to the people around him and did not notice Shui Rui on the opposite side of the street. It was only when he heard someone call his name that he raised his head to look. Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu saw the young man who called his name not far away and recognized him. He was dumbfounded and his mouth was wide open. He never thought that after such a long time, he would almost forget that there was such a person and see this face in the capital. Chow, brother Chow? Shui Rui smiled and looked at the surprised face of the child on the opposite side of the street. He thought, she really did not mention him to this child. Yushu stayed at home for a few days. Because she had something to do, she did not feel that it was a long time. She used the method of finding lost objects, but she did not make much progress. But this did not prevent her from enthusiastically researching. She often buried herself in front of the table for half a day. Even hatching eggs was not as diligent as her. Jing Chen was a little better than her. Although he also held those Taoist books all day and never left his hands, when it was time to eat, he would go to the big room to call her. The two of them ate, washed the dishes, and then went back to their respective rooms to continue their work. Hearing a knock on the door in the courtyard, Jing Chen put the book down and went outside to open the door. As soon as he pulled the door bolt, Yu Xiaoxiu squeezed in and closed the door. "Where is my brother?" Jing Chen pointed to the big room and watched Yu Xiaoxiu run in hurriedly and then close the door. Jing Chen was surprised by his unusual behavior, but he did not think much about it. He turned back to the room and continued to read. On the other side, Yu Shu was holding a charcoal pencil and drawing a parabola on the paper. Yu Xiaoxiu ran into the room. "Sister, you're back," Yu Shu said without looking up. "Sister, I saw Brother Chow." "Oh." Yu Shu drew 2 more strokes and suddenly turned her head. "What did you say?" Yu Xiaoxiu then told Yu Shu about Shui Rui going to the book garden to find him. In the end, he complained, "Sister, why didn't you tell me that Brother Chow is also in the capital? I was not prepared at all when I saw him today. I was so shocked." Yu Shu looked embarrassed. It was not that she deliberately hid it from Yu Xiaoxiu. It was just that she did not want to have anything to do with Shui Rui in the beginning, so she did not tell him. Later, when the two of them got closer, she did not know how to tell him. "I was going to tell you in 2 days. Yu Shu tried to fool him and asked strangely, "What did he say to you when he went to find you?" "Please." Yu Xiaoxiu patted his head and reached out to pull her. "You should go quickly. Brother Chow is waiting for you outside the alley. He said he has something to tell you." "You brought him here?" Yu Shu stood up in surprise. Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and said, "You're still talking about it? You don't know how much effort it took for me to convince him to wait outside and not bring him into the house. Otherwise, if he saw Big Brother Jing, I'd like to see how you're going to explain yourself." Yu Xiaoxiu did not mean anything else. He was just reasonable. He felt that it was not good to let Chao Zixin know that his sister, an unmarried woman, lived in the same courtyard with a man. In this regard, Yu Shu had other ideas. Shui Rui was a very smart person. If he saw Jing Chen, he would definitely have suspicions. It was not good to let too many people know about Jing Chen's matter. It was better not to complicate matters. "Well done." Yu Shu patted his shoulder. "Then I will go out for a while. I will tell you when I come back." "Well, go quickly. Otherwise, he will come looking for you later," Yu Xiaoxiu urged her. Yu Shu held the charcoal pen for a long time. She did not wash her black hands and ran out. When she went out of the door and looked into the alley, she saw Shui Rui's conspicuous figure dressed in brocade clothes. Shui Rui also saw her, so he waved his hand at her. Yu Shu quickly walked over and chatted with him. "Why did you come looking for me?" Shui Rui had not seen her for several days. When he saw her, he first looked at her and then pointed behind him. "I have something to ask you. It is not convenient to say it here. My carriage is parked on the street in front." Yushu thought that he wanted to ask her about helping him with some business at the restaurant. She followed him. Who would have thought that when she got on the carriage, the first thing he said was, "I have not asked you in detail. How did you come from Yang to Anling?" Yushu blinked her eyes. "Didn't I tell you? I hired a few escorts to send us to the capital." Shui stared at her face for a while. He suddenly said, "How did you offend the Taihing Chamber of Commerce?" Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Shui knew that if he did not explain it clearly, this girl will not tell him the truth. He bluntly said, "Do you know that the Taihing Chamber of Commerce is looking for your whereabouts?" Only then did Yushu's expression change. Shui kept looking at her, and when he caught the panic in her expression, he frowned. Ever since he got to know her, he had always seen her laughing and joking around, but he had never seen her being afraid of anything. What exactly was it that made her lose her composure? When Yushu heard Shuirui's words, she knew that the worst thing happened. Qiu Biao recognized her in front of the restaurant. "What's the matter? You can discuss it with me. I can help you think of a solution." Shuirui's tone was steady and carried a comforting tone. Yushu's mind calmed down when she heard this, and she pondered for a moment before deciding to be frank with Shuirui. Now wasn't the time for her to put on a brave front by herself. Since Bai Qing and Qiu Biao had noticed her, they would surely not let her off. Instead of placing her hopes on them being unable to find her, it was better to make the first move and think of a way to deal with that group of people so as to put an end to all future troubles. In this way, it is best to have a helper like Shuirui. Chapter 192. Facing Shuirui's question, Yushu told him everything about how Bai Qing and Qiu Biao deceived everyone and colluded with water bandits to rob the merchant ship after they boarded the ship. She only left out the part about Jing Chen and did not mention much about how she saved Xia Mingming. Shuirui felt a wave of shock in his heart when he heard this. He'd known since long ago that it wasn't easy for the two of them to leave their hometown and come all the way to the capital, yet he never expected that there would be such a dangerous story behind this. She'd actually almost been killed on the way and lost her life. If she was not lucky enough to escape, how could she still sit in front of him and talk? Shuirui's face couldn't help but turn ugly. At this moment, his mood was complicated. He was interested in Yushu. He admired her magnanimity and liked her slyness. That day when they were engaged, he had the chance to marry this girl. However, because he pitied her life and knew that she did not like to be restrained, he followed her wish and let her go. He thought that with her intelligence and ability, it would not be difficult for her to leave the Ji family and live a stable life with her brother, who knew that she was ambitious and traveled all the way to Anling to study. That was how they met again in the capital. He admitted that he approached her with the mentality of not wanting to let go of her even though he couldn't get her. Taking care of her was also intentional. Although there was a bit of sincerity in it, it was mostly because of his pride as a man. It wasn't that he didn't expect her to be moved. He had originally enjoyed the process of her avoiding him, adapting to him, and finally having the intention to rely on him. He had even thought of using the restaurant as an excuse to keep her by his side. But now, after knowing how she had narrowly escaped death to come to the capital, how she had endured the danger of being killed, and how much hardship she had secretly swallowed, it was unknown to anyone. She did not tell anyone. He just realized the burden on her back was much heavier than he had imagined. But he was taking pleasure in attracting a girl who lived a serious life like this and tempted her to rely on him. If she knew what he was thinking when he treated her well, she would probably disdain him. Shuirui laughed at himself and suddenly felt that he was a little hateful. That's what happened. Yushu finished telling the story. Seeing that Shuirui did not say a word, she continued, "They know that I am not dead, so they will definitely find me to silence me. Only by exposing their faces and bringing these evil people who murder for money to justice will I be able to return to safety." Bai Qing and Qiu Biao would definitely be punished for their crimes, and it would be hard for them to escape death. Only when the two of them were dead could she feel at ease. Only when she, a living witness who knew the truth, was dead could they feel at ease. When she spoke these words, she looked at Shui Rui, and she was already prepared to be tactfully refused by him. After all, this matter wasn't an ordinary small favor, and it was related to murder, a murder case, and the slightest mistake would cause her to be covered in blood. There was no need for him to get involved with her. Shui Rui sorted out his emotions. He did not take the initiative to make a decision for her like the previous few times. Instead, he asked, "What's your plan now?" Yu Shu pondered and said, "I want to see the person who is in charge of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. When the ship was killed, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce must have suffered a great loss. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce knows the true colors of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. He will not tolerate them. In this way, they will have no backer and I will have an extra helper. It will be much easier to punish them." Shui Rui said, "The owner of this Tihan. I have a way to let you see him. The key is that there is no evidence now. How can you guarantee that the owner of the Chamber of Commerce will believe your words? I heard that this Bai Qing is sinister and good at pretending. Don't be bitten by them." Yu Shu saw his attitude. He did not hesitate to help. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. She temporarily suppressed her gratitude and said seriously, "I need your help." Shui Rui nodded. "Speak. Can you help me find out where the people from the Xia Jiang family are and whether they are still in the capital?" Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui didn't understand, so she explained. "That Xia Jiang clan's fourth young miss entered the capital with me. We escaped from the ship together, and she was almost killed as well. If the Xia Jiang clan were to find out that this group of people entered the capital, they would probably not let them off." Only now did Shui Rui know how Yu Shu knew Xia Jiang Min, and he was curious. "According to what you're saying, the Xia Jiang clan probably wouldn't let this group of people off lightly. But why didn't I hear anything about the people from their clan that came from Jiangnan a while ago? No one went to the Ministry of Justice or the Yamen to complain." Yu Shu frowned and thought of a possibility. She hesitantly said, "Maybe they don't want to make a big deal out of it. For a family like the Xia Jiang family, it would not be good for the young miss to leave home and travel alone. If it was made big, it could ruin Xia Mingming's reputation." Shui Rui thought it was very likely as Yu Shu said, but he still suggested, "Not necessarily. I will take you to the Xia Jiang family first and see what they say. I heard from the people on the street that Xia Jiangying's coffin has been taken away. Are the Xia Jiang family still in the capital?" "They are still there," Shui Rui said. "The palace summoned Xia Jianglang a few days ago. They won't leave so quickly." Yu Shu nodded. "Then let's go see them. If Xia Jiangmin points them out, things will be easier." Others would not listen to the words of a nobody, but as the young miss of the Xia Jiang family, she would not wrongly accuse a merchant she had no connection to. Yu Shu discussed with Shui Rui for a while. The view inside the carriage gradually darkened and the sky outside became dark. "Then let's do this. I will come pick you up tomorrow morning." They agreed to meet the Xia Jiang family tomorrow. Yu Shu said goodbye to Shui Rui but did not thank him. She got off the carriage. Shui Rui sat alone in the carriage and raised his hand to wipe his face. He couldn't help but push aside the curtains and look outside. He found a slender but straight figure in the night. For the first time, he did not hope for her to turn back. However, the figure stopped and turned around at the corner of the street. The young girl turned her head, and after a glance, her face became blurred in the night. Shui Rui's chest tightened. He loosened his fingers and the window rolled down. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and clenched his fists on his knees. "Sister, why did Brother Chow look for you?" After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu pestered Yu Shu and asked. Yu Shu did not intend to tell him about her encounter with Qiu Biao. She casually said, "Oh, he took a friend's horoscope and asked me to read his horoscope. Since I haven't been to Autumn Osmanthus Lane these few days, he came to my house." Yu Xiaoxiu did not suspect anything. He leaned across the desk and said to Yu Shu, who was checking his homework, "Sister, why is Brother Chow in the capital?" Yu Shu raised her eyelids. "Why didn't he tell you?" He knew that she did not mention him to Xiaoxiu, so he did not know if she made him unhappy. Yu Xiaoxiu gloomily said, "No, Brother Chow told me to ask you." The corner of Yushu's mouth curled up. This meant that he was angry. It wasn't surprising. She was the one who was being unkind. When Yu Xiaoxiu entered the school, that person had been busy with everything and was even more diligent than she was. In the end, she didn't even mention him in front of Xiaoxiu. If it were her, she would also be unhappy and throw a tantrum. Do you know who suggested you to go to school? It was Brother Chao. Yushu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's surprised face, as if he was not surprised enough. She said, no, you should call him Brother Xue now. Your Brother Chao's surname is Xue, not Chao. Chao Zixin is his fake name. His real name is Xue. He is the eldest young master of the current government minister's family. Oh yes, he is the eldest young master Xue who wanted to marry the Ji family and almost took me as a concubine. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened little by little. He was completely dumbfounded. Yushu looked at his dumbfounded face and felt much better. She reached out and flicked his forehead. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his forehead and closed his jaw. He stammered. Then, Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted to ask a question, but he couldn't get a complete sentence out. Yushu looked at him anxiously and waved her hand, interrupting him. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and wash your face and go to sleep. Yu Xiaoxiu could only drag his feet and walk away reluctantly. Xue Rei found out where Xia Zhang's family lived the night before. The next morning, he brought Yushu there. When they arrived at the door of a house, he asked her to get out of the car and waited outside. Yushu reported her name at the door. The guard went inside to report. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a maidservant came out to receive her and lead her inside. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Xia Zhang's family did not have a mansion in the capital. This house was temporarily borrowed from someone else. Along the way, there was no one in the garden. It was cold and cheerless. Yushu was brought to a hall in the south. As soon as she went up the stairs, she saw an ink painting in the middle of the hall. There was a man wearing a green robe with large sleeves. At first glance, this man looked to be around 30 years old. When she looked at him again, she felt that he should be older. Because of his handsome appearance, it did not show his age. However, his calm temperament was not something that a 30-year-old could easily have. This must be Xia Mingming's father, the second master of Xia Zhang's family, Xia Zhang's helm. Yushu looked around the room and did not see Xia Mingming. She then looked at Xia Zhang's Helong, who was calmly sitting on a chair. When he saw her enter the door, he did not move at all. She understood in her heart that this trip would not go smoothly. When she looked at him, Xia Zhang's Helong also saw her clearly. Although he saw that she was dressed as a young man, he knew that she was a girl. Miss Yu, please come in and sit. Greetings, Sir Xia Jiang. Yushu walked in and thought for a moment before bowing. Then she found a chair and sat down. She didn't say any polite words and directly asked, Why don't I see fifth miss? Xia Zhang's Helong said, My daughter is not feeling well and is recuperating in her boudoir. Sick? Yushu suddenly stood up with a worried expression. Can I go see her? Xia Zhang's Helong's expression didn't change as he said, She has a cold. Don't implicate others. Miss Yu, please sit. Yushu sat back down and thought that it was fake that he was sick. He really didn't want her to see him. Chapter 193. May I know what business Miss Yu has with me today? Yushu was well versed in the ways of the world. Seeing Xia Jiang Helang's attitude, she knew that it was useless to continue being courteous with him. She went straight to the point and said, I believe Mr. Xia Jiang has heard from your daughter that we were robbed and almost killed along the way. I am here today to inform you that the thieves from the Shang family are now in the capital. I hope Mr. can lend me a hand and help me bring those murderers to justice. Xia Jiang Helong's expression was as usual. After listening to Yushu's words, he slowly said, Miss, you must have made a mistake. What murders? I have never heard my daughter mention it. Weren't you escorted by an escort and safely entered the capital? Yushu narrowed her eyes slightly. She had expected that Xia Zhang's family would try to keep the peace, but now they were pretending to be dumb. How could she not know what kind of temper Xia Mingming had? Why hadn't she mentioned it? He probably didn't want to mention it. Yu Shu was silent. Although they were both survivors of the incident, Xia Mingming was different from her. He had a family to rely on. As a wealthy family, the Xia Jiang family was naturally not afraid of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. Even if they knew that Xia Mingming was alive, they probably wouldn't dare to find the Xia Jiang family. Therefore, Xia Jiang Helang was not afraid and didn't want to make this matter public. It was like a tiger cub being kicked by a rabbit. Even if the tiger was angry, it wouldn't be afraid that the rabbit could bite its cub to death. However, she was different. She had no backing and no power. If she didn't get rid of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao, there would be a disaster. My daughter has a spoiled temperament. I am very grateful that Miss Yu took care of me along the way. I heard that Miss Yu is also a person of Yidao, so I specially prepared a gift. Come in. Xia Jiang Helang changed the topic and called in a servant. A half-foot-long golden velvet gift box was sent to Yu Shu. This is a 60-year cycle Na-in scroll. It has the annotations of several generations of my Xia Jiang family's ancestors. It is a secret that is not passed on to outsiders. I will now give it to Miss Yu to help you learn. Yu Shu looked at the brocade box in front of her. She stood up with an expressionless face and said to Xia Jiang, I have disturbed Mr. Xia Jiang by visiting without notice. I will take my leave now. After she said that, she didn't even look at the box that contained the notes that the traders dreamed of and walked out. Xia Jiang's Helang's eyes flashed as he called out, Miss Yu. Yu Shu turned her head and saw Xia Jiang's Helang standing up. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. My daughter is young and inexperienced. She has caused a lot of trouble for Mississippi. As her father, I will be strict with her. Xia Jiang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Miss will keep quiet about the matter of my daughter running away from home. At this point, in the face of a father's request, what else could Yu Shu say? She raised her hand to return the greeting and said in a low voice, Don't worry, Mr. Xia Jiang. I will only treat it as a chance meeting with 5th Mississippi. Xia Jiang's Helang put down his hand and looked at Yu Shu's departing figure. He sighed and said to himself, Minmin's father is doing this for your own good. You are a person with great fortune. How can you leave behind any evidence? Shui Rui sat in the carriage and waited. From time to time, he would open the window to look. He finally saw Yu Shu's figure appear in the distance in front of the gate. When she came closer and observed her expression, he knew that her trip was not going smoothly. Sure enough, after Yu Shu got into the carriage, she shook her head at him as soon as she sat down. No, they are not willing to help. She did not explain why the Xia Jiang family was not willing to help, but with Shui Rui's brain, he did not need to ask to know why. Seeing that she looked tired, Shui Rui seemed to have guessed her mood. His tone was calm as he said, It's okay. I can help you. Yu Shu raised her head to look at his serious face. She could feel his sincerity. Her heart moved faintly. There was a matter that she could not make up her mind about, but at this moment, she made a decision. With a relaxed smile, she said, When this matter is over, I will help you to look after that restaurant. Shui Rui's expression changed. He said, This matter is not urgent. Let's talk about what to do next first. Now that the Xia Jiang family is not willing to help, you have to make other plans. Yu Shu nodded. After thinking for a moment, she said, Actually, there is another way. What is it? Since we cannot beat the grass and alert the snake, Yu Shu raised her hand to touch her chin, then we can lure the snake out of its hole. Shui Rui thought for a moment and knew what she meant. He immediately frowned and rejected, No. Yu Shu glanced at him. I haven't said anything yet, and you already know it's not possible? Shui Rui looked at her disapprovingly. How could he not know what she was thinking? Luring the snake out of its hole was nothing more than her appearing to provoke those people's killing intent. Then she would catch them in the act. If you want to put yourself in danger, it would be better for me to think of a way to drive these people out of the capital. Otherwise, I will find a reason to send them to prison. Even if they are locked up for a year or so, it would be fine. His tone sounded arrogant, but Yu Shu knew that he was not boasting. With his identity as the young master of the Shui family, it was not difficult for him to deal with a merchant. However, this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. What she wanted was not a temporary solution, but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What about in the future? When they come out of prison, they will not let me go. Can I hide from these people for a lifetime? Yu Shu looked serious. Now the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. It is a good opportunity to find them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if they are vigilant, I am afraid that I will be in more danger. I would rather take a risk now than live in fear in the future. Do you understand? Bai Qing and Qiu Biao would never think that she had a helper like Shui. She just needed to sell them a loophole and let them walk into the trap and expose their tails. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Shui knew that what Yu Shu said was reasonable. Although he did not agree with her taking risks, there was no better way. He could easily control those merchants, but he could not kill them. He could only punish them and punish them according to the law. What are you going to do? In any case, he would protect her. Yu Shu sneered, aren't they looking for me? When they find me, they will definitely kill me then. Yu Shu returned home at dusk. She did not mention anything about visiting Xia Zhang's family today. She also did not show any unusual expression in front of Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu. She was so calm that she did not look like a person who knew that she was going to be killed. The next morning, Yu Shu, who had been idle at home for many days, finally went out with her cart. Before leaving, she did not forget to leave a message to Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu. Boss Zhou of Fu and Escort Agency wants me to look at the house. I may come back late tonight. You guys eat by yourselves, don't wait for me. Jing Chen nodded his head. Yu Xiaoxiu was also planning to go out with his bag. Then don't come back too late. It will be dark on the road. How about I wait for you on the street at night? No, I won't get lost. Jing Chen, remember to drink your medicine. We are leaving. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and waved her hand at Jing Chen. Jing Chen also waved his hand, be careful on the road. After closing the door, Jing Chen went back to the courtyard. He looked up at the sky. Then, he tiptoed and leaped forward. His body was so light that it was 6 feet above the ground. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the eaves. Then he stepped on the wall. He turned around in the air and steadily landed on the ground. In his hand, there was a rough wooden sword that was made from a tree branch. He held the sword in his hand and took a few steps back. As soon as he drew his sword, the sword moves were like moving clouds and flowing water. The sound of each move was ear-piercing. In the morning, in the hall of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city, Bai Qing was discussing today's business with a visiting merchant. Suddenly, a short-legged attendant rushed in and whispered a few words in his ear. Bai Qing's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and apologized to the visitor. I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter to deal with. We will talk another day. After that, he asked the waiter to send him away. He turned to his attendant and said in a low voice, Find Qiu Biao. Bai Qing turned and went to the backyard. He entered a room in the corner that was used to store miscellaneous items. He paced back and forth. Just as he sat down, Qiu Biao came looking for him. As soon as he entered the door, he excitedly said, Old Bai, you found him? Sure. Bai Qing closed the window behind him and beckoned him to come closer. I found him. He is now outside the Sunji Tavern. Su San is watching him. He can't escape. Then what do we do now? Should we hurry and capture him? Qiu Biao made a knife gesture with his palm and slashed downwards. His expression was fierce. Bai Qing shook his head. There is no hurry to kill that kid Ashu. He wasn't the only one who ran away that day. There should be others. Let's first have someone follow him and see where he goes at night. When the time comes, we will follow the clues and capture him. This time, there must be no fish that escapes the net. You are so thoughtful. Then I will immediately send 2 more brothers to prevent that kid from slipping away. Qiu Biao said. Bai Qing hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that won't be appropriate. Do you remember the person we fished out of the river? That person's kung fu is powerful. That day on the boat, he killed San in 1 move. If that person is here, just a few brothers won't be able to subdue them. Qiu Biao rumbled, I will do it myself. I don't believe I can't take them down. Bai Qing sneered, Even with you, it is not enough. We need to find another helper. Qiu Biao was suspicious. Who? Is there someone whose kung fu is better than mine? If you see him, you can try. Let's go, there is no time to lose. Let's go see that friend who only cares about money and not people. If we can invite him, we will make our move tonight. Yushu set up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane for the whole day. At noon, she bought 2 sesame seed cakes to fill her stomach. There were not many customers today. She sat until dusk and then packed her things to go home. After leaving Autumn Osmanthus Lane, night fell. She walked at a moderate pace. After passing through a few streets, there were fewer people on the road. If she turned her head at this time, she would see 2 people sneakily following her. But Yushu didn't turn her head. She hummed a tune as she pushed the cart with one hand and shook the half bag of coins she earned today with the other. She entered the alley and parked the cart on the side. She went forward and knocked on the door. Xiao Xiao, I'm back. Open the door. Chapter 194. At night, the small courtyard was quiet. The lights in the room had long been extinguished. In the darkness, Yushu sat on a chair, bored to death as she looked at the figures standing by the window. She said softly, I'm just afraid that they won't come tonight. If I have to wait here all night, Xiao Xiao will be anxious to death. Shui Rui was watching the movements in the courtyard through a crack in the window. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and laughed in a low voice. Who told you to hide it from him? It turned out that when Yushu left Qiugreifang, she did not return to her own home. Instead, she asked Shui Rui to find an empty house for her. In this courtyard, there were 2 rooms with a dozen highly skilled soldiers lying in ambush, waiting for the group of people to walk into the trap. With so many people protecting her, it was hard for Yushu to be nervous. She coughed lightly and said, AI, isn't this an abuse of personal power? She did ask him to find a few thugs, but she didn't ask him to find a group of soldiers from the yamen. How is this an abuse of personal power? Shui Rui sternly said, this robbery case has a record in Fengfeng Prefecture. As an official of the Supreme Court, I have the duty of supervising unjust cases. Of course, I have the responsibility to help solve the case and arrest the real culprit. Yushu curled her lips. Did he think she didn't know what the Supreme Court did? A case that happened in Fengfeng, how could he, a Jing official, be in charge of it? Shui Rui waved his hand at Yushu. His eyes narrowed and he said in a low voice, they're coming. Yushu's expression instantly became serious. Afraid of making a sound, she sat motionless on the chair and pricked up her ears to listen to the movements outside the window. Just as she heard some light footsteps, before she had time to be nervous, she heard the sound of a teacup shattering in the room. The next moment, there was the sound of breaking doors and windows in the courtyard, followed by several shouts and the clanging of cold weapons. Hearing that there was a fight outside the courtyard, Yushu froze. She hurriedly stood up. Just as she took a step forward, Shui Rui raised his hand to stop her. Let's wait a little longer. Yushu stopped and silently counted to the 23rd count in her heart. Then she heard a loud voice outside the door reporting, "Milord, the intruders have all been captured." Only then did Shui Rui light the candle on the table. He turned to Yushu and said, "Let's go. Let's go take a look." Yushu had a strange expression on her face. She had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. How could it be resolved before she even had the time to wash her face? To think that she had been prepared to put herself in danger. What a waste of time. Shui Rui noticed her expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Did she really think that he would let her take the risk? If that was the case, then he was too incompetent. Just in case, the people lying in ambush in the courtyard were not ordinary soldiers. He said that to Yushu, but this group of people was actually a group of elite soldiers that he had borrowed from the military office. Yushu followed Shui Rui out of the house. The small courtyard outside was not bright. The moonlight was not bright and there were dark figures everywhere. Soon, someone lit a torch. As soon as the courtyard was lit up, Yushu could clearly see the scene in front of her. It was difficult for 2 people to fight against 4 people. There were a few swords and ropes on the ground, but there was not much blood. The people who were still standing were all soldiers in regular clothes. The four masked men who were kneeling on the ground were obviously here to kill them. Yu Shu's eyes lit up when she saw a figure who was being restrained by two people and was still struggling. It was a pleasant surprise. Yu Shu pursed her lips and walked forward. She pulled off the mask on his face. When she saw the signature beard, the anger that she felt when she was forced to jump into the river for a long time came back. She immediately sneered, "Captain Chiu, how have you been? In the middle of the night, you broke into a private house and even brought a sword. Did you enter the wrong house or do you want to commit crimes?" Chiu Biao knew that he had fallen into a trap. His face turned red. He was shocked and angry. He looked at the young man who was sneering in front of him. He did not know where the martial artists in the courtyard came from. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say. Shui Rui stood behind Yu Shu and did not interrupt. He wanted to see what she would do. "Why don't you say anything?" Yu Shu stretched out her hand and used the back of her hand to slap Chiu Biao's face. The slap was not light nor heavy, but it was enough to humiliate him. "Are you afraid after seeing so many people? So you only have this little guts." Chiu Biao turned his head angrily and dodged Yu Shu's slap. "It's my bad luck to fall into the hands of a brat like you again." Thinking back on the ship, Chiu Biao attacked Xia Mingming and locked him in a bucket in the warehouse. It was Yu Shu who saw through him. Shui Rui's brows raised in displeasure when he heard this insult, whereas Yu Shu started laughing instead, and she fiercely grabbed Chiu Biao's beard with her fingers, forcing him to face her. "It's not that you're unlucky, it's that you're stupid. Compared to that old fox, Bai Qing, you're his dog, and you're a stupid dog." Chiu Biao glared at Yu Shu with fire in his eyes. He wanted to eat her. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeing me on the street a few days ago. What do you think? Do you regret it?" Chiu Biao's beard was in pain from being pulled by Yu Shu. He roared with red eyes, "I only regret that I didn't kill you on the ship that day, you bastard, and let you live until today." Hearing this sentence, the corner of Shui Rui's mouth moved. What a stupid thing. Yu Shu's eyes turned cold. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "It's too late to regret it. For the sake of ill-gotten wealth, you killed so many innocent people. You deserve to die." Chiu Biao shivered. He was about to pounce on Yu Shu, but he was pulled back by the soldiers behind him. He could only sneer, "Do you think you can escape? You still have to." Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by someone. He could only make muffled sounds. Yu Shu stood up and retreated to Shui Rui's side. She shrugged and said, "So many people saw and heard it. He came to kill me. I'll have to trouble Lord Shui to make another trip to the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce to capture his accomplice, Bai Qing." Shui Rui nodded. He maintained his dignity in front of outsiders. He didn't respond to her teasing words. He pointed at several soldiers in the courtyard and said sternly, "Send them to the yamen and put them in prison first. The few of you go to the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce to arrest them." "Yes, Lord." Seeing the officers take the people away, Yu Shu was suspicious. "You're not going?" "It doesn't matter. I've already arranged people to keep an eye on the Tihan Guild. They won't let anyone run away." Shui Rui's face was still serious. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "It's too late. I'll send you back first, okay?" His voice was in her ear, with a faint fragrance of tea. Yu Shu's ear itched. She slightly lowered her neck, lowered her eyelids, and responded softly. She caught Chiu Biao. Although she didn't see Bai Qing tonight, Yu Shu was relieved. She believed that this time the two of them couldn't escape. She asked Shui Rui to send her home. Because they lured the snake out of the hole, there were no carriages. Fortunately, the house that Shui Rui found was not far from Huisheng Street. The two walked along the way, discussing tomorrow's matters. Soon, they arrived at Huisheng Street. At the end of the street, Yu Shu didn't ask Shui Rui to send her any further. "Let's stop here. It's so late. Xiaoshu might come out to look for me. It'll be hard for him to explain if he sees you. I told him that I'm going to help the security company look after the house when I went out in the morning." Shui Rui looked at the alley in front of him. It was only a few steps away from her house. There weren't many people on the road, so he said, "Okay, I'll come and pick you up tomorrow." After saying goodbye here, Yushu took a few steps forward and turned back. She scratched her ear and said, "You're going back alone. Be careful on the road." Shui Rui looked at her and nodded. There was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. He had to hide it. Looking at Yushu walking away and disappearing at the end of the alley, Shui Rui took a step back and turned around with his hands behind his back. He took a step forward and brushed past the hunchbacked night watchman. When he didn't see him, the night watchman raised his head and touched the knife scar on his face. He hit the gong in his hand and quickened his pace. He disappeared at the end of the alley in a flash. After solving a problem, Yushu walked briskly. She felt strange that she didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu on the way. When she heard the night watchman not far away, she realized that it was so late. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Perhaps she was too happy to be sad. She didn't see where she was going and sprained her ankle on the stone platform in front of her house. She screamed in pain and fell on the steps in front of the door. She knocked her knee. She gritted her teeth but didn't scream in pain. She tried to stand up twice but couldn't. She just sat on the ground and raised her hand to hit the door. Jingchen, Xiaoxiu opened the door. "I'm back." Her back was facing the west entrance of the alley, so she didn't see a black shadow quietly approaching her. When the shadow was about a dozen steps away from her, he quickly took out a dagger and raised his arm. With the help of the faint moonlight, he aimed at her back. Shoo! Creak. At the same time, a loud roar came from the entrance of the alley, drowning out the sound of the door opening behind her. Yushu subconsciously turned her head and saw a flash in front of her eyes. She saw a cold glint and the sound of wind rushing towards her. Her pupils shrank and she held her breath as she watched the sharp weapon stabbing towards her face. But the next moment, the cold glint stopped. It was less than half an inch away from her eyebrows. Time seemed to be strangled by someone and stopped. Drip. 1 drop, 2 drops, a slightly sweet drop of blood landed on the tip of her nose. Time was broken by this small sound, and only then did she clearly see what had caused that fatal dagger to stop. She took in a deep breath, her voice trembling. Without even turning her head, she said, Jingchen. At the entrance of the alley, Shui Rui had returned after noticing that there was something off about the night watchman, and he'd chased him here before he saw the dangerous scene from before. He was unable to stop it in time, yet he saw a white sleeve stretch out from the door behind Yushu, and it didn't hesitate in the slightest to grab onto the dagger. At this moment, both inside and outside the alley, even the killer was stunned for a moment. Shui Rui was the first to react. With a serious face, he rushed forward and without saying a word he slapped the shoulder of the killer disguised as the night watchman, forcing him to throw away the sharp weapon in his hand and dodge backward. Shui Rui rushed forward and the two of them immediately fought. Looking at Yushu again, she turned her head with a pale face and looked at Jingchen who was standing behind her unknowingly. "Are you okay?" Jingchen asked. Was she the one who was in trouble now? Yushu shouted in her heart, but a gush of anger was stuck in her throat and she could not say a word. Seeing that she was fine, Jingchen loosened his fingers and threw the dagger aside. He looked at the two people who were fighting on the side. Seeing that they were in a deadlock, he flashed around Yushu and rushed forward to join the fight. 2 against 1, there was no suspense at all. The night watchman was kicked in the chest by Shui Rui, and his shoulder bone was broken by Jingchen's palm strike, causing him to be nailed to the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Seeing that he was lying on the ground, the two of them stopped fighting. One turned around and the other looked back. Their eyes met in the air, one squinted and the other frowned. After a moment, Shui Rui spoke first, "Your hand?" Jingchen looked down at his finger and shook his head. "It's okay." Shui Rui raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his head to look at the person sitting on the steps of the door. He was about to ask who the person who blocked the knife was when he saw her trembling shoulders. He thought that she was frightened and walked forward with concern. He squatted down and asked, "Shu, are you okay?" Okay, my foot. Yushu raised her hand and wiped the blood off her face. Her teeth were chattering and she just wanted to curse. Chapter 195. Nothing, nothing, my ass. Yushu shouted in a hoarse voice. She looked at the strange man lying on the ground not far from her. Her back was covered in cold sweat and her heart was pounding. She couldn't tell if she was more frightened or angry. She grabbed the door frame and stood up from the ground while enduring the pain in her ankle. Her body swayed a little, and Shui saw her movements and hurriedly supported her elbow with his hand. Yushu borrowed his strength to stand up and leaned against the door frame. She gently pushed him away and looked at Jing Chen's hand that was hanging by his side with a straight face. Because it was dark, she couldn't see it clearly, so she waved at him and said hoarsely, "Come here." Jing Chen obediently walked over. When he saw Yushu's hand reaching out to him, he didn't dodge. He let her carefully hold his hand and frowned. As if he could feel her hand slightly trembling, Jing Chen said softly, "Don't worry. You didn't hurt your bones." Hearing this heartless words, Yushu felt even more uncomfortable. She couldn't help but glare at him. She turned her head and pointed at the killer on the ground. She said to Shui, "Please carry him in." As she said that, she held Jing Chen's hand and limped into the courtyard. Shui looked at their backs and temporarily suppressed his doubts. Resigned to his fate, he walked to the disguised night watchman's side and bent down to grab him by the back of his collar. Without any gentleness to speak of, he dragged him into the small courtyard. Shui had sent Yushu home several times. This was the first time he entered the house. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy. He couldn't help but think of the temporary residence in Yang City and the days when he saw her frequently. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Shui casually threw the man against the wall. He found half a clothesline in the courtyard and tied the man up. He clapped his hands and looked at the house in front of him. The moment Shui entered the room, he saw the scene in the room. Unknowingly, his footsteps stopped at the doorway. In the bedroom that was made up of walls, the furnishings were simple and crude. There was a bed, a cloth screen, and a study table by the window. There was an oil lamp on the table. A handsome, unfamiliar man was sitting on the chair while she was squatting by his side. She was holding onto his blood-red wrist while concentrating on wrapping his palm with a towel. There was a medicine bottle by her feet and a basin of water was soaked with red liquid. The corner of her clothes hung in the basin. She did not even notice that it was half wet. The strange man lowered his head to look at her. There was no pain on his face, only an almost calm focus. Her face was illuminated by the oil lamp. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she couldn't help feeling a little heartache. Looking at this scene, Shui-rui's eyes dimmed. He didn't think and broke the silence. "It's better for me to find a doctor." "It's so late. Are there any medical halls open?" Yushu turned her head and asked. Shui-rui nodded. He was not familiar with this area. It was inconvenient for him to find a doctor in the middle of the night, but he saw this young man blocking the knife for Yushu. He knew that his injury was not light. If he left him like this, even if his hand was not crippled, it would leave a sequela in the future. "Then I will trouble you," Yushu said gratefully. Shui didn't hurry to leave. He asked, "Oh right, where is Xiaoxiu? Why don't I see him?" Yushu's hand stopped moving. She was worried about Jing Chen's injury. Now she realized that she didn't see Xiaoxiu for a long time. "He said he will go out to pick you up," Jing Chen said. Yushu frowned. "When did he go out? How long has it been?" Jing Chen thought for a while. "About half an hour." Yushu suddenly became anxious. It had been half an hour. She wouldn't be worried at other times. But today was special. She was afraid that the child would encounter something bad. Shui-rui saw her changed face and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will go out to look for him." Then he turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Yushu. "Wait, I will go with you." Yushu quickly tied a knot on the back of Jing Chen's hand. She squatted beside his leg, looked up and apologized to him. "Jing Chen, you wait at home. I have to go out to look for Xiaoxiu." The injury on Jing Chen's hand had reached the bone. Logically speaking, he should find a doctor first. But Yu Shu was really worried that Yu Xiaoxiu would have an accident. She could only ask Jing Chen to wait for a while. Jing Chen had doubts about what happened tonight. But when he saw Yu Shu's flustered expression, he didn't ask more. Instead, he said, "I will go with you." How could Yu Shu let him run around like this? She said, "No need, the two of us can go look for him. The person who wanted to kill me is still in the courtyard. You stay here and watch him. Don't let him run away." Jing Chen looked up at Shui Rui. He thought that this person also knew martial arts. He nodded and didn't argue with Yu Shu. He was afraid that it would delay them. Yu Shu stood up with the help of the table. She stamped her feet. She was still in pain from the sprain. Fortunately, it didn't affect her walking. She immediately left with Shui Rui. Yu Shu hurriedly left the house and followed the path she took to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to search for Yu Xiaoxiu. Shui Rui followed her because he was also worried that something might have happened to Yu Xiaoxiu. Even though he had his suspicions, he did not ask too much about the identity of the unfamiliar man who had appeared in her house. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu. It was late at night. They ran a few streets. Except for the beggars sleeping on the roadside, they didn't see anyone, let alone Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu was getting more and more worried. She was sweating and shouting Yu Xiaoxiu's name at the top of her voice. She didn't care if she would wake up the neighbors. She wanted to spread her voice so that people within a radius of 10 miles could hear her. "Let's split up. It'll be faster this way." Maybe he took the side road. Yu Shu was burning with anxiety. She turned her head and said to Shui Rui. Shui Rui rejected her suggestion. "Let's go together. It's so late. I'm afraid that someone might ambush you in the dark." Yu Shu gritted her teeth and said, "The one who came to kill me tonight must have something to do with Bai Qing. I didn't expect him to have a backup plan. That thief." She didn't think it through. She should have told Jing Chen and Xiaoxiu to stay at home and not come out. The two of them went from one end of the street to the other. Yu Shu's back was soaked with sweat. Her voice was also hoarse from shouting. At this moment, a response came from not far away. "Sister?" Yu Shu looked at the figure running towards her from the corner of the street. She was so excited that she almost burst into tears. She went forward and grabbed the panting Yu Xiaoxiu. She patted his back and scolded, "Where did you go in the middle of the night? You brat." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. He didn't dodge and stammered, I saw that you didn't come back so late, so I wanted to pick you up. Who knew that I didn't see you all the way? I thought I got lost, so I came back." "Didn't I tell you not to pick me up? Why are you so disobedient? Don't you know that you made me anxious? You got lost in the middle of the night. Where can I find you?" Yu Shu was full of twists and turns tonight. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu, she felt relieved. She couldn't suppress her temper and scolded him. It was the first time that he saw Yu Shu so angry at him. Yu Xiaoxiu felt wronged in his heart. He didn't dare to talk back. He lowered his head and let her scold him. "It's good that you found him." Shui Rui knew that Yu Shu was worried about him. He said, "I will send you back first. I need to find a doctor." Only then did Yu Shu stop scolding him. But her hand was still holding Yu Xiaoxiu tightly. It seemed that she was afraid that he would get lost. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Shui Rui. He was puzzled. He wanted to ask Yu Shu, but she glared at him and stopped him. Shui Rui sent the siblings back and instructed them to close the door before he turned around and left. He had a lot of things to do tonight. After he settled Yu Shu's matter, he still had to make a trip to the magistrate court. Originally, the matter would be settled after he caught Qiu Biao. Who knew that an assassin would suddenly appear and follow them back home? This made it impossible for Yu Shu to hide it from Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu even if she wanted to. She had no choice but to take the opportunity when Shui Rui went to look for the physician to explain the situation to the two of them. After listening to the whole story, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen had different reactions. Yu Xiaoxiu was normal. After all, he was still young. The memory of escaping from the ship was too deep. He couldn't help but feel scared. He pulled Yu Shu's sleeve. He didn't blame her for hiding such a big thing from him. Jing Chen didn't say a word. His right hand, which was tightly entangled by Yu Shu, was flat on the table. He looked at the oil lamp. No one knew what he was thinking. Yu Shu didn't notice his strange expression. She had already calmed down. She patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry. It's all right now. Your brother Shui has sent officers to catch Bai Qing. They killed so many people. They can't escape the death penalty." After comforting Yu Xiaoxiu, Yu Shu coaxed him to go to sleep. "Wash your face and go back to the room. Cover yourself with the quilt and go to sleep. You don't need to go to the academy tomorrow." "What about you?" Yu Xiaoxiu grabbed Yu Shu's arm. He didn't want to let go. He didn't hold a grudge when she scolded him on the street. He only cared about his sister's kindness. "There is a bad guy in the yard. I can't sleep." "What are you afraid of?" "That person was beaten half to death by your brother Jing and brother Shui. He is unconscious. Go to sleep." "How can he be so timid?" Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to wash his face. She watched him lie down on the bed and covered him with the quilt. She patted him and closed the door. She stood alone in the yard for a while. She closed her eyes, inhaled and exhaled. She suppressed the palpitation of the cold dagger. She didn't think about the fear at that time. After she sorted out her emotions, she went to Jing Chen's room to find him. Jing Chen sat on the bed to rest. Yu Shu dragged a chair over and sat down. She looked at him with hesitation. Before she opened her mouth, she heard him say, "My martial arts have recovered." "When did this happen?" Yu Shu didn't look surprised. "About half a month ago, I mentioned to you that one night, I couldn't sleep and came out to practice swordsmanship. I felt that my body was getting better, but you didn't believe me," Jing Chen continued when he saw that Yu Shu wasn't upset. "I realized that every time I practiced swordsmanship, my body would feel better. I practiced swordsmanship every day when you were asleep or not at home. After half a month, I feel that my body has recovered." Yu Shu raised her hand and massaged her forehead. She realized that sometimes she really liked to act smart, whether it was about Jing Chen or what happened tonight. "Xiaoyu, my body has recovered," Jing Chen repeated. He sat up straight and leaned forward slightly. He raised his uninjured hand and gently pressed on Yu Shu's thin shoulder bones. Due to the loss of blood, his face was slightly pale. However, his clear eyes were full of seriousness that could not be ignored. This kind of gaze was too sincere and undisguised, allowing others to see to the bottom. This complete trust caused Yu Shu's heart of stone to involuntarily waver. She heard him say in a deep voice, "Thank you for saving me on the river, taking care of me for so long in the capital, and putting in so much effort for my matter. Although I still can't remember what happened in the past, from now on, you don't have to treat me as a weak patient. So if you encounter any trouble or danger, whether it's worry or fear, you can tell me. Even if I can't help you, I will definitely protect you. As long as I'm by your side, I will do my best to not let anyone hurt you. I mean what I say." This simple and unpretentious words, at this moment, sounded especially heavy. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's face that was inches away from hers. Seeing the unmistakable sincerity in his eyes, she felt a wave of sourness in her eyes. After living for almost 30 years, she was used to putting on a strong front. She was always the one who used all her strength to protect others. In her previous life, it was Yu Lei. In this life, it was Xiaoxiu. However, this was the first time that someone said this to her so seriously. She wanted to laugh it off, she wanted to be indifferent, but at this moment, she couldn't help but have some greedy thoughts that she shouldn't have. She looked at this pure and innocent young man in front of her, who was willing to use his back to block a sword and his hands to block a dagger for her. "Jing Chen, let me ask you," Yu Shu's voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of uncertainty, "if one day, you regain your memory and realize that I lied to you and hid many things from you, at that time, will your words still count?" Jing Chen's expression didn't change. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded lightly, "Yes." Yu Shu raised her hand and placed it on Jing Chen's shoulder. Holding the back of her slightly cold hand, she raised her head and looked straight at him with her bright eyes. "This is what you said. Don't regret it in the future." Shui Rui left for over an hour before he returned with the doctor. and at the same time, he also brought along 2 soldiers. Shui Rui let the doctor in to look at Jing Chen's injuries. He called out to Yu Shu, who was about to follow him in. "Ah, Shu, it's not convenient to leave this killer here. I'll get someone to bring him back for interrogation." Yu Shu thought that this was a good idea and said to him, "Let's wait for the doctor to look at Jing Chen's injuries first." Shui Rui didn't understand what she meant and asked her with his eyes. He saw Yu Shu sneer. If Jing Chen's hands were to make a mistake and become sick in the future, then this person's hands can be discarded. Hearing her harsh words, the corner of Shui Rui's mouth stiffened. He didn't suspect that she was lying, but seeing how she was so protective of the man named Jing Chen, he felt a little suffocated. He coughed and took the opportunity to ask, "It's been a busy night and I haven't asked you, who is this young master? Is he a neighbor?" Shui Rui didn't expect that Jing Chen lived with Yu Shu and the others. It was no wonder that Jing Chen's room was empty and there wasn't even a piece of clothing hanging on it. At first glance, Shui Rui thought that it was Yu Xiaoxiu's sleeping quarters. Yu Shu thought for a while and decided that there was nothing to hide. She said, "He's not a neighbor. Jing Chen is my good friend. We met on the way and came to the capital together." Hearing this, Shui Rui felt that something was wrong and asked, "Then why is he at your house at night?" Yu Shu laughed, "He lives here. If he's not at home at night, then does he sleep on the street?" Yu Shu peeked into Jing Chen's room and was anxious to hear the doctor's explanation. She missed the moment when Shui Rui's expression changed. "Ah, Shu." What? At this moment, Shui Rui had a belly full of words to say. He wanted to scold her for being careless and not being aware of the situation. How could a woman live with a man? He also wanted to say that if she did not have enough money, he would help her find another empty residence and let this Jing Chen move out. However, when he saw her absent-minded expression, he recalled that time in the alley when she unhesitatingly raised her hand to block the knife behind her back. When the words reached his mouth, they turned into 2 words. "It's okay." Yu Shu didn't hear the little bit of tolerance in Shui Rui and said to him, "Then I'll go in and have a look." Chapter 196. Fortunately, although Jing Chen's hand was bleeding profusely, it did not injure any muscles or bones. Even the physician was amazed and reminded Yu Shu to change his dressing on time and make sure that it did not come into contact with water. The wound would heal in about 2 months, but the knife was so deep that it would definitely leave behind a scar. Yu Shu knew that Jing Chen's hand would not leave any sequelae, but she was still angry. Before Shui Rui took the man away, she went to the kitchen to find a rolling pin. Even if she did not cripple the killer's hands and feet, she would at least break 2 of his fingers to prevent him from using a knife to kill people in the future. Yu Shu's heart was hard, and she was not soft-hearted when she did this kind of thing. Shui Rui couldn't stop her, but he didn't think about stopping her either. He signaled his subordinates to come forward and hold a lantern to prevent her from accidentally hurting herself. Who knew that this light would allow Yu Shu to clearly see the killer's appearance? She hesitated. "What's wrong?" Shui Rui asked. "This person, I think I've seen him somewhere before." "Seen him before?" Shui Rui pursued. It was not easy to interrogate this kind of deadly killer. It was best to know his background beforehand. Yu Shu held the rolling pin and stared at the long scar on the killer's face. After thinking for a while, she suddenly knocked the mask on her palm and exclaimed, "I remember now. This person is the vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang. Do you still remember him? He's the local tyrant of Autumn Osmanthus Lane. The Evergreen Gang that set up a gambling trap for me. I've seen this person at the gambling house before. I remember the scar on his face. It's him without a doubt." That day, in order to help Xia Mingming raise money for the Great Yen examination, Yu Shu had gone to the gambling house to inquire about the gambling place in the south of the city. That was when she met the vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang. The vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang? Shui Rui frowned and said, "The Evergreen Gang has been investigated for secretly gambling, committing fraud, and bribing officials of the Imperial Court. They've already been investigated last month, and I remember that a few leaders have been imprisoned." Why isn't this vice gang master in prison? Why did he come out to kill people instead? Yushu said, "You'll have to ask that by Qing. I've only met this person once and have no enmity with him. There are only two reasons why he came to kill me. Either a favor or a contract." Shui Rui nodded. "I'll bring my men back now. I'll inform you when there's news." "Okay," Yushu answered and bent down, grabbing the scar-faced man's arm. With a fierce look on her face, she fiercely knocked the dough stick on two of his right hand's fingers, making two crisp sounds. The man, who was still unconscious, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan in pain. The man was still unconscious and couldn't help but groan in pain. Shui Rui had thought that she had forgotten about this. Seeing her merciless actions, he froze and furrowed his brows, but didn't say anything. Shui Rui had his subordinates carry the man out. Yushu went in to invite a doctor to escort them to the door. Shui Rui walked at the back. He stopped and said to Yushu, "There's no need to send them off. Let's go back. You've been tossing and turning all night. Rest early. Emin, then I'll see you tomorrow. Be careful. Close the doors and windows before you sleep." Shui Rui used the lantern in his hand to look at her face. He saw that she was exhausted. In the end, he didn't say what he wanted to say. He turned and hurriedly left. He still had many things to do tonight and probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the whole night. Jing Chen's hands weren't convenient. Yu Xiaoxiu had suffered a fright and fell into a deep sleep. Yushu got some water and helped Jing Chen wipe his face. She also took out some clean clothes, planning to help him change into them. Fortunately, Jing Chen was wearing inner clothes. Only his upper body was stained with blood, so he didn't need to change completely. Otherwise, Yushu really wouldn't be able to help him. "I can do it myself." Jing Chen saw that Yushu was reaching out to help him undress. He took a step back and turned his back to her. He took off his belt and used one hand to take off his clothes. These days, he had read many scriptures. Although he didn't remember anything, his Tao heart was becoming clearer. He felt that it was inappropriate to be naked in front of others. Yushu saw his actions and felt that it was funny. She put one hand on her waist and the other hand deliberately waited for him to take off his clothes. She patted his exposed shoulder and teased, "Why are you hiding? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you acting like a little girl?" She was just joking. She didn't expect that when she patted him, her hand actually hurt. She shook her arm and didn't feel ashamed to look at Jing Chen's exposed shoulder. She was secretly speechless. Last time, she accidentally saw him changing clothes and saw that his shoulders and back were still thin. In less than half a month, he has developed a layer of strong muscles. Is he practicing swordsmanship or boxing? When Jing Chen heard Yushu's joke, he didn't take it seriously. He focused on putting on his clothes with one hand. He then turned around and said to her, "I'm done changing. You should go to sleep. It'll be dawn soon." As he said this, Yushu happened to yawn. She picked up his dirty clothes and said, I put the kettle on your bed. If you're thirsty, you don't need to get out of bed to pour it. Also, you have to sleep on your back. Be careful not to crush your hands. Call me if there's anything. Shout louder so that I can hear you when I'm asleep." Jing Chen responded to Yushu's nagging instructions one by one. After watching her walk to the door, he suddenly called out, "Xiaoyu." "What's wrong?" Yushu turned around. "That's Mr. Shui. Do I know him too?" Yushu tilted her head. "No, I don't think so." Jing Chen hesitated for a moment. "Then why do I find him familiar?" Yushu's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Jing Chen found the man familiar. If it was an item, it would be fine. However, if it was a person, it would not be good news. Why does he look familiar? Is it the same as the statue you saw in the Taoist temple? Yushu asked carefully, but it was not a good example. Since Jing Chen had not recovered his memory, he would not blame her for offending the ancestors of the three pure ones. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm not sure." It was the same as not saying anything. "Forget it, I still have to see Shui Rui tomorrow, and at that time, I'll think of a way to ask him for his horoscope so that I can calculate a calamity for him. If there's really anything, it'll be good for me to give him a warning first, so as to prevent him from being muddle-headed and falling into a trap. Then go to sleep. Don't think too much. When it's time to remember, you'll remember. Yushu coaxed Jingchen. Then she closed the door and left. After returning to the room, she first looked for Kim Bao. The little thing hid when it saw a stranger and did not show up all night. She searched half of the room and finally found it under the wardrobe. Seeing it curled up and sleeping soundly, she could not help but feel a little envious. She reached out her fingers and rubbed its head. Then, she carefully took it out and put it at the end of Yu Xiaoxiu's bed. After a restless night, when Yushu finally fell asleep, she heard roosters crowing outside. Usually, she liked the diligent roosters in her neighbor's house, but when she was sleepy, she suddenly felt that the roosters were annoying. Ooh, 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 ooh. She wanted to pull out all the feathers of the rooster. Yushu rubbed her ears and held on for a while. She could not stand it anymore and got up. She rubbed her aching forehead and sat on the edge of the bed. She woke up, lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she almost fell to the ground. Hiss! She sat back on the bed and lifted her leg to take a look at her trouser leg. She had sprained it yesterday and did not pay attention to it. After one night, it was swollen like a steamed bun. Sister, you're awake. Yu Xiaoxiu, who got up early, came in while wiping his face with a handkerchief. When he saw Yushu's red and swollen foot, he hurriedly bent over to take a look. What happened? You look like this. Hey, don't touch it. It hurts. Yushu grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's hand to stop him from touching her. Go get a basin of cold water. I'll wring a handkerchief and apply it. It'll be fine. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu away, Yushu stepped on her shoes and tried to walk. She sat back down in pain after just 2 steps. This is bad. How can I go out? Yushu crossed her legs in worry. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu to get some water. Yushu applied cold water several times. The redness subsided a little, but the swelling did not disappear. She could not walk. She could only say to Yu Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, change your clothes. Later, wait for your brother Shui at the west entrance of Huixing Street. Tell him and ask him to come to our house. The matter with Bai Qing and the others was not urgent. Because she wanted to get her horoscope, she had to see Shui Rue as soon as possible. She had no choice but to ask him to come to her house. Do you want me to find a doctor? Yu Xiaoxiu asked. No need. It will be fine in a few days. What's the point of finding a doctor? It's a waste of money. She remembered that when she had just entered the workplace, she often sprained her ankle while wearing high heels. She lived in a dormitory with 8 people to a room. Everyone cared about themselves and no one cared about her. She was the one who applied the water herself, and it was more effective than applying any kind of safflower oil. Yushu had the final say in the family. Yu Xiaoxiu could not persuade her, so he changed his clothes and went out to wait for Shui Rui. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiu went out, Jingchen also woke up. When Yushu heard the movement in the yard, she jumped up from the bed with one leg. She jumped to the side of the bed with the other leg and opened the window. She saw Jingchen at the door of the kitchen with his black hair down. He was fetching water to wash his face. However, his hair was not obedient on his shoulders. When he bent down, it slipped down. It was not convenient for him to tie his hair with one hand. In order not to get his hair wet, he had to bend over and get up. He did not know whether to wash his hair or not. Yushu looked at this scene and laughed. Jingchen heard it and turned around. He saw Yushu with her fluffy curly hair lying by the window and smiling, revealing her sharp canine teeth. For some reason, seeing her so happy, he did not even know why she was happy. He could not help but raise the corner of his mouth with her. Come here. I will tie your hair. Yushu waved at Jingchen and asked him to come to the window. She turned around and jumped to the bedside to get a comb and hair tie. Then she jumped back. Jingchen walked to the window. When he saw her standing on one leg, he remembered that she was not able to move properly yesterday. He looked worried and asked, Did you hurt yourself yesterday? Yushu nodded and jumped to the window. She pointed at him and signaled him to turn around with his back facing her. She knelt on the chair and stood a little taller. She used the comb to comb his soft hair and said with a smile, "Isn't this good? You hurt your hand and I sprained my leg. The two of us can be brothers in hardship." Jing Chen heard this and turned his head. He frowned slightly and said, "Not good." Yu Shu was only joking. Seeing him so serious, she felt that he was cute. She turned his head back and combed his hair. She deliberately asked, "What's not good?" It was such a clear morning. It was rare for her to have a break. She did not need to earn money or do her calculations. She could have someone to talk to. Why would her leg hurt? "You're injured. What's so good about that? But I can be your companion this way. Don't you want to go through hardships with me?" "Of course I can go through hardships with you. That's it. It's hardships. If you're injured, of course I'll be injured too. Otherwise, how can it be called going through hardships together? Don't you think I'm right?" Jing Chen was not good with words. Hearing her words, he knew that she was wrong, but he could not win against her. He was speechless for a moment and then said, "Are you done tying me up?" Yu Shu laughed. How could she not know what he was thinking? He could not win against her, so he wanted to run away. He was simple, but he was not stupid. "No, don't move. I'll tie it up tighter for you." Yu Shu hummed a little tune as she twirled his hair with her fingers, mischievously twirling his hair. Chapter 197. Yu Xiaoxiu was waiting on the street, looking around. When there were carriages and horses passing by, he would take a second look. When Shui Rui arrived at Huixing Street, he asked the coachman to stop the carriage. He looked out of the window and saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing by the roadside. He got off the carriage and walked towards him. "Xiaoxiu." "Brother Chow." Although Yu Xiaoxiu knew Shui Rui's real name, he was used to calling him that and it was hard for him to change the way he addressed him. Shui Rui looked around. "Where is your sister?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "My sister sprained her ankle yesterday. She is swollen and can't go out today. She asked me to wait for you here. Brother Chow, my sister wants to invite you to our house." Shui Rui frowned. It was dark last night. He did not notice if she did not mention it. Why was it so serious that he could not walk? He talked to the coachman for a while and left with Yu Xiaoxiu. On the way, Shui Rui tried to ask about Jing Chen. He wanted to find out who that person was, but Yu Xiaoxiu was evasive and did not seem to want to talk about it. This made Shui Rui suspicious. He saw that Jing Chen was handsome and had extraordinary skills. However, a young man living in the same house with a woman was not a relative but a friend. It was very disgraceful. It was obviously the behavior of a Jianghu person. Thinking about it again, Xia Jiangmin lived with Yu Shu. In other words, she also lived with Jing Chen. It was no wonder that Xia Jiangmin did not want to talk about it. If the daughter of Xia Jiangmin wanted to marry, she must be the legal wife of a high-ranking official. Even if she married a man of lower status, the man would not allow her to have a close relationship with a man before marriage, let alone living under the same roof. Shui Rui had known Yu Shu for more than a day or two. He knew that even though she was a little careless when it came to the etiquette between men and women, she was meticulous about everything. She was absolutely not a careless person. Thus, it was obvious that Jing Chen was not an ordinary friend. When he thought up to here, Shui Rui felt even more uneasy in his heart. When he arrived at the mouth of the alley that was sparsely populated, he intentionally slowed down his footsteps and turned his head to say to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Xiaoxiu, have you gotten used to studying in Baichuan Academy?" Mentioning this, Yu Xiaoxiu quickly thanked him and said, "Yes, thank you, Brother Chow. I heard from my sister that it was because of your help that the academy was willing to accept a foreigner like me." Shui Rui smiled noncommittally and said, "It is a long way from the south to the north of the city. You have to wake up early every day to go to school. Are you tired of walking back and forth?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and said honestly, "It is quite far, but I only have to walk back and forth every day. It is not a big deal." Shui Rui seized the opportunity to suggest, "Do you want Big Brother Chow to help the two of you find another residence that's closer to the 100 Rivers Academy? In this way, you'll be able to walk less to and from school every day. Yu Xiaoxiu waved his hand without thinking and said, "Don't bother. We are fine living here. My sister still has to go to Autumn Osmanthus Square to set up a divination. If it is closer to the academy, I will walk less. My sister is walking in the wrong direction." Shui Rui's eyes sparkled and his face was gentle. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Your sister loves you so much. It is good that you know to think for her." So he did not mention the matter of moving to Yu Xiaoxiu again. As they talked, they walked to the door of Yu Shu's house. The door was not closed. Yu Xiaoxiu went forward and pushed the door open. He shouted towards the courtyard and turned sideways to let Shui Rui in first. "Sister, Brother Chao is here." Yu Shu had just finished changing her clothes and was sitting on the edge of the bed to wrap her socks. When she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's voice, she hurriedly picked up her shoes and hopped over to the window. When she saw Shui Rui who had just entered, she said to him, "Quickly come in. I've really troubled you to make another trip." After saying that, she held the wall and jumped to the dining room outside to wait. Shui Rui saw Yu Shu's face at the window. He did not greet her before she disappeared. He secretly laughed at her for being so hasty. When he was about to follow Yu Xiaoxiu inside, he saw a figure in white standing in front of the door of the west room, looking at him quietly. "Master Jing, good morning." Shui Rui smiled slightly and nodded at Jing Chen. He also took the opportunity to look at him. Last night, he saw that Jing Chen was a handsome person. When he saw him during the day, he felt that he was even more handsome and had a gentle temperament. If he did not guess that Jing Chen might be a person from Jianghu, he would have thought that Jing Chen was a young master from a scholarly family. But what happened to his hair? Did he not have time to tidy it after he got up? "Good morning." Shui Rui saw that Jing Chen was staring at him. It was not good to just greet him, so he stopped and asked, "Is your hand better?" Jing Chen did not have much contact with people, so he did not know that Shui Rui was only saying those words out of courtesy. He raised his right hand that was bulging from the bandages and answered, "I'm much better now." "Lu, you just helped me change the bandages." Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. When he heard these words, it was not without a trace of provocation. He smiled and said, "That's good." After saying that, he did not say anything else and turned to enter the big room. Yu Shu was standing by the table with one leg crossed, waiting for him. When she saw him come in, she asked him to sit down. "Quickly tell me, how is it? Have you caught Bai Qing? Have you interrogated them?" When Shui Rui saw that she didn't avoid Yu Xiaoxiu at all, he sat down. He first took a look at her legs before he said, "They've all been captured and interrogated. Even though those two people, Qiu and Bai, refused to give up no matter what, some of their subordinates have already confessed. Coincidentally, one of them was one of the escorts who participated in your ship's voyage. They sent people to silence you and were caught red-handed. Last night, I took the confession and visited the owner of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce and told him about this matter. The other party was furious and immediately sent people to capture the rest of the survivors of the hijacking and bring them to the capital. This way, as long as you go to court and be a witness, none of them will be able to escape." Yu Shu's face lit up with joy. She slapped the table and said, "Great." Now that she had caught them all in one fell swoop, she could finally rest easy. Previously, she was afraid of alarming Bai Qing and her gang, so she did not even dare to contact Pei Jing. Now, she could always write a letter to Yang to inform Zhao Hui that she was safe. Seeing that she was happy, Shui Rui took the opportunity to tell her a piece of good news. "The killer who attacked you last night has also been identified. He is the vice-clan leader of the Evergreen clan, surnamed Chu Hai. This person has been roaming the world for a long time and is nicknamed Knife Target. This is not the first time he has done this business. There is an old case of a wealthy merchant's death in the south of the city that seems to be related to him. As for the specifics, we need to investigate further. However, he is locked up in prison and will not have the chance to come out." Hearing this, Yu Shu was surprised and happy at the same time. Later, she realized that he had been running back and forth all night and had done so many things. Wouldn't he not have the chance to close his eyes? As she thought about it, she stared at him carefully. He was wearing the same clothes from yesterday and his sleeves were slightly wrinkled. Looking at his face, it was not difficult to see that his eyes were bloodshot. Feeling very apologetic, Yu Shu had an ashamed expression on her face. "This is my business. I made you run all over the place. If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you last night. To think that I was still sleeping at home. How shameful." Shuirui shook his head and frankly said, "I didn't do it just to help you. This case has caused quite a stir in Kaifeng County. Since I was able to investigate it, not only will it be a political achievement, but the owner of the Chamber of Commerce will also owe me a favor. It is not as if I have nothing to gain. If I include next year's official examination, I might even be promoted by a rank or so and get a raise in my salary." Hearing his words, Yu Shu suddenly felt her heart lighten. Smiling, she said, "Is that so? Then do you want me to help you calculate when you will be promoted and rich?" Thinking that she was joking, Shuirui cooperated with her and said, "Okay, help me calculate it. Just think of it as thanking me for helping you this time." This was exactly what Yu Shu wanted. She called Yu Xiaoxiu into the room to get a pen and paper. Then she asked Shuirui to write down his birthday. Shuirui saw that she was in high spirits and didn't want to spoil her mood. So he wrote down his birthday. "Wait a minute." Yu Shu immediately picked up her brush and began to calculate on the spot. Shuirui was left to the side. He drank the coarse tea on the table and watched as she moved her brush. He saw that the paper she was writing on was full of crooked characters that he could not understand. Her hand was swishing nonstop, and it did not seem like she was writing notes for someone, but more like she was drawing talismans. He asked curiously, "What are you writing?" When Yu Shu was fully concentrated, she always had a pair of ears that she didn't have, so she didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, it was Yu Xiaoxiu who interrupted from the side. She moved closer to Shuirui's ear with a slightly complacent voice and said, "Big brother Chao, don't be fooled by my older sister's bad handwriting. Her divination is very accurate. Let me tell you, as long as my older sister says that it will rain tomorrow, then she will definitely bring an umbrella. Also, last time when I went out and tripped, my sister knew ahead of time. Isn't she amazing?" When Shuirui heard this, he was secretly surprised. Other people might talk big, but Yu Xiaoxiu was an honest child. Even if his words were exaggerated, there should be 90% truth. He originally thought that Yu Shu was good at learning. That day when he brought her to Dingbo Hall, he saw her other skills. Now, it seemed that she wasn't just faking her skills elsewhere. To have this kind of ability, she was much better than some of the children of the Yi Shui family he had seen. This kind of ability, where did she learn it from? Shuirui sat and waited for a long time. When Yu Shu finished calculating his next 10 days of misfortune, she stopped writing. However, her expression was a bit serious. "How is it? Have you calculated when I will be promoted and rich?" "Promotion and wealth are definitely there." Yu Shu pretended to smile lightly. Then, she hesitated, "But there is one thing that you have to be careful about." Shuirui's expression didn't change. "What is it?" "Just say it." "Today is the 9th. The day after tomorrow, which is the 11th, it's best that you don't go out." Yu Shu sternly said. Shuirui didn't understand. "Why? Did you calculate some kind of bad omen?" Yu Shu nodded. "I don't know exactly what it is, but this divination shows that you will encounter misfortune the day after tomorrow. It seems like it's not a small matter." She thought for a moment, then said, "If you believe me, then find another master who is proficient in omen to do a divination. If you need to avoid it, then avoid it. You must not be careless." Although her divination was accurate, she often saw some cases that she hadn't seen before. She calculated that there would be misfortune, but she didn't know what kind of misfortune it was. Shuirui's case was one that she had never seen before. It wasn't a bloody light, nor was it a bad omen, but it wasn't an ordinary small disaster. In her opinion, if one didn't know about misfortune, then staying in the residence and not going out was the simplest and most effective way to avoid misfortune. With the Shui family's business, the feng shui of the residence must have a big mystery. If one wanted to avoid misfortune, it would be more secure. So when someone encountered misfortune, they would go to a noble's house to hide. Shui Rui knew that Yu Shu wouldn't joke with him about this matter. Since she reminded him, then she must have really calculated something. There is a master in the residence. When I go back today, I will ask him. Shui Rui said. Chapter 198. Shui Rui left Yu Shu's house and returned to the Shui residence. Because he did not return last night, he only sent a message back home. When he came back, he heard that his grandfather was going to attend court. He went to the main room of the north courtyard to greet the old man. Minister Shui had already heard from the servants that he did not return last night because he was on official business. When he saw him in the study, he did not ask for details. Shui Rui did not mention Yu Shu either. However, Shui Lingnan gave him another task. The day after tomorrow is the 7th prince's coronation birthday. Send the congratulatory gift on behalf of this old man. Stay at the banquet for a while and wait for the emperor to bestow the title before returning. The princes of and were not like the previous dynasty. They all lived in the capital. When they were 15, they would leave the palace to build a prince's residence. Before they were 20, they would not be bestowed the title of prince. On the coronation day, they would be bestowed the title of prince. The 7th prince was the son of consort Yin Shu. When he was still studying in the palace, the emperor had assigned him several tasks. He had won the favor of the emperor. On the coronation day, it was not convenient for Shui Lingnan to personally attend. Sending his eldest grandson to attend was considered giving him face. However, Shui Rui had just heard from Yu Shu that he should close his door and not go out the day after tomorrow. Now that he heard Shui Lingnan's words, a thought came to his mind and he hesitantly said, "Grandfather, I just had a falling out with the 7th prince at the Dinghua Hall not long ago. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to appear at his coronation ceremony?" Shui Lingnan sat behind the desk and flipped through the official documents on the table. Without raising his head, he said, "This old man wants you to find an opportunity to break off your previous friendship with him. I did not say that you cannot have dealings with him. You are now an official in the court and are not as free as before. At a birthday banquet like this, as long as your ears and eyes are sharp, you will be able to learn something. You must go." His words made Shui Rui know that he had to attend this banquet no matter what. Shui Rui lowered his head and said, "I understand. You did not sleep last night. Today is your turn to rest. Have a good rest." Shui Rui exited the study. He didn't return to his own courtyard. Instead, he went to the west courtyard with a manservant. Behind the small garden, there was a courtyard. 2 maids were whispering to each other at the door. When they saw Shui Rui, they hurriedly separated and greeted him. "Eldest young master." Shui Rui stopped at the door. "What is Mr. Zhao doing?" "She's painting in the yard." "Go in and inform them." "Yes." A maid hurriedly ran in and came out after a while. "Young master, Mr. Zhao invites you in." Shui Rui left the manservant to wait outside before entering the courtyard. After around 15 minutes, he came out from within, and his expression didn't change at all compared to before, but if one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice a strand of bewilderment between his brows. This Mr. Zhao, who was worshipped in their mansion, was a famous Da'im master in the capital. He was proficient in physiognomy and astrology. He used to have many visitors. Later, because he offended a noble, Shui Lingnan helped him out. That was why he stayed in the Shui mansion and became a guest of the Shui family. Yu Shu predicted that he would be in trouble the day after tomorrow. However, he had asked Zhao Yanlin to read his fortune for him. Zhao Yanlin said that he didn't look fierce. Could it be that she was wrong? Yu Shu's foot was swollen, so she couldn't go anywhere. She waited at home leisurely for Shui Rui's news. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu to write a letter. She planned to find a time to go out and find a courier to send it to Yang by horse. It rained last night and the weather became colder. When Yu Shu woke up, she sneezed 3 times and found that one of the quilts was missing. Fortunately, she was prepared. After breakfast, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to take out the new quilts from the cabinet and sent one to Jing Chen's room. Then, she removed the quilt from Xia Mingming's room and replaced it with hers. The winter in the north was cold. If one didn't have two quilts during the winter, they would freeze. Yu Shu was sitting at the table and instructing Yu Xiaoxiu to make the bed. When she heard the knock on the courtyard door, she asked him to go out and see who it was. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected guest. "Brother Jing, Brother Yu, I'm here to see you. Come out quickly. I brought tea eggs cooked by my mother for you to try. It's delicious." As soon as she heard the voice, Yu Shu felt a headache. She stood up with the help of the table and looked out the window. She saw Zhou Fangfang standing in the courtyard with a basket. Couldn't she just let her sleep peacefully for a day? "Brother Jing, what happened to your hand?" Yu Shu limped out of the room and saw Zhou Fangfang standing at the door of Jing Chen's room. She screamed at Jing Chen's heavily bandaged right hand. Jing Chen didn't know how to explain. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu coming out. He gave her a questioning look. "I chopped firewood yesterday." Yu Shu casually made up a story. She smiled and glared at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was rolling his eyes at the back of Zhou Fangfang's head. Zhou Fangfang also thought about it carefully. The firewood Yu Shu bought at home was ready-made. She didn't need someone to chop it. She just pouted and scolded Jing Chen. "How can you be so careless? Your hand is used for writing. Why did you chop firewood? Is it serious? Have you seen a doctor?" Jing Chen didn't know how to lie and didn't know how to answer, so he simply kept silent. However, the little girl was too talkative and kept complaining. In the end, she even talked about Yu Shu. "Brother Yu, you're too much. Brother Jing's health isn't good. Why did you ask him to do such rough work?" Yu Shu also couldn't help but roll her eyes. The little girl only looked at her brother Jing. Why didn't she see that she was limping? "It's not what he asked me to do." Jing Chen finally said something after a long time. He turned his head and looked at Yu Shu, who was standing on one leg, and said, "Go back to the room and sit. Doesn't standing hurt?" Yu Shu grinned at him and shook her head. She reached out and supported Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. Zhou Fangfang then realized that Yu Shu couldn't walk properly. "What's wrong with you? Didn't your brother Jing hurt his hand when he chopped firewood? The axe fell and hit my foot." Yu Shu casually made up a story. Zhou Fangfang firmly believed it, so she didn't blame her anymore. Yu Shu asked, "We're visiting relatives today. Isn't Aunt Sue at home?" Zhou Fangfang raised the basket in her hand. "Yes, I'm here to give you tea eggs. My mother came back from my grandmother's house and asked me to thank you for helping her calculate her calendar last time." "Don't be so polite. We're neighbors." Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to take the eggs from the basket and take them to the kitchen. She asked her, "Is there anything else?" Zhou Fangfang said angrily, "I wanted to ask Brother Jing to write a letter for me, but his hand is injured, so I can't do it." "Then should I write it for you?" Yu Shu wanted to quickly send her away, so she suggested. Unexpectedly, the young girl was unwilling. "Don't. Brother Yu, your handwriting isn't as good as mine. I'm afraid that people won't recognize it if you give it to them." Yu Xiaoxiu snickered. Yu Shu secretly pinched him and said to Zhou Fangfang helplessly, "Then there's nothing I can do. Don't we still have Xiaoxiu? Xiaoxiu, help me write a letter." Yu Xiaoxiu was upset that Zhou Fangfang had just ridiculed his sister, so he deliberately said, "My handwriting is ugly too." Zhou Fangfang had indeed never seen Yu Xiaoxiu's handwriting, so she couldn't tell if he was lying. She frowned. "Then what should I do? I still want to send a letter later." When Yu Shu heard this, she quickly patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and said to Zhou Fangfang, "Hee, Xiaoxiu is just teasing you. His handwriting is not bad. Go help him write a letter. Make his handwriting look better." After being pushed by Yu Shu, Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly led Zhou Fangfang into the big room to write the letter. "How come I didn't know that I hit your foot with the firewood I chopped?" Jing Chen whispered behind Yu Shu. Leaning against the door frame, Yu Shu turned her head and blinked her eyes. "Didn't I lie to her?" Jing Chen lowered his head and looked at her. "You like to lie to people." Hearing this statement, Yu Shu was not unhappy, nor did she try to hide anything. Instead, she said to him in a serious tone, In this world, who hasn't lied to others? It's just a matter of how much you lie to others and how little you lie to others. It's not wrong to lie to others, but it depends on what you lie to. Jing Chen thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he nodded, "You're right." Seeing that he accepted her theory so easily, Yu Shu had some doubts. She thought that he should stop listening to her words and learn to lie in the future. She coughed lightly and got closer to him. "Jing Chen, that's what I said, but under normal circumstances, it's better not to lie to others. It's fine for someone as smart as me to lie without being found out. But for someone like you who doesn't lie often, if your lie is found out, it won't be fun." Jing Chen shook his head. "I don't lie to others." He paused, then added, "Especially you." Hearing this, Yu Shu was very happy. She praised Jing Chen for being smart, but deliberately made things difficult for him. "Why didn't you lie to me? I don't know who was the one who secretly practiced swordsmanship behind my back." Jing Chen said, "It wasn't a lie. I told you at the beginning, but you didn't believe me. Later on, you asked me, did I hide anything from you?" Yu Shu looked at his honest eyes, but she felt a little guilty. She thought that he also had times when he was so eloquent. Her eyes looked left and right, then she touched her neck and said, "I'll go see if they finished writing." After she finished speaking, she jumped away on one leg. Jing Chen looked at her back and gently curled up the corner of his mouth, letting out a low laugh. Zhou Fangfang got the letter and said goodbye with satisfaction. Yu Shu let Yu Xiaoxiu send her out, so she didn't jump around and just sat in the central room. She saw that when the little girl reached the door, she turned around and ran back to Jing Chen's room. She took something from her basket and gave it to Jing Chen, then she shyly turned around and ran away. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and lightly clicked her tongue. When she heard the door open, she shouted, "Jing Chen, you're here." When Jing Chen heard this, he walked towards the big house. In his hand, he was still holding the thing that Zhou Fangfang had stuffed into his hand. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes to take a look. It was a pair of white soles with cotton pads. The corners were even embroidered with patterns. It looked like a girl had painstakingly embroidered it. The size was perfect for Jing Chen. Yu Shu saw the insoles and smiled. She said to Jing Chen, "This Miss Zhou is really biased. I also treat her well. Why did she give it to you?" Jing Chen sat at the table and put the insoles on the table. He frowned and said, "Next time she comes, return it to her." Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes sparkled. She held her chin and asked, "Why should I return it to her?" Jing Chen turned his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. The book says that men and women should not touch each other. What's wrong? Chapter 199. The 11th was the 7th Imperial Prince's birthday. The birthday banquet was held in the evening. Shuirei left early and took the gifts that the housekeeper had prepared to the Imperial Prince's fu. On the day of the coronation, there were many guests. The carriages in front of the Imperial Prince's fu were like dragons. The fu was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The night was as bright as day. The birthday banquet was held in the western courtyard. There were 100 tables in the banquet hall. Shuirei, the heir of the Xiang Prince, Lu Jiong, and the son of General Feng Zhaomiao, sat at a table for 8 people. Not far away, the 7th Imperial Prince, Lu Hao, sat alone. He was born with a strong appearance. Today, he was dressed in an apricot yellow robe and a sleeveless white robe around his neck, making him look even more handsome. His face was radiant. Facing the toasts around him, he did not refuse and laughed brightly. This is really a joyous occasion. Lu Jiong played with the silver cup in his hand and said enviously, "Maybe today, good things come in pairs at the Imperial Prince's fu." Feng Zhaomiao asked curiously, "What other good things?" Lu Jiong smiled. His voice was not loud, just enough for the table to hear. The 7th Imperial Prince's fu doesn't lack for anything right now, just a good marriage. There has been no news from the palace before. Isn't it because of this good day? Shuirei picked up some food to go with the wine and raised his head. From the time he had sat until now, he had not spoken much. Everyone at the table knew that he did not get along with the 7th Imperial Prince and did not force him to joke around. Originally, it was enough to surprise everyone that he had come. That time at Dingbo Hall, Shui Rui and Lu Hao had fallen out and broken their friendship with a cup of wine. Who didn't have eyes to see that? After 3 rounds of wine, gongs and drums sounded outside the western courtyard. A decree had come from the palace. When the decree team arrived, everyone at the banquet stood and bowed to listen. The Taijian read loudly, carrying out the imperial decree. The 7th Imperial Prince, Lu Hao, was bestowed with the title of Ning Wang. The Imperial Prince's Fu was changed to Ning Wang Fu, and the Ministry of Works was ordered to repair it. He was also bestowed 12 sets of regular clothes, a scarlet gold ribbon, a purple cloud sable, 300 taels of gold, and an official sedan with a white jade roof. Lu Hao accepted the edict with a beaming face. He must have known that there was a second edict, so he did not hurry to get up and reward the eunuch. He continued to kneel on the ground. As expected, the old eunuch held up the yellow cloth in his hand and shook it open. He continued to read, Ning Wang Lu Hao. She was the youngest daughter of the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Heroic Marshal Chui. The two of them are a match made in heaven. I am fond of her. Chui Shirzling Xian is hereby betrothed to be Ning Wang Fei and handed over to the Ministry of Rights to handle. Bestowed by the Emperor as a token of appreciation. This decree of marriage was expected by some people and also by others. In the banquet, other than those who were listening to the excitement, there were a few people whose expressions changed. The newly ascended Ning Wang Yi, who had been smiling just a moment ago, after hearing the decree, his expression clearly froze and he looked in a direction. Slightly further away from the main seat, there was a group of female guests, one of whom had a green floral fan covering her face. His expression could not be seen clearly in the light. Ning Wangya, accept the decree. I understand. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Strange, why isn't it her? Lu Jiong muttered, but no one heard. He looked at Lu Hao, who was smiling and toasting in all directions. He shook the cup in his hand and said to the 2 people beside him, let's go, let's also go toast. Feng Zhaomiao turned to Shui Rui and said, Brother Rui? Shui Rui nodded, stood up to take the wine and went with them. Now that there were so many people, it was better to toast. It was better than later when there were fewer people and they would attract attention. There were a few layers of people around Ning Wang. When they saw Lu Jiong coming forward, they consciously made way. Ning Wang, this little brother will toast you. Congratulations on your double happiness. In the future, when this Ning Wang Fu is repaired, don't forget to hold a feast. Lu Jiong must have seen that Lu Hao was not satisfied with this marriage, so he did not pick this marriage to congratulate him like the others, but avoided the important and focused on the trivial. All right. Lu Hao responded forthrightly and drank a cup. His face was already drunk. When it was Shui Rui's turn to toast, someone bumped into him from the side. The wine spilled out and the entire cup was poured on him. It was a mess. Lu Hao happened to see this scene and frowned. Someone come, bring Mr. Shui to change clothes. No problem, Shui Rui brushed the wine stains on his body. It was a good opportunity to bid farewell. He bowed to Lu Hao and said, Congratulations on Ning Wang's coronation. Thank you for your hospitality today. It is inconvenient for me to be here, so I will leave first. Lu Hao did not allow him to leave. Why haven't you toasted yet? Where are you going? Today is my big day, you won't even give me this little bit of face? Judging from his words, he was obviously drunk. Lu Jiong secretly nudged Shui Rui with his elbow. Shui Rui knew Lu Hao's temper very well. When he saw this, it would be difficult for him to get away for a while, so he could only follow the maidservants of the prince's residence to change his clothes. Not long after he left, Lu Hao also staggered out of the banquet. The prince's fu was very large. Because it had been renovated last year, Shui Rui did not know the way. He followed the maids after many turns to a guest room and took out the spare outer robes of the guests who stayed over when they were drunk for him to change into. You can go out and wait outside. Shui Rui changed his clothes and sat on the side of the bed for a while. He was careful tonight and did not drink too much wine, so his mind was very clear. Thinking of Lu Hao's expression at the banquet, he raised a hand to rub his forehead and said in a light voice, "Luckily that marriage was broken off quickly, otherwise it would be, Mr. Shui, are you done?" Hearing the inquiry of the maid outside, Shui Rui hung the changed clothes in his hand and went out of the door. "Let's go." It was still the maid who led the way with her head down. Shui Rui walked for a while and vaguely heard the noise of the banquet hall in the distance. The night was heavy, and the breath he exhaled became fog. His eyes fell on the maid in front of him inadvertently. His eyes paused and he frowned secretly. He remembered that the maid who led the way was taller, but this one seemed to be shorter. Because Shui Rui remembered Yushu's warning, he was more careful throughout the night. So when he saw this unusual situation, he immediately became vigilant. He calmly sized up the surroundings and noticed that this wasn't the path he took when he came. "Wait, I have a headache. Let me sit here for a while." Shui Rui sat down on the side of the corridor. He supported his forehead with one hand and waved his hand to let the maid go first. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly said, "Mr. Shui, the road in the prince's mansion is winding. Don't get lost again. It's cold at night. If you want to sit, you should sit in the front." When Shui Rui heard this, he was even more unwilling to go. He probably knew that this person led him to the front for no good, so he closed his eyes. He leaned against the pillar. "Mr. Shui, Mr. Shui?" The maidservant called out to him a few times. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she became anxious, but she couldn't force him. After looking left and right, she whispered, "Then this servant will pour you a cup of hot tea." "No need. I don't know the way in the prince's mansion. What if I get lost after you leave?" Who was so bold to set a trap in the prince's mansion? He just sat there for a while. Someone came to find him in the front. "Brother Rui, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go back to the banquet?" Shui Rui opened his eyes and looked at Feng Zhaomiao, who was striding towards him. He glanced at the maid and stood up. "I drank too much. Let's go." The two walked forward together. There was a road on the left and right side of the corridor. When Shui Rui was recalling where to go, he heard a faint reprimand, "Please behave yourself." Shui Rui's footsteps stopped. This voice sounded slightly familiar, and he was just thinking about who it was. Feng Zhaomiao turned her head and asked suspiciously, "Did you hear that?" Feng Zhaomiao looked around. "Let's go and take a look." Shui Rui hesitated for a moment. Then he heard a woman's panicked whisper not far away. He had no choice but to go and take a look. "Let's go." The maid couldn't stop them. The two strode down the corridor. After passing through a bush, they saw a man hugging a struggling woman in a small pavilion in front of them. The night was dark and the moon was blocking, so they couldn't see who it was. Seeing this situation, any man with guts would not just stand by and watch. The two's face changed, and they hurried forward. Feng Zhaomiao shouted, "Don't be rude." Shui Rui and Feng Zhaomiao pulled the man away from each side, leaving the woman to her own devices. The woman was free and retreated to the side of the pavilion in a panic, looking at them with a pale face. "Xingxuan, I only love you, why don't you believe me?" "Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. Xingxuan has a selfless relationship with you. It's your wishful thinking." Hearing this, how could Shui Rui not know who the man and woman in the pavilion were? "Let go, you two." Lu Hao was drunk, and he was enraged in his heart, so he shouted out loudly before swinging Feng Zhaomiao away with one arm and smashing his fist towards Shui Rui, who was at his side. Shui Rui was caught off guard, and he took half a step back before tilting his head to dodge this fist, and then Lu Hao turned around and kicked towards Feng Zhaomiao. Feng Zhaomiao was old General Feng's grandson, so how could he not have a few moves of martial arts? He immediately began to fight with Lu Hao, exchanging blows in the small pavilion, neither showing any signs of weakness. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shui Rui turned around to look at the woman hiding behind him. Recognizing that it was indeed Ji Xingxuan, he secretly frowned. Just as he was about to let her leave first, he saw a few lanterns swaying over from the corner of his eyes and heard voices. "What's going on over there? It seems like a fight. Hurry! What are you all doing?" stuff. Among the people who came, there were some that Shui Rui recognized, but there were also some that he didn't. They worked together to separate Feng Zhaomiao and Lu Hao. As soon as the lanterns were lit up, everyone in the pergola would be able to see who was who. Ji Xingxuan's expression suddenly changed, and she lowered her head to hide behind the tall Shui Rui. When Shui Rui noticed this, he stood there without moving. Because of this, no one actually noticed that there was a woman in this pergola. After venting his anger, Lu Hao had already sobered up a little. Seeing that there were so many people around him, his expression wasn't good. He snorted coldly and left, leaving a few people looking at each other in dismay. Lu Jiong was among them. He waved his hand and said, "All right, Your Highness has drunk too much. Let's disperse." No one saw what happened tonight. After Lu Jiong sent everyone away, he turned around to look at Feng Zhaomiao and Shui Rui. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that someone was hiding behind Shui Rui with the corner of her skirt exposed. He asked suspiciously, "How exactly did this happen?" Feng Zhaomiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't say a word. This was related to a woman's reputation. He wouldn't say anything. Many thanks to the two young masters. I will take my leave. Seeing that everyone had left, Ji Xingxuan lowered her head and bowed to Shui Rui and Feng Zhaomiao respectively before leaving in a hurry. Shui Rui looked at her retreating figure. His expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with relief. Tonight's incident, if he wasn't careful and didn't have Feng Zhaomiao with him, if he fought with Lu Hao and was seen by these people, coupled with Ji Xingxuan's presence, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. What would people think of this incident as? The eldest young master of the Shui family and the seventh prince fighting over a woman. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.